Well, well, well. One of the recipes that has worked so often, pairing some young rookies with some veterans to give them direction. A lot has been said, too, about the shot calling in-game of the FlyQuest members. Really nice stuff for this squad so far. 2024 looking to be their year.
Well played, man, and it all goes back to the start of the game. It all goes back to the bot lane. It all goes back to Masu and Bucio putting Berserker and Vulcan to bed.
Wow, man! All right, you want to take over? I'm gonna.
Yeah, sure. I can play no
Oh
problem.
my God, he's taking my job too! Oh no! All right, well, we're into game 3, y'all, and if you've been missing out, 100 Thieves and Immortals, whoever wins this game will be tied with Cloud9 in the standings.
Oh.
So here's the good news.
Okay.
What's up?
I'm still fully engrossed in content
Hell
because I have a second screen experience with chat. I have some fun facts from our stats guy.
yeah. Okay.
This is the first Zach top since 2020 spring. Can you guess who played it?
2020 Springs.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This was actually pretty infamous. It led to the fall of one of the great LCS teams of all time.
2020 spring. Was that the year that Cloud9 did really well in spring and then fell off in summer?
Yes,
I'm
it
trying to
is.
think.
That is the
Then it
year.
would have been Fudge, right?
No, Licorice.
No,
Oh, it was Licorice.
no.
Oh.
Think of the team
Oh,
that
Impact.
won a lot before. There we go.
It was Impact.
Oh.
Team Liquid pulled out Zach top randomly in a game, lost terribly, and they missed playoffs.
I got
Yeah,
baited because
they
you
missed
said
playoffs.
Cloud9. I was like, okay, Cloud9 top laner. But Team Liquid, yeah. That was right after the back-to-back period.
Yep, it's the post doublelift era. You can tell which is the doublelift era because they won all their titles, and then the post doublelift era where they never won again. It's two very easy
no.
distinctions.
How many teams is that true for?
Probably a lot.
Basically, so
Well, CLG never won post doublelift, right?
yeah, unless you
Or
count
no, they
energy,
did.
which
They
don't
did. They
count.
won with 6A.
Yeah.
And they won
They
with
won with 6A, so they
immediately
did.
after.
So TSM, did TSM win without him? They did. TSM won without him afterwards, right?
They won with Turtle once.
Yeah,
yeah.
afterwards.
But then when he rejoined, they won again, and then they
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Anyway, we're back in the game. Congratulations.
We are in a game. Immortals looking for a little bit of an invade there. It's going to be a fun one to watch. I'm pretty excited to see how they're going to be able to actually perform. I do think there's a lot of pressure on both Mask and Tactical to have good games here. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of armor stacking from the Poppy as well as the Cassante, so 2 tanks were drafted there at the end, and it's going to be their job to try to punch through it. I'm also kind of interested, as a result, will Tactical go on hit? Like, you basically only see lethality, especially when you are the kind of fasting Senna, as we're going to call it these days.
Yeah.
But, I do wonder, in this case, would he consider something like a Kraken, a higher on-hit damage build? Because someone has to be able to deal with the Poppy and the Cassante. Even if Zach is dealing a fair bit of magic damage, Zach is not a tank killer, so to speak. Like, you have some pretty decent sustained damage, especially if you do go Landra's Riftmaker and those kind of AP builds, but you're not really threatening the front line.
Also, Twitch chat told me that Zach was played by Broken Blade earlier today. And then even earlier today, it was played by Zeus.
Caps also
And even
played
earlier
away.
before that, it was Driver in the PCS. So it's actually been played. This is the 5th time today it's been played. That's crazy.
Zach is really strong
Yeah.
as a solo laner. I think he's decent in jungle. I think he's incredibly strong mid and top actually right now, especially in solo queue. The amount of sustain that you have is really, really difficult to actually push you out.
Yeah.
It is very tough, especially when you are playing a tank into him. It's not fun at all because you just can't really win the trades. As long as you're actually hitting those abilities, you just keep picking up your blobs. You kind of out-sustain everything. And we're seeing this, like, look at Sniper on this first wave, already losing about a 40-50% of his health.
And it's not like Zach got major buffs or changes recently. He's relatively the same champion as of last year. I remember around last split, I think we were talking to Whippo one of the times he was here on the broadcast, and I was just kind of like, shooting the stuff with him, saying like, hey, what champions do you think are super underrated right now? And he's like, Zach. No one is picking Zach right now. It can be flexed in multiple roles, and sometimes you just have to wait and see other people start playing it, and then it catches on.
I want to ask Azale another question, and he needs to go up against chat. Which team is going to get first blood?
Which team is going to get first blood? Oh, River's team, man.
100 Thieves, yeah.
100 Thieves.
There's stats to back this up.
It's a River diff.
The lowest first blood percentage in the league is
RMAO.
Immortals.
Yeah.
So I mean, based
Armeo
on the
has the
percentages,
lowest.
that's the right pick, but you never know. I hope Shaq goes the other way.
I mean, it's definitely possible. I know Armeo is 8th out of 8 in K+A at 14, so he is very inactive. And that's been one of the criticisms towards him, I think, throughout his career, is that he is very farm heavy, but he struggles to find those windows make ganks happen. This could be one of them potentially, though. We'll see if he can make something happen. But I mean, River has such a reputation amongst pros for being this creative player, for being this guy who's going to find that kind of oddball gank path and make things happen. Doesn't have the best setup in his lanes, I will say, for ganking. It feels like he's in more of kind of that counter ganking position this game.
Yeah.
Given that he is on the Poppy, but I still think I have faith in him to make something happen.
The other angle is to go for a super aggressive dive, right? You can play with flash. Most Poppies are going to take Hex Flash as well. So if you lose the flash summoner spell early, it's not like you're completely out for multiple gank angles later on in the game. And if you have pushing lanes and 100 Thieves are continuing to try and just...
You can look for dives if
Yeah.
you have pushing lanes,
Exactly,
for sure.
exactly.
Yeah, and I do think that's one of the strengths of the Poppy, right? You know, generally speaking, if it is in these open lanes, you kind of have to come from behind. But you can see nice defensive ward here. So it's on their own Raptors, expecting Poppy to be looking for it. Is one of those camps Poppy loves to take. You can clear through it very, very quickly with that AoE. So he is at least spotted out, and it's going to mean that Armeo can go for the counter jungle, can answer this on the other side, take away the enemy Raptors. So it is just kind of tit for tat. There's a ward on both sides. There's a lot of coverage there around mid lane for Mask, knowing that he is going to be playing this Jace, want to keep him farming. They had a ward on their own Raptors, a ward on the enemy Raptors, and a ward in the side brush. So clearly there's a pretty big focus on enabling these mid laners, keeping them safe. Both teams doing similar things and clearly having the read that the only place that can really be attacked is mid lane. And with Armeo here behind, Quid could be in trouble.
Even if Quid doesn't go down, you can always look for flash
Nice
for flash,
flash,
and that's
wow.
exactly what happens. But it was picture perfect from Quid to dodge that game.
Yeah, that was actually really fast from Quid, because for a lot of that, Armeo was out of vision, and then it was a Q flash as soon as he is seen. So very quick stuff from Quid, respects the gank, gets out of there. On bot side, you can see Tactical and Olay pushing this in. Most of this farm is, actually all of that farm is all going to be lost. So Ayla's just going to go and see if he can actually delay the enemy recalls. Doesn't spot them in that brush, so we'll have to back off. Sniper in trouble.
Let's bounce from Castle, but River is here to potentially punish. Castle still has flash to play with and his passive, so Castle isn't in any immediate danger, but he's forced to back off the wave.
Yeah, just kind of one of those coverage plays. Castle getting aggressive, hit 6 first before Sniper, just uses the ulti there immediately. And Armeo now spotting River. These two may be running into each other. Pink is going to be lost there by River as he does place it down. Top lane going pretty well for Castle. He does have that early Bomby and then did pick up a cloth armor. So we'll see if he is just going to be going Sunfire. That's kind of what I expect from him. You know, I did talk to him a little bit about Zac builds as well, and he kind of does feel like tank is the superior build, that the base damages are high enough that you don't need to build AP. Sure. I do think if there were a time to do it, it would be a game where your team is full physical and there's 2 tanks on the other side. But at the very least, I mean, Sniper rushed a Cowl. So like, he's kind of putting the fear in him either way. You know, when it is Senna Jace as those true damage dealers, still forcing out that Cowl is definitely good.
Potential all in, but Olay's Abyssal Dive is immediately answered by Meech's Flash. Now that is an 80 carry without a summoner spell. Still has Ghost to play with, but can be exposed if Armeo ever decides to float down towards the bot side. River was looking for a play on Mask, but he flashes the Shockwave and he gets out alive.
So 100 Thieves won the poll by 1% for which team will give up first blood. So really close, but they again agree with the Zale. And also, just like in case anything's happening, if there's ever anything
You're
you guys...
smart, chat.
If there's ever anything you guys want to know, I have the internet at my fingertips. So just ask me the question, I'll
What is
find
the
the
meaning
answer.
of life?
I can find an answer.
What's your confidence level going to be? You know, when you give us the...
Wikipedia says to do good and to do the right thing.
Okay. Okay.
That's wholesome.
Do the right
I
thing.
like that.
Gank top for your top laner, you know? Win the LCS. That's doing good. We'll see which team is going to end up doing good in this one.
When I Google what is the meaning of life, League of Legends, it says unironically to struggle.
Accurate.
No pain, no gain.
We're all a little bit masochistic, you know, playing this game.
They're playing it since 2013, since beta.
Yeah. That's definitely...
Chat says it's 42, so I got to throw that.
Ah, nice.
Yeah,
Good reference.
unanimously
Thank you.
42.
Thank you,
Hell
chat.
yeah.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, chat. 07. It's been a quiet early game so far from the looks of the scoreboard, but there's
Look
been
at the farm mid.
yeah, many summoner spells blown, and my goodness, even with the pressure and
Yeah,
the
Quid
early
is kinda
flash
stomping.
Quid, yeah, Quid is still putting the pressure down on Mask. All in from all out sniper, and Castle still has Let's Bounce to be able to answer back with, and I mean, this just kind of happens with two tank top laners. You just kind of throw your spells and abilities, try to get that push war back in each other's favor, and everyone's still healthy on top of it.
Yep, looking not too bad, but at the end of the day, this is the thing with Zach, is that you have so much sustain. Sniper may have to actually back off after this. And, you know, you do know that you can get kind of worn down a lot more quickly. The damage is a lot higher than it is with some of those other tank tops. So Zach can definitely be threatening, and you can see Tactical moving around the map here a little bit, you know, helps out with the Dragon. He's helped out with some camps, trying to pick up as many souls as he can. Hasn't been super active in the bot lane, and it's not up against a melee support, which is generally a lot easier to farm souls off of. He is up against double range, so he does have 31 right now. Not bad, but nothing too crazy either. And first question answered, it is going to be lethality for Tactical regardless. So he's not going in towards Kraken. It's a lethality Jace mid as well, and a tank Zach top. And mid lane is already way behind, you know, as we touched on. River to look.
Oh, but Mask buffered the hammer to punt River away, so he didn't get slammed into the turret. Nicely played by the Immortals mid laner.
Yeah, that was a really good E. Otherwise, he's just dead, and the pull would have been answered, but still down 20 CS for Mask is a concern. Everyone hovering here around mid lane from Immortals, trying to bail Mask out, trying to get him to be able to reset this wave. As Tactical moves up, Armeo moves up, 100 Thieves covering as well. Ayla and River are there to answer the pressure. But so far, it's really felt like this week the games have been a lot slower than the previous week, even though we are on the same patch. I'm not sure if that is people really feeling the pressure of realizing, hey, it is Super Week. So much of our season is actually going to rely on success in this one, or, you know, if it is kind of a development of the meta. But definitely we've had way more patience in the early game, sometimes to team's detriment. You know, even looking at, you know, Cloud9, Blabber was very inactive in both the early games, you know, today and yesterday, and we've had a lot more of these kind of slow starters.
And it doesn't even seem like this game has been slow, because there has been a lot of action, but no one is willing to overextend for that last bit of lethality to close in on first blood. So we've gone 10 minutes with no kills. Objectives have been traded for the most part. First Dragon went over to Armeo's side, and he's going to look to clean up this last grub.
Yep, 2 grubs went over to 100 Thieves for that first Dragon. Now Armeo going to be able to grab this grub. They do have individual spawn timers, so you know, it will be a little bit kind of off kilter. We'll see if 100 Thieves can get enough to try to get towards that 5 mark. As Meech is going to be throwing the ulti down, mostly for poke, not really expecting to get a kill from that position, but very close to getting this first plate. And Castle now looking mid.
Oh boy.
Quid does have his flashback, but this 3-man squad could get this.
The Avengers are about to assemble here as Zale. Here comes Castle over the wall, makes them kiss the mid lane. Quid just flashes away and avoids danger.
Yeah, nice little move, though, from Castle. As you can see, he's had push constantly in top lane, so he's just roaming down. He will lose a couple CS likely off this, but Tactical getting really low bot.
Ole with the Abyssal Dive onto Meech, the flash forward so he can eat him up, but it's the Breath of Life that cleanses it. Meech, almost low from the Dawning Shadow, is forced to run away with the Ghost. Meanwhile, we have a 2v2 scrap in the middle of the river. Ayla is still on the run and might just be run down. Ole is going to look for the Abyssal Dive and tries to slow him down with a Tongue Lash if he can get it off.
Could be an
Cooldown
execute,
once again.
maybe.
The Blast Cone is going to keep him alive for now. It's not enough damage, but he just hit him, so even if he dies to this turret, it should go over to Ole for the kill, and it surely does.
Yeah, a little bit slow there from Ayla. Felt like he could have got away. Quid now in trouble.
Armeo with the Shattering Strike stun, instantly popped by Mass, shut down for Immortals.
And this is Armeo, who's involved not in first blood, but is involved in a kill before River there.
The question was the team, so both Chat and Azale were, like, majority wrong. The 49% of people that said Immortals would get it are correct.
Well done.
So well done to 49%.
Well done.
Thank you for keeping track.
Yeah.
Chat says you're handsome. They keep spamming it. They need to stop Azale. but I need
Oh,
to
thank
tell
you. No, don't stop.
Guys, he's married. He's already taken.
You know what? Chat, you're handsome too. Let's spread the love. You gotta hype the homies up, you know?
You know what? That is true.
That's fair.
There's not enough
That's
bro
fair.
love these days.
I
The women have us beat, you know? Women are always hyping each other up. The homies gotta hype each other up too.
That's true. I like your fit today, Rafa.
thank you. I
Yeah,
think you're
it looks
fit,
great.
Chat.
You look great today, Chat.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No
Hey.
problem.
Immortals also looks great, don't
They
you think?
do,
Chat,
yeah.
is Immortals a top 4 team?
That was a handsome first blood from Ole.
That was a quite handsome first blood from Ole.
What a tongue on that guy.
All right, we're just gonna speed right on past that one.
Come on, he's playing
Immortals-
Tom Kench.
This is back to Flowers.
Let's
call
lick in the bush all over
yeah,
again.
it's all lick in the bush all over again. Oh my goodness. classic throwback. The Avenger squad are assembling once again, this time in the bottom lane. Here comes Castle. Tries to make them bounce again into multiple knockups, and that's Ayla going down. The teleport from Sniper comes in to alleviate pressure, but the damage has been done. They've already lost their support. In Immortals, they might look for more, but the Dragon is still up and available, and they might look to take that one next.
Yeah, they're going to be able to move over towards it. Castle really moving around the map well, has had a big impact so far this game. You know, winning the top lane up against Sniper, making roams down towards mid, down towards bot as well. And he's doing it without actually expending the teleport, right? Sniper has to spend his teleport to get down there. Castle's still holding on to his, and he's just moving around here with Armeo.
And they're hunting for Quid. He still doesn't have flash. Shockwave catches both of them up. River with the Keeper's Verdict knocks them up again. But Dawning Shadow's going to keep them
Sniper.
away. Here comes Sniper. Cleans up Armeo. And now the rest of the kills. And Sniper takes Castle all out on the other side of the wall. Mask is locked up and he's in trouble. Castle tries to go in and save his mid laner. As Mask tries to go back in, they're looking for the killing blow on the Sniper, but he's too tanky! And the pass up from Castle!
Oh, Tactical!
Tactical comes in flash! They try to save him, but Castle does not live! 100 Thieves win this fight!
Oh my god, it's an absolute bloodbath there, though. This time, 100 Thieves coming out on top, getting so many kills as Armeo and Castle were looking for Quid, but Quid just backsteps there and then lands a great shockwave, places the ball perfectly to catch both of them on the very edge. Followed up on by River, great ult, just a tap on the Poppy ult there to get the double knock up. Sniper arrives, he comes in through the back of them, gets that kill, goes all out, you know, pushing Castle off, trying to really section him out. And look at Quid here. He did such a good job of actually zoning out Tactical. Tactical is really their only main damage in this fight because Mask was, you know, kind of put into a bad spot. And he did such a good job of just kind of 1v2 zoning out that bot lane, keeping them from really going in. And that's why Tactical is in this position where he has to flash over the wall, tries to get the kill. He was hoping both to get the kill and to keep the Zac alive, to have those bloblets come back together to get the respawn, but we're back to live and we're back to fighting.
And River once more looking for Ole. Doesn't have flash available, but he speeds on away. 100 Thieves are not done yet. They find the wall slam, looking for the damage. The shield keeps Ole alive for a little bit, but the Abyssal dive gets interrupted. And 100 Thieves are able to take themselves another death.
Yep, another death there as Castle pushing up on the top side. Does go into the CDR boots. Very common. CDR really powerful there on the Zac. You want to be spamming out these abilities. And Armeo going to be starting up the Herald. It is spotted with the blue trinket. You can see Tactical is moving up towards this top side to try to support this Herald take. And it's just going to be a trade as 100 Thieves largely down towards that bot side. They're trying to have Meech push up, see if he can actually knock down this turret, you know, get this Aphelios into a good spot. You know, really trying to put as much gold as possible into Quid, into Meech. They are the big hope for them this game.
Castle might be in trouble, doesn't have the passive this time. The Shockwave pulls him back in, and River just slams it into the wall. And my goodness, that was terrifying as 100 Thieves just laid the pain train down on Castle.
It looks like Tactical's ult maybe came through a split second too late there as well. I'm not 100% sure if that Dawning Shadow shield actually came out on him or not, but 100 Thieves get a kill on Castle. He TP'd down, dies, and they're going to lose the tower. Solo gold on that turret will go over to Meech, so more gold for him. It is traded back, of course, on the other side, though. Mask shoving up through mid lane is going to be able to knock that down, and Armeo trying to, again, look for these invades, but River's here, and he will get pushed out by Sniper and River.
You know, for the first 10 minutes of the game, no kills, and everything seemed somewhat calm and dandy, and then the past 5 minutes just been kill, 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 kill. Everyone is just scrapping and throwing hands at each other, and I think it just comes back to the point that you were talking about, Azale. It's just like the game has been slower for the most part in LCS, and now in the mid game, everyone just comes alive.
Yeah, and this was kind of the anti-timing there. Castle had no vision on those other members. Right as he hops in, 3 other members show up, and you're kind of just like, well, unlucky. Did get a little bit aggressive there, was playing on the weak side of the map. Have to be careful in those situations. Goes for a quick trade there, trying to clear out the weight and get some poke down onto Meech. Ends up getting heavily punished for it. 100 Thieves gonna be able to knock down this turret here on top side as well, with the couple grubs doing a little bit more extra damage to this turret. But we should be basically back to dead even as far as that gold goes. Nice Q from Ayla.
Yeah.
Knocks the Zac out of the air there.
Yeah, and I think because it's even, I want to know who you think has better scaling. So far, you've agreed with chat every time.
I think it's 100 Thieves has better scaling overall. Senna obviously scales really well. Zac scales really well. But I think that the combination of Emilio, Aphelios, Orianna, plus 2 frontliners, if it's kind of a standard fight, I do think they have better scaling. I also think they have a lot of answers to the hard engage over on the other side. Castle and Armeo are both really going to struggle, both to Ayla, as we just saw, you can answer with Q, also to Poppy rejecting you on these engages as well. So I do think you have to favor 100 Thieves in kind of a standard fight.
Yeah, I think it's hard for Sen and TK to kill the tanks.
It's really hard. You have double lethality as well, right? And there's going to be so much stacked armor. Like, yes, we did see a Koenig Rookern as the rush for Sniper to answer this Zac, but I think we're mostly going to see armor after that. Poppy's going towards Frozen Heart. We have that Iceborne Gauntlet done for Sniper, and I think we're just going to see more and more armor stacked up between these two.
It's super tough for the back line of Immortals, as you already pointed out. With lethality, it's great in burst damage against squishies, but against tanks, you do not have the
They
sustained
have 4,000 HP and a bunch of armor. It's just, it's tough.
And just so we're clear, even if we all convince ourselves that we're right by saying 100 Thieves, if they lose the game, they do not have better skill. That means we're wrong.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's just how the internet works. Like, if Immortals wins despite having worse scaling, they actually didn't win despite having worse scaling. They just had better scaling.
Oh, so it's always a draft if is what you're telling me.
That's usually how it goes.
There's no execution in League of Legends.
Yeah, the answer to this will
So the only
decide by whose
reason
Nexus dies.
that Zeus would beat me in top lane is because he had better scaling.
That's usually why.
That's
yeah.
usually the case.
Damn.
There you go. Only difference between me and T1, better drafting on
Better
T1.
scaling.
Yeah. I guess I just need a little bit better coach. And it could be me that's the world champion in League of Legends. Wow. That's good to know. Thank you. I appreciate that,
I mean,
Chad.
when you became a literal world champion, didn't you have a better coach at the
Better scaling. Yeah, I was coaching my own team, so there you go.
Oh, damn.
Better scaling.
So you should coach a team then.
True, I should coach myself. All right, well, this one pretty damn even. 200 gold separating the teams. One dragon apiece. And yeah, we have to see, what the plan is here for Immortals. I do feel like they're struggling a little bit on what they want to do to push the game forward. I think that 100 Thieves are very clear that they are happy just kind of farming this one out. They seem to believe that they are going to be winning in the late game. And I feel like Immortals is playing with a little bit more urgency. They're grouped up a lot more. They're looking for these engages, but I think it's going to be tough to find.
And urgency is the correct word here. Armeo just throws himself in there, but the engage is completely stuffed by 100 Thieves. Castle's the next one to try to get in there. Tries to go
Here
for the
comes
left bounce
Sniper.
right on the all meat, but the kiting is just immaculate from 100 Thieves. Castle finds one on the river, but the rest of the back line from 100 Thieves is just safe and sound. Meanwhile, Mask, Tactical, and Ole got completely pushed off by Sniper, and the rest of 100 Thieves are ready for the re-engage and looking for the charge as the rest of 100 Immortals, they back off.
Yeah, and that was just an overforce, I think, from Armeo. Armeo goes in, they just turn it around on him, he gets burst down. The Breath of Life is there for Ayla. They have all these tools to be able to turn around the fights. Quid never even used the Shockwave. He's had that available the entire time, so Immortals couldn't even commit in after that, and now
He
gets
still
the
goes
kill
down.
even with the flash. What was that burn damage? Was that something like a proc or something? Was that Storm Surge? Or I'm not even sure if that was Leandry's or what that was. Maybe an Airy? Oh, it must have been Luden's proc or Leandry's, because he has both those.
Yeah,
so it
it's
had
gotta
to
be one of those.
Had to be some sort of item damage that killed him, because he definitely flashed the Shockwave. He didn't get hit by the Shockwave. But the damage follows. He gets the kill. Nicely done. 100 Thieves looking like they're in control.
That's what feels bad. And we'll take a look back at the replay once again. As you pointed out, Armeo feels the urgency to do something, goes in, and it just
But look
gets
at where Mask
stuck.
is. Look at where Mask is. He's so far away, and it's like by the time Mask is in range for a max range Shock Blast, Armeo is already dead. And then you have Sniper on the bottom with Quid. They're pairing up, and Sniper just goes and he just runs a tactical. This is all you have to do against lethality carries when you are the tank. He's running at these two carries. They're completely zoned out. If Tactical and Mask can't hit and they're just walking at Sniper and having to deal with him, guess what? Quid and Meat are going to crush you in the fight. They're going to kill your front line way faster. So Sniper playing this out well, playing to that win condition. We can watch this one more time, see if it wasn't back that item damage that did get the kill here on Tactical. As Tactical steps forward, Quid is positioning aggressively. QW, looks like Luden's, it's the burn from Leandry's, is that last little tick. As that Luden's companion proc and that tiny bit of burn damage was enough. A frustrating death there from Tactical, but TP's now coming in here.
Both top laners show up in the mid lane, and it's a standoff from 100 Thieves and Immortals. There's no Dragon quite available, as looks like 100 Thieves just took it off the back end, but Baron is still an objective that both teams have to fight for. At the moment, Vision is partly on Immortal's side, but they only have a little bit from their own river entrance. They don't really have further beyond that towards 100 Thieves jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're gonna have to see, if Immortals can get creative. They have to find these engages. They have to be explosive about it, because if you are too obvious, you're always gonna get rejected by Poppy or Emilio or whoever. But at the same time, your whole team has to be ready for when you go, right? If you look for this long-range flash engage and your team can't actually follow up, it's just gonna be to your own detriment. Castle now is gonna be spotted as Quid is pushing in. 100 Thieves were pushing up through mid, pushing in through bot, gonna move in and try to steal away some of these camps and look to threaten that tier 2. Immortals trying to rotate over, and it will be secured there by Armeo, which is nice.
I mean, he's charging in.
Armeo.
Castle was looking as well for the engage. Armeo forces it right on top of Meech, but he's pelted away as Meech is just able to kite safely thanks to the cozy campfire, as Castle is still fighting with River, but Castle's taking way more damage than River is, and he just goes down.
Yeah, and it's the W from Poppy. Armeo tries to go for the RW, immediately rejected there. So Meech is just standing and firing, and now this Shockwave is gonna force them back here. Sniper looking to threaten on the side, but River's very low.
The River is almost down, but the Breath of Life gives him a little bit of extra HP. Ole forced to use the ultimate to save Armeo, and Immortals are just pinned under this turret. They want to be able to punish 100 Thieves members because most of them have HP bars that they can punish. But they just cannot get on top of them.
Yeah, that Shock Blast did a lot of damage, but couldn't quite finish him off.
I'm seeing a lot of Armeo chatter in chat as well. He seems to be a protagonist of this stage of the game. What are your thoughts specifically on what he can do?
I mean, you basically have to be the person who's finding that main engage. Zac is just too obvious, but the problem is there's so many ways to find that disengage, right? So I think really what you are looking to do is play around Flash, look for the Flash RW, try to find something explosive, play around Vision. If you can deny Vision, have them walk in, you'll be able to get that instant explosive engage. It can really work, but your team has to be there with you and instantly follow up, or it's going to be a disaster.
So to simplify, is he doing it good or not?
Not right now.
Okay.
I mean, his first engage was too far away from the team in mid lane, and I think without Flash, it's very difficult to actually be able to find the engage, right? And it's one of those things where when you're playing the person who has to engage and your team is behind, or you're against a team that has really good disengage, if it doesn't work, you look really bad because there's no fallback. You can't just sit and say, oh, well, Ole's gonna engage. No, it has to be you.
Not Armeo.
Yeah. Once you're in, you don't have a way out. Kind of similar to whenever junglers pick Vi and then they feel like they're the ones that have to make the engage, otherwise they just lose the game. And sometimes you just have to go forward and accept that, you know, the KD is not going to be pretty. This might not look pretty, but if we don't try or if we don't find the windows and just all go in at the same time, then we're not going to have a chance.
Exactly, right? It's just about playing percentages. I think, you know, a lot of the game can be kind of boiled down to that. You know, even if you're in a bad spot, if this engage, you know, is a 20-30% chance of working, but you think you have like a 10% chance of winning the game if you don't, well, that's good odds. You just tripled your chance to win the game, even if it's likely to fail. So I do think, you know, you have to play around that, play towards your win conditions. We'll see if they can find those windows. Because, you know, Zac just can't look for a max range slingshot. It's just not going to work if Poppy's there.
It's just way too
River's going to always... Yeah. I mean, Zac can find other ways to engage. I forget who I was talking with this about. I can't remember if it was Licorice. I feel like it might have been Licorice when he was on. I think it was someone was talking to me about how they were playing a lot of Zac top, and they started watching, you know, a Zac one trick, a challenger Zac one trick, and he was saying that, you know, he had kind of thought initially that you always need to be looking for these elastic slingshots, but he realized after watching this challenger one trick Zac, a lot of times he was just trying to run up and queue a minion, then flash auto and start fights out that way if there was teams with good disengage.
Yeah. I think it was actually Meteos on the dot.
Oh, it might have been Meteos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you guys were...
But you're right. It totally was Meteos. My bad, Meteos.
It's okay, Will. I got your back. Anyway, Immortals, it looks like someone just burned a flash. I think it was Ayla, as Armeo just walked up, looked for that Shattering Strike. So Ayla is now down to Summoner Spell for this next fight, but still, he's not the prime target. The Sniper is now looping around. Good ward defensive from Immortals. He's going to spot out the top laner from 100 Thieves. He's waiting in this bush. He's going to give up this
These
position.
shock blasts are hurting, I will say. You know, if you can keep threading the needle on these and hit these key targets, it can make a big difference.
Yeah, Zeralto also had a really good point in the Reddit live thread that the Poppy W is a great counter to Zac and Rel. I know you've been talking about it,
I have.
but I just know the community is also in your favor, so watch the Poppy W.
Armeo immediately goes for the ultimate in the flash. The Shockwave pulls him back in, but Ole saves him, keeps him alive with his ultimate. They turn right back on the Sniper. Castle is the sole diver into the middle of all 5 members of 100 Thieves. As now this passive is not going to get great use out of it. They cannot survive and keep Castle alive. This Dragon's going to go over to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, nicely done by 100 Thieves. Again, able to absorb that engage. This one I actually think was a pretty reasonable try on the engage, but the flashes are there from the 100 Thieves carries, and they were equal to the task. They reacted in time. Quid flashes out, Meech both flash and ghost immediately. So they do force those, but at the end of the day, still, they can't follow up. It's so difficult for Tactical and Mass to follow up. That is the problem here when you are playing this composition that can't actually punch through the front line. And on the other side, they can. Orianna, as well as Aphelios, can crush your frontliners. But the Senna, as well as the Jace, are not going to be able to deal with this Bramblevest Tabby's Iceborne top laner that's just kind of running at you.
Sniper's just way too tanky, and they do not have the damage spread to adequately deal with him, as you already talked about. So it just seems like Castle, he can survive for a long time in the back line of 100 Thieves, but then eventually he goes down, whereas Sniper,
You'll always lose the tank race.
it's just a giant iron wall. He just does not go down. And for Immortals, this is a big problem now because these standard front-to-back fights are not doing them any favors. It seems like it's going to come down to how many shock blasts can you land before the objective setup.
But even that is really difficult. You know, if they're grouped up, you have to not only land it, but you have to get it past Sniper, past River, and hope that Ayla doesn't shield it, that Orianna doesn't shield it up, right? Because that is going to mitigate quite a lot of it. You can also see that the Void Staff is done now for Quid. It's kind of rare that you see Void Staff these days. It almost always feels like it's Script Bloom, but Void Staff done, working towards that death cap. When he gets there, it's kind of lights out. Meech as well, just now picking up that last Whisper. So he is really getting towards that 3-item spike that is massive for these late game scaling carries. It is going to make it that much easier for them to get through the front line, and they're already doing a better job of it. So you have to look to the X Factor. You have to look to the Engage over on Immortal side. They can't really play that heavily through sides unless it's going to be Jace. But Jace is the only one that feels like getting anything done when they're grouped up as well, so it's a little bit difficult. Like, you could try to send Jace out to a side lane and try to have someone shadow him, try to find a 1v2 or something like that. But Zach is not going to really get enough kill pressure to be that side laner, and no one else can really do it on the squad.
Yeah. And to scale the game back to the beginning of the game when we were looking at Castle and Sniper, two top laners, rookies in their season of 2024, they had to go up against some of the most experienced top laners in the league before this matchup. And we didn't really get to see that story really play out in the laning phase. But in these team fights, I mean, Castle's doing everything he can, but Sniper has done such a great job of just being able to soak up as much damage as we can. We might, you know, look over and be like, oh, that's just what tanks do. But Sniper has done a great job of growing up in this league so far.
Double TP. As
now River goes in with his Keeper's Verdict, 3-man knockup. He's instantly out. Breath of Life keeps him alive as Armeo is now pinned in the middle of multiple 100 Thieves members. Ole keeps him alive once again, but Sniper's now on the charge, looking for the re-engage. As 100 Thieves are postured, looking for Mass. Shockwave, multiple bounce houses. Mass is just obliterated by the members of 100 Thieves. Ole is out as he gets out over the wall, flashing as well. Castle might be next. Nice knockup from Sniper. The Let's Bounce keeps him alive as he sustains through the wall.
Damage.
The damage is just not enough, though, Azael, as 100 Thieves take out 2.
That is tough. You see the power of Zach there. No AP items built up. That's pure tank. It really was putting some pressure there on Meech, but no one could follow up. No one was there to get anything done with him. Mask was already dead. Again, Sniper really putting the pressure on them, and now Immortals are faced with the task of trying to stop this Baron.
9,000 HP. Armeo, it's so difficult for him to get in. He also has Flash, but it just seems so risky for Immortals to risk any of their lives to look for this objective. 100 Thieves walk away with the Baron, and at 30 minutes into the game, they find themselves, it's still a 3,000 gold lead, but it still surely seems like they are favored to win.
Yeah, exactly. It is feeling more and more like the scaling is in their favor. This was a great initial engage here from River. Gets that pop-up on multiple members with the ulti. And then in comes Sniper. And again, Sniper's job is really just marking Mask and Tactical, making it so they can't hit anyone but him. But I will say the poke actually landed pretty well on the 100 Thieves backline. It did start getting a little bit dicey, but as soon as Mask goes down, it is so tough. And Ayla, again, on point with that Q, knocks back the Zac out of the air. It's going to be so frustrating for Castle, trying to play in vision, trying to find these angles. And you can see the power that he has here. Almost kills River, almost kills Meech, but just doesn't quite have it.
Yeah, a couple of people are saying Zac's so useless because they look at 0-6. It looked fairly useful. It's just a bit of a draft gap against him. Like the fact that Ayla can just knock him back with spells, the fact that River can stop him from jumping in, and the fact that they don't really have good follow-up damage is hurting it. But you can see, I can see why so many people are picking it, even though it's 0-6.
I mean, the other thing, too, is that Castle is the only diver that is in the backline of 100 Thieves in most of these fights that we've seen. If you have Mask in there that is able to flank with you at the same time, then maybe you get something done. But 1v4, you're not going to get much done.
I'd also say if you swap the carries and there's Orianna and Aphelios on his team, then he would be going into the back line and he'd be doing the same thing Asante was doing, right? Because the lethality carries wouldn't be able to get through him. So I do think that is part of the big difference here, is that there's great answers for the engage. And there's also, you know, just not good answers to actually kill off the tanks on their team. So, you know, he dives in the back line, Sniper dives in the back line. Sniper can't die to these lethality carries.
Yeah, cheeky Sniper Q3 that forced the Ole ultimate as Armeo goes in once again. Breath of Life gives everyone the CC cleanse, as the Shockwave does not really connect, but Sniper's the front line that just allows 100 Thieves to do whatever they please in the base of Immortals, as they've already lost 2 members here. Zac goes down, Ole's next. Sniper just looking for another knockup as well. Oh, maybe Tactical's able to look for a trade onto Ayla at least, but the damage just seems overwhelmingly in Meech's favors. He flashes in, looks for the triple. It's now Mask 1v3. The Nexus Tower stands, but it later falls as 100 Thieves fell, 100 Immortals. Oh my goodness, what a banger game.
Unscaled.
Scale, it's just, yep, it's all just a scaling dip. There you go. 3 wins now here for 100 Thieves. They move to 3-3, tied now with Cloud9 in the standings here. Not something you would have been thinking about this point in the season. A strong game from them. I think really doing a good job of answering the game plan that Immortals had. They were great on the denials of the engages. A lot of credit deserved, I think, by River and also by Ayla. Ayla had such good cues on the Melio, was constantly knocking the Zac out of the air, constantly denying those engages, not only with the Qs, but also having the Breath of Life, really had good positioning, never got caught in the engage himself, was always close enough to be able to respond with the ulti to cleanse and get his teammates out of there. So they really just kind of played towards their win conditions, did what they needed to do. They didn't need to be the team that was hyper proactive because they had the scaling advantage on their side. They could deal with the enemy's front line, but unfortunately for Immortals, they could not. You're playing double lethality, AD carry essentially. I mean, Jace isn't really an AD carry, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Double lethality, AD carries, and they're not really able to get through Sniper. So it was very tough, I think, for them to play it out. But at the end of the day, close game, 100 Thieves win.
But if you just turn out all the lights, you can't even tell if Nico's coming from a mile away.
I mean, it's kind of just the new era of Nocturne Cannon, to be honest. You know, that's kind of the old school combo that people used to really love to play. You turn off the lights, the flank comes in. It's very difficult to react to. You don't really know where they're coming from. And even if it was worded out, you may lose track of where they're actually going to be coming in from. So that can be really, really tough. B-Boy is actually playing Hill of Blades. So this you can go on hit, but much more commonly you see lethality with this. And I was gonna say that he's probably just gonna be going lethal tempo because that's what he's played every game that he's played Varus. So I thought it was gonna be just full on lethal tempo. I do think if he goes lethality, they're gonna be too low damage. I do think on that side, you know, and they could run into some problems there because you basically have 3 tanks, and then if you're lethality Varus plus, you know, just that Talia obviously does really good damage, but I don't know if it would be enough on its own. On the other side, it's a lot about the initial engage. It's about Nico and Nocturne trying to take out that back line. And then if you can kill off the Varus, if you can kill off the Talia, then it's kind of the job of FBI to clean everything else up, right? You might not be able to quickly kill off that Scion and the Udyr and so on, but you can definitely deal with them over time. So we'll have to see how it goes. Energy definitely looking good. FlyQuest moved to 5-1 today. They are now in current sole possession of first place. Energy looking to join them, as it had been, you know, kind of a conversation. Really, the 4 teams that people had talked the most about were Energy, FlyQuest, TL, and C9 as kind of those top 4. C9 was seen as like definitively first. This was not just like a caster analyst thing. Every team, I talked to a coach from every team, plus a lot of pros, everyone was telling me pre-season that Cloud9 is by far the best team. Even coming this week, everyone was still telling me that, except for one team I heard we're doing better against them in scrims. So it is surprising, but these are two of the teams that, you know, Shopify was kind of seen more as like middle of the pack, but they were able to take down Cloud9. They were able to take down one of the big dogs, and Energy, I think, you know, is really looking good and really looking quite dominant. Even more so, I think, than people expected right out the gate, because a lot of the expectations were this team might start slow, but then get really good.
Yeah, and both of the bright spots for Shopify and Energy comes from this mid lane, right? Insanity and Palafox, 2 of our mid laners who are native, and they came up or started making a bigger name for themselves last year. Obviously, Palafox has been in the LCS league for quite some time and on a journey for himself, but with Insanity, I mean, he was given a chance to sub in for TSM last split, and he did not hesitate and made huge on the payoff. Absolutely,
and his champion pool, both last split and this split, has actually really been a big talking point. Last split, he was playing mid lane Graves and all this kind of stuff. This split,
we had an all-in on the bottom side of the map. I don't know what happened. It was a crash from the side of Energy, but the dive was completely outplayed by Zeyzal and B-Boy.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see that one more time. But you know, Insanity, you know, last split, you know, was all about these kind of different picks that he was playing. And this time, once again, you know, he's played the Scion, he's played Zac, he's played all kinds of different stuff in mid lane. The Garen as well yesterday, which didn't really work out, but you know, he has been staying flexible. It's one of the things that people will tell you about Revan as well, is that he was also that coach over on TSM and is one of those guys that is comfortable, you know, with taking risks and with doing some different stuff. So he's been playing that different stuff. And we're gonna watch this one more time to see exactly what happened, as we actually missed this live. They're just looking for the straight up dive onto B-Boy, but this is a really risky dive, trying to dive through the Nautilus. Nautilus got level 2 there, so I think they maybe weren't expecting him to get level 2 that early, but he gets level 2, blocks that completely up. B-Boy survives as well. That's a disaster for NRG.
I don't know. I have no comment on that. I'm completely baffled, but maybe FBI and Huhi just overestimated their hand. I mean, is that bad for them? They had a huge wave
really
stacking.
bad.
Oh, man.
I mean, had that worked out, though, it would basically be game over for B-Boy because he had no farm. They had a fat stack wave. If they get the kills, even if it's like a trade, if they kill him off and he gets none of that farm, none of that experience, he'd be pretty out of it. As you can see, Insanity just kind of constantly being pushed in here, being bullied quite a bit. It's not an absolute, end of game scenario for NRG because they had way more farm.
Yeah.
On the other side, I do think it would have been, but because FBI and Huhi had complete lane dominance, had all that farm, it's not the end of the world for them. But you can see Boogie here hovering. They have got to be careful. If you do get hooked in by Zeyzal with the Talia around, you are definitely dead. And there's no flash on FBI or Huhi, so could have those junglers hovering around here.
Yeah, it is curious because Energy, even though they botched the dive, Palafox going in for the solo bolo on Insanity, but not enough. San's too tanky.
Yeah, that was really close, though. They did get the flash, and we can talk about this head-to-head between these two mid laners, because these guys really have been kind of going at it. This is their stats in their matchup, against each other, or excuse me, no, it's the stats, I guess, just I think league-wide comparing against each other. But both players, have been obviously pretty pivotal for their teams. Palafox, I think, especially last split, that was really kind of his rise to fame and people really starting to stand up and really take notice of how good this guy was. But at the same time, even though Insanity was obviously on a much worse team, didn't accomplish as much as far as the big results, people were really saying he was the big bright spot on that team, and everyone kind of wanted to see him staying around with this squad, even when TSM sold.
Meanwhile, it looks like Carntex was trying to start up Grubs, but Boogie's able to yoink one over with the smite. It's a constant 2v2 is still out on the prowl. Dredge line connects on to Huhi. Ignite connects as well. A lot of damage, one more auto attack, and the piercing arrow from B-Boy gets the kill down in this bot lane.
Nicely done. I mean, Energy kind of playing with fire. They got a decent initial trade, but that wave is so fat. When you're trading into a wave like that, you're taking so much minion damage. You'll often take more damage from the minions than you will from the enemy players in those kind of situations. But Contracts is here. He does not have flash, so not really going to be able to make anything happen. And the problem is the hook comes back up there for Zeyzal. Huhi doesn't have his flash. He can't get out of range. And when you get hooked back in, there's just no way for FBI to fight back into that. So despite the fact that B-Boy got low, B-Boy gets another kill. And now the farm, really not that different on either side. He's going to have a much better buy. It is going to be lethality, though, for him. So maybe some potential concerns about later on. But again, look at how much minion damage there is. Between all of these, that's what, 6, 7 range minions? Maybe even 8, plus the cannon hitting him. That's a couple hundred damage that FBI probably took there. And then this hook comes in. There's no minions to actually block the hook. There's no way that FBI can stand up against all of those minions and trade in and win that trade. So it is a pretty good hook, results in a kill. But, those early unforced errors there from Energy kind of starting to bite them. And I've got to say, B-Boy has been on point for the squad since he's come in. I feel like even in losses, he's been a bright spot in a lot of those games.
Yeah.
And in their big win against Cloud9, he was massive on the Varus in that one.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that in that win against Cloud9, we can look back and say that Cloud9 fumbled the dive and gave B-Boy and Zeyzal a huge lead to benefit off of it.
Kind of the same thing.
It's kind of the same story here from NRG. They did not play the dive as well as they could have, and B-Boy, Zeyzal got the better of them, and now they're running away with the advantage.
Yep. Mid lane obviously heavily in the favor of Palafox as far as the CS, but it's high on mid. Honestly, who cares? It doesn't really matter if you're down a little bit of farm. He can probably just rush Koenig Rooker, and then he's not really going to care about what Palafox is doing anymore, because the Koenig recharges for every single wave, right? And you're going to have this 600 plus HP shield even on your first item completion. It also scales with your total HP, which makes it insane on Sion because of the Soul Furnace passive. You're getting more and more and more. I've had games on Sion where I've built this item and it's been shielding me for like 1200, 1400, where you get to those late game stages and you have a lot of passive stacks. As that hook narrowly misses FBI. So I think we're going to see Insanity go towards that, just be stabilizing on that Koenig Rooker and looking to play around for the team. If he falls down on farm, that's fine, as long as he's not dying and giving Palafox any massive advantage. It's not going to be a big deal because bot lane is already winning, top lane is already winning. He doesn't need to be the hero in this game.
Yep, Insanity just needs to be an immovable object. so that energy cannot brute force their way through him. And if Palafox can never get wave push against Insanity because he's just soaking up all the trading and the poke constantly, then Palafox can never look for those roams and try and snowball energy alongside this Nocturne.
Yeah, it's going to make it a really tough job for them. We'll see, though. Obviously, there's opportunities here, especially, again, as I said, if Vivo is going lethality, I wasn't expecting that when I saw the draft, but with him going lethality, you are pretty low as far as consistent damage when you look over at this Shopify team. Maybe FakeGod will build a little bit more aggressive.
Dredge line connects onto Huhi, but FBI with the Fate's Call is going to save his support from danger. Thought about maybe going back in, but at this point, just the way how Bvoy and Zeyzal have been handling this lane, this is just so dangerous for FBI and Huhi to get too close.
I mean, there's no way you can go back in because Zeyzal and Bvoy still have their ult. So they're going to start for the ult and look for the follow-up.
Yeah, Flash ulti and Boogie is here as well to connect. FBI's got nowhere to run, and the Unraveled Earth right on top of Kalista means if you try to hop, skip, and jump, you are stunned in place.
Yeah, nicely done. They get that kill on FBI. I will say they maybe could have even gotten both if Bvoy just held his ulti till Zeyzal's ult lands, because then it's guaranteed. He threw it out at that same time. Contracts now may be in trouble, though.
Yeah, he's got the Paranoia and the Flash. Palafox turns out the lights as well with Contracts as they try to turn it on to Insanity, but he's so tanky, it's going to be so hard to actually take him down. Dokla comes as well before Insanity forces the Flash away, but Contracts gets burned down by FakeGod, and now he's in the 1v2. He needs help from Boogie, who's come back from the base. Dokla finds the angle, and Insanity is able to pop over the wall, but Unraveled Earth and Seismic Shove catches Palafox. One more auto attack should do the trick. It's the Flash, and another rock that pelts Palafox in the face.
6-1 for Shopify. They are cleaning house here as Palafox and Contracts send it onto the Scion. They're not going to have nearly enough damage to actually burst him down. FakeGod arrives, and Udyr thrives in these kind of situations. He will crush you if you overcommit. This champion has such high base damages. So not only do they get the kills, they're going to be able to push up top, probably get at least one more play top, and take the grubs here as well. So this is looking really good. That's 3 plates already for FakeGod top lane. 20 plus CS in his advantage. They got the first dragon. They're getting triple grubs. There will be some plays traded back on bot side, but this is Shopify starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, and it's not just, the bot lane advantage creeping on over. It is now the whole map playing cohesively as a team. Watch the replay again.
Yeah, and I mean, this initial play, obviously, it is Contracts getting caught out, but why fully commit to this? Even if it connected on the Udyr, it just doesn't matter. You're full sending everything into Insanity. But the problem is, Udyr is so good in these situations because he can peel so effectively. You go into Ram, you're stunning people up. Then you have Phoenix, AoE slow, AoE burn. Tiger damage is pretty high. Like, you're kind of just bouncing around, CCing people up, slowing them down, getting that damage out. And yes, eventually Insanity does die, but Palafox does get traded as well. Nice little flash in there by Boogie to kind of bend the queue around. Insanity having a little bit of a laugh. Last time they played the Scion, they did win. It was that Scion versus Vayne matchup. Obviously, even more punishing than something like this one would be. I mean, he's kind of hit the point already where I don't think Palafox can hurt him anymore, and I don't think that's going to change the rest of the game.
Yeah.
You really do have a slim window when you're playing against these type of picks, and you're not really like a high sustained damage dealer. Nico is just not going to hurt this guy when he has this much MR already.
Yeah, I know we talked about it before. The burst damage from, control mages like this, or just burst mages in general. Insanity has been answering with tanks in the past few of these games. Obviously, he's only won one game with it so far, but the theory behind it is incredible, because if you're just able to rush the Kanik Rooker in its current state, you're able to negate a lot of that threat that you have. But I want to shift the attention over towards the top side of the map with FakeGod and Dokla, because FakeGod coming back into LCS is kind of on a similar journey that Dokla had when he came back with CLG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys have had kind of interesting journeys. There's a lot of these players now in the league that have not had that linear journey. I think Zeyzal's kind of the same boat. If you look at the timeline from Dokla and FakeGod, these are guys who, come up into LCS for a little bit, go down back into Academy, had to kind of earn their way back up, had to kind of, change the narrative, so to speak, about themselves.
Build up that confidence, too.
Exactly. I mean, Dokla first came back in, I want to say when he was playing on, Envy, it was 2017 or something. I remember him in the LCS. I remember even playing some Yorick games and stuff that was, really off meta. It was Optic. It was Optic that he was playing.
Yeah, he split time with Alorum back in the day, too.
And so, he kind of came up, did not actually last in the LCS very long as Sarah looked for a dive.
He's super tanky, but they're investing almost every single ultimate they have at their disposal to take him out. as that was 4 members committed from Shopify Rebellion. Let's see what energy can get done in response, but they got mid push to maybe threaten this tower,
They got
but it's just FBI, and you're right, Azael, it's absolutely nada.
Yeah, I mean, FakeGod's even pushing up top, but to finish that, oh, Contract's misclick there. I think that's an accidental flash,
Yeah.
100%. That is unfortunate when you're already having a bad game. And it's going to be Insanity back, TPing back down. But, you know, it's also, I mean, Dokla actually won Most Valuable Prospect in the Academy before coming back into the LCS. And then, you know, won a championship here, went to Worlds, has really been able to perform at a high level for the team. So I think these kind of players are really doing a good job of disproving the fact that you can't improve as you get older, right? There's kind of been this narrative around players as they age. It's like, well, all right, you're 25 or whatever, you know, you've been around for a while, time to get someone new because this guy's not getting better.
Yeah.
Well, these guys are starting to show you that, hey, even if you've been in competitive for a while, you still really can improve if given the chance.
See if Shopify Rebellion can secure this dragon. Paranoia from Contracts turns out the lights. Arrow from onto Boogie as they just nail him in the bud. As they're able to deliver enough burst damage there. Palafox already with the engage, but they are forced to retreat as FakeGod is doing an incredible amount of work alongside the rest of his backline to just keep energy at a distance. Dopa is forced to be the sacrificial lamb for energy as Palafox is forced to flash away. Despite taking out Boogie, Shopify Rebellion still win the fight.
Yeah, they get that initial kill on Boogie, but the rest of the squad can't really fight through that front line there from Shopify. And B-Boy was largely untouched and didn't have to use the flash, did expend that cleanse. They're kind of just getting cooked up as they're trying to push through that front line, trying to get into the back line. You know, FakeGod at this point really, really strong. So it is going to be the Dragon for Shopify. It's a 4K lead here. And this one, I think, is already getting close to being out of reach for NRG, so it would be another top team following to Shopify. Shopify is becoming the new NRG.
Oh, baby. And we'll take a look at the replay once again.
Yeah, this ulti, follow Huhi, his ulti is really nice here as he finds the angle over the wall, gets up against it, nails the ult, past all these tanks, in goes Contracts into that back line. They get that first kill. But look at where Palafox is. He cannot get past anyone here. The ulti from him doesn't even come close to breaking the Candy Brooker. And it hits onto FakeGod as well, but FakeGod's not threatened by that whatsoever. Dokla is just getting slowed up, chased down. This whole squad here from Shopify just rallying around B-Boy, creating space for him, making sure that he can step forward. And B-Boy now 5-0. Yes, he's going to lethality, but he is still going to have so much damage. And no one's building armor yet on energy. You know, Dokla went straight for that Hollow Domain, I believe it is. Hollow Radiance, excuse me. So the Hollow Radiance, so he is just purely MR. You know, he's on Hollow Radiance plus the Merc Treads as well. So there's no armor. It's not like he has anything to deal with. Everyone is pretty squishy for him right now, and he's going to be crushing until Dokla can get a lot of armor, but that might be too late.
Yeah, I mean, it's all snowballed from just the botch dive from Energy at the beginning of the game. The fact that B-Boy and Caesar are the ones that came out ahead of the laning phase, they were able to hit those item spikes first. And FBI and Huhi, before the lounge tossed to us for the cast, we were discussing like, hey, you know, does Energy's backline, can they deal with the 3 meat walls of Shopify Rebellion? It's like, yeah, eventually with the on-hit build, but if they're behind,
yeah,
it's so difficult.
It's tough.
Yeah, you need someone to buy you enough time so that you can get all those spears stacked up and then eventually rend them through the tanks.
Yeah, and you got to be able to burst down the carries, you know, on Shopify to be able to find that, right? And I do think they had a great engage from Huhi and Contracts, but Palafox had no flash. He had no way to get back to that backline. Palafox needs to be on a flanking angle as well. If Palafox was back there too and B-Boy dies instantly, then it's a very different fight.
Yeah.
But he obviously couldn't get in there. So we'll see if Energy can kind of set up an angle to find a better fight here, as they do have the Herald looking to march down mid lane. Cyan gonna load on up. Nocturnal gets popped, but they should be able to just back this one off. I don't think it's gonna accomplish anything.
Yeah, I mean, Dokla teleports in, but they're able to
jump
see
it
it.
again.
Yeah, Rift Herald charge once again, but the smite from Contracts kills the Herald, so no charge comes from it. Dokla is still threatening on the flank from the left side, but Shopify Rebellion do not seem pressed at all.
No, they are not concerned at all. I mean, especially now that Contracts popped his ulti, Nocturne without ultimate is just incredibly useless. Like, there's absolutely nothing you do in these team fights. There's no way you're just walking past Zazel and FakeGod and Insanity and getting the backline. So you basically know they can't engage until he has ulti again. And Nocturne ult is really long. And it was a 95-second cooldown at this point. You know, these new Nocturne builds don't really have much CDR at all. Experimental Hexblade is almost always the first item, has 0 CDR on it. he's not going CDR boots or anything like that. So they have a full minute and a half where they know we can just walk up and hit the tower and you can't do anything about it. So Shopify feeling really confident, 6K in the gold lead, can continue collecting these objectives and potentially cruise towards their second win. And that would, if they do get that win, that leaves FlyQuest alone in first place.
Yep. And that would be quite something for a lot of where we were expecting all the teams to really shake up. I know that not even FlyQuest was like a concrete third from all of us on the broadcast, and even, a lot of community reactions as well. There's people that had them, oh, well, Masu and Boost are going to take some time. Yeah, like some people had them fourth, some people had them fifth, thinking that the younger guys in FlyQuest were going to take some time to adjust. I mean, they had a fantastic showing today against Cloud9's bot lane today.
Yeah.
And if Shopify Rebellion clean out this win, sole possession of first place, and FlyQuest will be the team to beat going into the second half.
Absolutely. And they'll have to obviously, finish it up tomorrow. That will be the last game of the first round robin. Last game of Super Week will be tomorrow. So every team will have played 7 games, trying to set themselves up well for that second half. And next week we're going to be on 14-3, and we're also going to have Smolder enabled, which is going to be really fun.
Have you put any games in him?
I have. I've heard very, very mixed opinions. Some people think he is giga OP and like absolutely busted. Other people think he's way too weak early to get to the point, but we'll see.
Contracts pops the ult, looks for B-Boy, but it's an immediate flash for the wall. Gets out alive, and Energy's attempt to engage is fizzled.
But I will say that's actually a pretty good one from Contracts, because he didn't have to flash. They didn't commit anything else, just his ulti. And I guess Dokla popped Ghost as he was looking for some sort of an angle, but you get the flash for that. That could be trouble for Zeyzal as well.
Yeah, maybe on Zeyzal is just a support. He's not as tanky as the rest of his brothers, and Dokla goes all out and takes him. It's a 5-on-4 now for Energy, but they whittle down Dokla and take him out. B-Boy, no flash. Contract commits his own to take him out. Palfox looking over the wall, but Boogie's able to distance himself away with his own flash. Meanwhile, FlyQuest is burning down FBI. The hop, skip, and jump, it doesn't matter, because he still bursts down to a crisp. And now it's Palfox on the run, completely pinned by 3. Boogie, unraveled earth and seismic shove finds him as he gets stunned up in insanity. One more decimating smash to do the trick as he looks to cut his head off, and he goes down.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to knock down another one. FlyQuest just got in the backline against FBI and Huhi, and they can't do anything when they do. They have to full send it into the backline. I was surprised they re-engaged again. No Nocturnal. I feel like they really should have waited for it. Yes, you find the Ash Arrow, but it is only on the support. Dokla goes in, and look how quickly he's actually burst down here as Varus is just cutting through him. Contracts flashes in, does get that initial kill. They try to finish off Boogie. Palfox flashed over the wall to try to find that ulti, still couldn't get in range. Then he's kind of stuck out. And on the other side of the fight, FlyQuest's gonna 1v2 your bot lane because everyone kind of left them. So they committed so much there, both flashes from their flankers in Contracts and Palafox. And not having that Nocturne ult meant it was really, really hard. Because if they have Nocturne ulti for that fight, Boogie dies. Boogie was really, really low at that point. So I feel like they got a little bit antsy, and they could be punished because anytime there's no flash on Palafox, anytime there's no flash, no ult on Contracts, Shopify are just going to play with reckless abandon. They know they cannot really be punished.
Yeah, Shopify now have 3 dragons to their name. They are 6,000 gold up, and Energy definitely know, even if they are not able to calculate the exact gold deficit they're experiencing, they know they are severely behind.
Yeah.
And you can imagine that that's why they are fielding these desperation attempts. It's just not working.
Yeah, I mean, they can definitely feel that they're behind, but at the same time, I feel like you got flashed for free with just the Nocturnal on B-Boy. You could have just waited, and then on the next Nocturnal, go for a kill on him, try to make a play around that. But I feel like they jumped the gun. Either way, we'll see if they can kind of try to find some way to recover, but it is going to be very difficult because, it's really just all up to the engages, and everyone else on the team is getting so strong that it's very problematic, right? There's Zhonya's now on Boogie, so he's tough to burst down. Basically can only be B-Boy. But look at FlyQuest. Like, he's gonna have a Frozen Heart here soon. He's got Tabby's Frozen Heart. You can see that when that's completed, there's gonna be a second Frozen Heart already that has been completed on Insanity. Plus the Kanik Rooker, they both have a Kanik Rooker, they both have Tabby's. They are gonna be nearly impossible for FBI and Huhi to punch through, unless it's kind of a concerted team effort. So your engage has to be perfect, have to one-shot both the carries, then find a way to slowly whittle down these tanks.
The funny thing is, after Shopify Rebellion's first win and we did some content with FlyQuest and Insanity, he was like, I need to make a tweet. I was like, what? What do you need to tweet? I hate Udyr, man. I know, FlyQuest, that maybe you would like to play another champion, but You're just too damn good at it, man. And Champion's pretty good. And so far, oh, what do you got from me,
Well,
Zale?
just that it's only his second game on Udyr, and they won the other one.
Yeah.
Right? And it's funny because I actually talked to them after that Cloud9 win. I saw him, and I was asking him, you know, like how he thought things were going. He's like, well, I haven't been able to play Udyr the whole split, and Udyr's so OP. I'm always having to play against it. I finally got to play it today. It's free win. And again, he's getting it here. Things are looking really, really good. And Shopify setting up here around the Baron, trying to deny vision. Energy, we're looking for some sort of a sneaky Baron. But Insanity just kind of walks in, says hello, gives them a little thumbs up. And they say, I apologize. We'll leave.
You know what? I realize that this is not my Baron to take. We will walk away now. The Shopify Rebellion maintain full control of this map. And it's just getting further and further away from any chance for Energy to come back in this game. Dragon not spawning anytime soon, but they have full possession of this map. They're gonna take this turret with ease. Fake God can push it on his own thanks to Awakened Storm. And then they can just go back to the Baron and force Energy to flip their hand.
Yep, can just look to start that up. I mean, at the same time, their damage is pretty low. I don't know if they will. I think they're definitely going to play towards Dragon Soul, look to get that, and then we'll see where they want to go from there. You know, obviously, your Baron is low risk because you have so many tanks to tank the damage, but Lethality Varus is not going to punch through that very, very quickly, nor is, you know, a Zhonya's 2-item Talia, but as Talia does get more items, obviously, the damage is really going to ramp up. Looking like it'll be a Leandry's next. For Talia, which is going to be quite nice against some of these melee champions that will be running at you.
As you said, and a Shopify Rebellion taking their time. They're just going to wait for the next dragon. No need to look at the Baron anytime yet. And if Energy are the ones that feel threatened and they say, you know what, we're going to rush the Baron, Shopify Rebellion have great collapse. They can easily poke in with range from Varus. And Energy, I mean, they're going to take their moment to at least just force Shopify to come to them. This could get dicey for Energy.
Look at Palafox. He's trying to find some sort of an angle, but the carries really aren't over there. We'll see if they can find it. He's very far.
Yeah, Fate's call from FBI saves Huhi for now. Zeyzal is the one caught up. Paranoia from Contract as he sails on in. 4-on-5 right now. Favored for Energy.
Palafox.
But Insanity and Fake God are doing great work on the front line. Palafox finds the angle! Pop Blossom over the wall! But will be enough. B-Boy is still alive. Boogie is able to flash away. Dokla goes all out. Finds the jungler. The rest of Energy now have to kite them out. B-Boy's still alive and can deal damage, but he has to play through Fake God, and he needs to make sure that Fake God gets out alive so that they do not forfeit Dragon control. Energy are able to take away 2, but nothing more.
Yeah, they just can't finish off those tanks, and as a result, it means they can't finish off the Baron. They can't go back to it. If B-Boy stops these recalls, that is actually really big. Nice spell shield there for Contracts, so it'll keep him alive. But they want to delay these bases because now the Dragon is on the map, and Shopify's going to run straight there and try to get this soul. Uh-oh. And if you thought they were tanky already, how about when they get Mountain Soul? Insanity barely can't stop that recall, but the soul is theirs. It doesn't matter. No one from Energy is going to be close enough to actually get over there. And that is going to be now Mountain Soul on this already brick wall team. Good luck, FBI and Huhi.
Yeah, and for Energy fans, it's so bittersweet because that look from Palafox looks so good, but B-Boy being able to position away from that threat, keeping himself alive, is what ensures that Shopify Rebellion don't completely lose that fight.
Yeah, it was a good engage from Palafox, but as you say, it didn't catch both the carries, right? You know, B-Boy had warded over the wall, so they had eyes on Palafox. They knew that he was there. Disrespected the engage a little bit, but because Energy is so far behind, it's kind of a wallet diff. You know, in a more even game, the tanks probably die and they probably get Baron, and then you're like, well, I guess GG, because then they can deny soul and maybe they can have a chance to really turn things around. But in this game, B-Boy was positioned back. He was in that banana brush, does not get caught by the engage, and he is really punishing these champions that are trying to chase in and finish off the tanks. So we'll see. Some items are obviously coming through for Energy, but it feels like a little bit too little and a little bit too late as you're looking what the tanks have. And it's just so hard to think how you're ever going to punch through these people with now Mountain Soul. I mean, the Scion, the Canic Rookerin shield for Scion is now almost 800.
Uh-oh, Palafox, what you doing? Boogie finds him and then looks for the collapse. Already using the stasis from that Zhonya's, and now Palafox is in a world of trouble. Contract tries to turn off the lights to buy some time as they look for the collapse on Insanity and Zeyzal, but these are 2 meat walls again. And Dokla tries to go all out on an Insanity, but now he's just trying to kite away. Interrupts the ultimate from Insanity because he knew that Insanity was looking at the rest of Energy's backline. Dokla giving himself up as a sacrificial lamb but the damage is done. Shopify now can turn towards this Baron.
Yeah, Shopify crush them. They get 2 kills. Both the Soul Laners are down, and it costs them very little here. Fake God just going to go cover mid while the rest of the team does slowly chop down this Baron. They have everything they really need from this point. They're going to be able to use this Baron, step forward, look to really try to crack the base, as I feel like there's a great chance that they can do it.
8,000 gold up, Mountain Soul on their side, Baron buff at plays. I have to say, Azale, just to kind of zoom out, the league has just been crazy. I know we touched upon it earlier, but, you know, teams are kind of all over the place in terms of where everyone is scaling up. FlyQuest potentially about to be in sole position of first place after this game. The only loss they suffered was against NRG.
And our only team that didn't have 2 wins at least was Shopify. Shopify is about to get their 2nd win. So it's really quite insane, you know, how close the league is. We'll have 3 teams at 2 wins, assuming this goes to chalk. You know, they will all just be 1 game back of Cloud9, TL, and 100 Thieves, who are at 3. Then it would be Energy alone in 2nd at 4, and FlyQuest in 1st at 5 wins. So very, very close. You know, only a couple games between 1st and last, really, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'll have 1 more game tomorrow, so maybe the standings could spread out a bit. But every team has actually been quite competitive. There's really no free wins. Sometimes you hear these rumors and scrims where people are like, it's really competitive. Anyone could beat anyone. You're like, well, I don't really believe you. But
the scrim bucks do not add up.
No, but I mean, it's kind of showing itself on stage here, right? Where it's like, okay, yeah, Immortals can beat people, Dignitas can beat people, Shopify is beating people. There's no easy team. Like when we're talking about strength of schedule, there's no free wins.
Yep. And with that, this might be the last paranoia we see in the game. Contracts one last Hail Mary into the back line. Gets absolutely nothing as Boogie just pops the stasis as well. Fake God just doing a number on the back line as he's just burning everyone down on this Udyr. Shopify Rebellion have to deal with Palfox, but they blow him up before he even gets to pop his Pop Blossom. FBI, last member standing, instantly gets deleted. And Shopify Rebellion, a dominant win, takes out NRG.
What a stomp by Shopify. 12,000 gold. 30 minutes, Soul, Baron, everything going their way. Obliterated NRG. Zeyzal flashing in, having a little bit of fun with it as the inhib. They're even taking down the mid lane inhib there. Padding the stats a bit, having some fun with it, getting their 2nd win. 2 Scion mid games, 2 Scion mid wins, 2 Udyr top games, 2 Udyr top wins. So the tanky boys working well for Shopify, especially against what NRG had here. When NRG failed that dive, it was great by Zeyzal and B-Boy how they played that out. They both survived, they get the kills, they put themselves in a position to win the game. And NRG made it really hard for him. Fake God was already doing very well in the 1v1 top lane. Udyr really strong early laner. And then you look at the 5v5s, Fake God was such a menace for FBI and Huhi. These guys just have the Udyr running straight at them. They can never follow up on these engages, on these dives that their team wants them to. And they don't even have enough damage to be able to take down the tanks on their own. So it was definitely a tough spot that NRG got themselves into. And a really well played game here by Shopify, who draws even now with Immortals and Dignitas. It is going to be that 3-way tie for 6th after 6 games played.
Oriana will on.
Yeah, this turn is not good.
Go jump. It's hard.
I'm okay. I lived.
I live too.
I'm fine.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm
close
fine.
Yeah. Careful, we can't hit.
Yeah.
Cannot hit.
Yeah, we're okay.
I'm
fighting still a little bit.
Enter flash. Just kill it.
Okay, trucks. Slow.
Enter flash.
That's it.
Go slowly. Like, look at pace.
Yeah, we can end too, guys.
Yeah, we have a TP too.
In an interview yesterday, I said by the end of the split, Masu will be better than Berserker. I was wrong. You're already better.
Did we have to play the game this slow, by the way?
Mask tries to go back in. They're looking for the killing blow on the sniper, but he's down. Taking and the pass up from Castle.
Oh, tactical.
Tactical comes in flash. They're trying to save him, but Castle kills them.
Keep hitting, Claudia.
Yes.
Shabby. You guys got it. Nice, guys.
I think 1 minute.
Yeah, keep human warding, that's all.
Guys.
One last Hail Mary into the back line. Gets absolutely nothing as Boogie just pops the stasis as well. Thank God just doing a number on the back line as he's just burning everyone down on this Udyr. Shopify Rebellion have to deal with power bucks, but they blow him.
Nice job, guys.
Can you slow? I have W, please. No, let's just look this guy. Okay, kill. Nice job. Let's go bottom. Go bottom, man.
Boys, go bottom. We're already bottom, Aaron.
Go bottom, man, guys. We can still win. We can still win, guys. We can still win.
Welcome to Waiting Room. Kobe is joining us today. First topic he wants to talk about is who can roll their R's the best.
Yeah,
I
let me
can't.
hear it. I can't do it at all.
It's part of my. I don't speak
You're
my mother tongue.
multi-talented.
It's part of my.
You're a man of many talents, right?
Oh my god.
Weekend Raz,
Barbara.
a man of mystery.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes. Anyway, this is the final day of the first round robin,
True.
but there's still a lot of things that we saw yesterday, like Insanity Scion, which I think if we were to continue to play that game, he still wouldn't be dead.
Continue to play it after the Nexus exploded.
Or just if they decided to do that thing where they make a hostage situation.
Oh yeah, you never let the game end.
Yeah.
The
Still
ARAM
alive to
classic.
this day.
The second Scion win, I mean, it's so ridiculous.
Where do you guys stand on Insanity's fascination with playing these tanks mid? Because at the beginning of this season, everybody was one of the biggest topics on Reddit. We're like, tank items are so OP. Look at this
Yeah.
Kanik Rookern.
Yeah.
It's so OP.
Yeah.
Mid lane tanks are going to be OP this
Yeah.
season. And Insanity's the only one that was like, yeah, okay, I'll do it.
Yes.
And Kanik Rookern is OP.
It is.
And I think for me, a lot of it is because like.
Wait, so where do you stand? They're good?
I think it's good. I think it's good, and a lot like, and also they were willing to flex the Talia, like actually have more damage in your jungler.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, like at least in our league, people have been favoring more Rel and like just holding on to. Actually, there are some games where you're holding on 4-5 for jungle pick these days, but for the most part, you're early picking it.
I mean, I think it's good
Yes.
with a damaging jungler.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
Garen would I know he doesn't build the same items, but I feel like the same type of comp. And they played that with Maokai and Cassante, and it was garbage. But then also...
I wouldn't say that was the Garen's fault. They bottom lane was...
Bot lane diff.
Yeah.
Sure, but I think it's part of it.
Yeah.
And then I guess the second part of it would be they're committing to these... If they commit to the comps late, it's good. Because I think if they're up against like a... I know no one plays Victor mid, but like a really heavy damage scaling mid laner and then a hyper carry like Aphelios, then I think you're probably still going to win with more damage. But as long as people are playing like Lethality Varus and Senna bot and stuff, then mid lane tanks are broken.
I think it heavily depends on the matchup because here, obviously, it was going to make the Nico's life really miserable. She can't really do much in that lane. But I actually think in talking about the other Scion game that they won, a lot of that didn't necessarily come from the Scion, but the Scion was allowed to scale to a point where he was a problem.
Yeah.
Because I actually did like the Vayne pick into it.
Yeah.
Like, I actually really liked that part of C9's draft. I know it's been a contentious point of discussion in talking about, and I know we're going to talk about C9's drafts later, but I actually did really like that. So I think it's very compositionally dependent. And I also think one cool thing that Shopify can do with their drafts, and it seems like the lounge ends up doing a lot of Shopify drafts just generally.
Yeah.
We're always guessing where are these champions going to go.
Yeah.
Right? So that's one thing that I really like from their draft yesterday. As Raz pointed out, the Taliyah flex was really good because if they hadn't picked it, I actually thought that Palafox probably would have played it on the other side too.
And I'm just saying specifically, it seems like more of a response to Kalista. They've been giving Kalista and playing like beefy, strong lockdown picks into it. And so like teams have to now recognize if we're going Kalista, we need to have another like higher points of damage because they will run this.
Yeah, I think it's going to get worse because every team, when you see Shopify as your opponent, is going to be prepping for multiple tanks and tank mids. So you lose the surprise factor.
Yeah.
And everybody's
So it's going to get worse, as in they're going to lose more.
Yeah.
Not that we're going to see more
Spoiler, though,
tanks.
I predict them to win in the upset.
You're all over the place.
spoil it. You gotta spoil
You're
it.
all over the
Wow,
place.
you're spoiling your own predictions.
Another thing about Dignitas yesterday.
Yes.
They had a big lead against Team Liquid, and then they lost. So
What do you call that, Jet?
it's either a comeback or a throw.
Or a Dignitas.
So which one is it?
It's for sure a Dignitas.
Yeah.
They threw that. I mean, two things. The first one was like they were pounding bot lane, constantly looking for dives. The second one, the second dive did not work, by the way. The second dive turned up against them. They still had a lead. And then in their mid game, I felt like they were really allocating pressure on the map poorly. They had, like one time they had a Kalista through mid lane while they had like 3 or 4 members top lane. There was no objectives top side of the map. And then they got
Actually
their
thinks
Kalista
it was
ran
a
down.
joke.
Yes.
So that's a third challenger has entered.
Well, he's saying himself. I'm saying it's the team.
Is a choke not the same as a throw?
Yes.
No, it's different.
It's literally the same. They took that shit
Yeah.
and threw it.
A throw
Actually,
is a
what's his name?
specific moment.
Oh.
Right?
That's
Like
choke is also-
one really bad
Choking
decision.
is-
To me, a choke is like what happened in that game,
A
where
series of
they
bad
just didn't
decisions.
do anything. Like they got a lead and then they just got completely outside lane by Team
And then
Liquid the
something
whole time.
happened with their lead. They
Yeah.
may have thrown their
like,
lead.
They slowly gave it away.
Yeah.
I agree with the lane assignments thing. Kobe and I were on that game, and one thing we kept bringing up was like when it worked, when they were actually well coordinated. Because if you're running like a Nocturne Orianna comp, right? A lot of that is heavily dependent on timing and execution. So when it worked, it looked great. When it didn't work, Xe was going in and dying, and then the rest of the team is not able to follow up. Like in that fight, we even pointed this out on cast, like here's Ori, she can't get in to even get the ball delivery system working. So it's heavily dependent on like their coordination around when they're choosing to go in and making sure that their damage dealers, especially Ori, who is a massive part of the Nocturne Orianna combo, is there to execute it.
Yeah, and so execution, I think, is a big one on dives. Like, I think in their first dive worked out really well. Second dive did not. But, like, overall, there's a lot of good takeaways that they had. A team that was very similar to them, I felt like, was NRG. So I actually ended up having a clip for it. Just wanted to break down NRG's specific one because I felt like, look, Shopify Rebellion have been getting a lot of failed dives and being the beneficiary of it. This is one where, as you can see, NRG are setting up for a dive here. Now, the jungler is not looking for it. Contracts actually ended up clearing, as I can see here, Raptors, and then path up top. I think generally if you're drafting Ashe Kalista, you can just do a repeatable play where, yes, they're bot lane, they're still going to be level 1 for this play. A lot of times, you look for that bot lane dive. So my first question is going to be, like, why are we pathing towards topside instead of pathing towards this play? Now, second thing is, can NRG go for a 2v2 dive? Yes, I think they can. First things first, yes, level 1 on both B-Boy and Zeyzal. Clearest thing that I could take away from this was as Kalista. And FBI does a good job in ranking up his W second, so then he can get the additional damage from Huhi. I think, in the nicest way possible, Huhi should die for this play. The sad thing about all of this
In-game.
Huhi should die from this play, because I think if you both commit to the play, AD carry dies here, he gets completely locked out, he loses this entire wave, has to come back, completely cooked on this one. But because Huhi doesn't commit to it, backs away, dies, level 2, by the way, for the Varus, so he actually survives because he gets level 2 off of Ashe's death. and then it spirals. No summoners for Ashe, so they end up going for another 2v2 play, and Ashe ends up dying later on because he doesn't have sums. So this game basically snowballs off of a failed dive, where I think it can easily be solved by A, your Nocturne being a part of the play, very easy to replicate, and then B, when you actually say you can go for a 2v2 dive, that you just end up committing completely to it. In this case, it would be Huhi.
Was that a throw?
That was a throw.
Was it a choke?
It was a choke.
Interesting.
It was a choke.
What's the difference?
There is no difference. A choke is a throw.
Then why are they different words if there's no difference? You just have it.
You admit it. We win.
No, I do not. They're different words. Anyway.
Okay. You can choke on plays and still win a game.
So the choke is you're eating a delicious meal.
Yeah.
Like you have the game in a winnable spot. You should win this game. Then you choke it. That's a moment. The throw is you've got the ball. You have full control of the game. You throw it. Oh no! Now you don't have the ball anymore. It's the exact same thing.
True.
Big moment.
Totally different.
You have possession. You lose control of the game. It's the same thing.
Same thing to me. That's actually a great question for Twitch chat out there. If you guys are out there wondering.
Do you agree with Kobe or Jat?
They're different words. They have to mean different things. You can't have two words that mean exactly the same thing. Otherwise, it'd be one
definitely
word.
can.
They're called synonyms.
There are some things you got multiple words that mean the same thing.
Similar things.
Even
same thing. No.
Even flammable and inflammable. Different words. They mean the same thing. They sound like they're opposite.
Yeah.
That's a really good example.
True.
Moving on. It's an example, not a winning result. We're talking about Cloud9 now.
Okay.
Because they've lost 3 games in a row, and we want to figure out why. Is it because they are the antithesis of a stacked deck, or is there something wrong with their draft?
Oh my god. So as the Vayne mid defender, I'll step in here a little bit. I think some of these losses aren't necessarily due to draft, but execution. However, I will say some of these drafts that they're going for, like, again, a Lucian Milio, a Kalista Renata. We've talked a lot, not just about C9, but generally, actually more about TL specifically, in terms of like when you have this kind of bot lane, how do you want to play on the map, right? Like Raz just literally pointed out an example of what you kind of want to do with a Kalista, right? Where you really want to be able to snowball off of push, off of dive, and execution is, as Raz also pointed out, very important. Not only just from a bot 2v2, but also what your jungler is doing, how well or whether they're actually pathing towards your lanes. So I would blame it more on execution and less on draft.
Yeah.
But when you are drafting these things, you do need to have a very clear idea, especially early. And then if you snowball it, what you want to do in the mid game with it. And I feel like we haven't always seen that from them.
My read from looking at those drafts, the oversimplification is a blabber enjoyer.
Yeah.
Is he played Maokai Rel, and then they just lost all the games.
Oh.
Before that,
So you got the Blabber brand of cup.
Before that, he was playing Nocturne, and in his first 2 games, I think it was like Xin Zhao in his very first game, and carry junglers who can just get in there and actually kill people. But they're basically what I'm saying is they're not coordinated. Like, they have really good lanes, so they can win naturally, except when they try and come together, if Blabber's not the one who's able to, like, actually do damage, I feel like they're struggling. So if I'm going to just make a prediction, an oversimplified prediction, if Blabber on carry champion, Cloud9 win.
Wow.
If Blabber on tank champion, Cloud9 lose.
I think the only
That's
one.
6 for 6
So you're
so
on
far.
the draft side.
Yeah.
I'm on the no draft side.
So obviously there's problems
Yes.
without, like, those aren't bad drafts.
Yes.
But right now they are bad drafts for them.
Oh my God, I see what you mean. But I will say for me.
Wait, isn't that kind of the same thing I was saying?
Yes,
Yeah,
but I would say, regardless of the drafts, the ways they've been blundering these games are insane. The bot lane dive that when they went up against Shopify Rebellion on a really good draft, we all agree, like that one is you cannot get that game back with how well Shopify Rebellion were playing it. And then the Tristana one, that one is a difficult draft as well, just because I think for Tristana, team fighting into Orianna, or at least the competition that they were going into, I think it's always hard. If you don't play off sides, they should just generally play off sides. And oh my God, the most recent game was just like a bot 2v2 kingdom. So like, if your individuals are just playing poorly, regardless of your composition, you're not going to win.
I've got a stat for you.
Hit me.
Okay.
And Cloud9, you wouldn't expect them to be near the bottom of any stats.
No.
True.
Well, if they've lost 3 games in a row.
I mean,
Actually-
50-50 record still.
Yeah.
But it's the early game, actually. It is kill-death ratio.
Yeah.
Up to 14 minutes. They are 7th in the entire league. We just saw yesterday their bottom lane, 2v2.
7th, and that's of 8.
Yeah.
That's really low.
Exactly.
I would have said 7. Because it's not a 10. It's just low.
Putting it in context.
Their bottom lane yesterday, just getting 2v2 killed multiple times by Masu and Busio back to back. A lot of these early deaths really costing this team, because that's not something that we would say about Cloud9 in recent history.
No.
You know, for years, early game was very strong for them.
Although, the very start of last year when they had Diplex, that was kind of true.
Okay, maybe you would say that then.
So, exactly a year ago. Anyways, 3-3, not predictable.
Not predictable.
Yeah.
No.
None.
What has been predictable, though? Producers have tried to the bar for what is predictable is as predictable as a sunrise. What do we think is just not surprising? We need to ground ourselves in this LCS season. What is extremely normal? Emily?
The queen of lukewarm
I'm
takes.
gonna go. Yeah, I was like, this sounds like lukewarm takes, which
It's
is
the
something
most
that
expected
I
occurrence
do
so
with
far.
Kelsey.
Yes.
Maybe we should bring it to the broadcast. I'm gonna say TL at 3-3. I felt like they were gonna be. I think I put them 4th in my preseason power rankings.
Right in the middle.
You could, and I actually would
TL
argue
fourth,
this.
most expected
That's the
occurrence so
most
far.
expected thing?
I think it's pretty expected in terms of where this team was going to sit. I know, like, my expectations for them are that they'll land a little higher, but I mean, 4th is like exactly middle of the pack, right? And I believe that's where I put them.
Yeah.
I think you could say maybe the execution in the games isn't what we would expect, or it hasn't been thus far like what I would have expected in terms of what they've been focusing on. But in terms of like TL having a 3-3 record, being solidly in the middle of the LCS, I feel like that's pretty predictable.
Kobe, you're the guest. You get to go next, but you don't get any time to explain yourself because we have to get to
Sorry.
Okay,
I
my
love
most expected thing is that everyone loves fans being back on the weekends. The stadium is full and there's audience noise again.
I want to flame you for that take, but
You told me there's no time to explain. That takes no
I know.
explanation.
As
time to
game one
flame.
draws near, good job, Kobe. Energy has a message about why you should be rooting for them in 2024. Take a look.
Hey guys, Andy Miller here, Energy Esports. Well, maybe your favorite team left LCS. Bye-bye. Or maybe you're just tired of losing in groups. Either way, I ask you, why not Energy? Why not us? Are all orgs run by random bald dudes? The truth is, yes.
Who the f are you?
Honestly, I don't even know anymore. With us, you get an org dedicated to team building, one of the many cornerstones of Energy. And our state-of-the-art training facilities.
I think this is broken.
Yeah, I don't think so. And for the TSM fans, look, same number of letters. So why not Energy? Good? Good, did we get it?
Hi there, it is me, Weekend Raz. On the weekdays, I am but one guy. Those were shot on Thursday. Now that the LCS is back on weekends, I like to let my hair down and have a nice glass of Cabernet Sauvignon and watch some live patch League of Legends. Come and join me, won't you? Alors, s'il vous plaît, garçon, can I have more wine, please? Ah, relax. Welcome back.
Let's take a look at the standings, can't we?
Of course.
Bye-bye. Please, s'il vous plaît. Not on my face, though I would love to look at my face. Thank you.
Same.
FlyQuest in first place, Shopify and Immortals and Dig tied for 6th. Bunch of teams there in 3rd, Energy 2nd place. A big just cropping of teams right in the middle. What do we think, as we pull up the schedule, is the most important game of the day for any of these teams? Because we just saw the compression of the standings. Emily?
TLC9.
Yeah.
I think that's super important, obviously, right? Like C9 are now on kind of like officially on a loss streak, right? And TL had a very kind of grubby win against
grubby win.
yesterday. So yeah, this is really important for both of these teams.
Yeah, also though, FlyQuest with the win could just solidify the first half in first place. Not many people expected that. Kobe, I see something in your face. You got to say it real quick.
I mean, I'm loving the Team Liquid Cloud9 because there's so much drama behind it now. JoJo and APA are fighting constantly on Twitter. They're making fun of each other. Go check out both their Twitters.
APA is the most, he's such a good trash talker.
Yeah,
like,
he's a good villain.
So annoying. Like, I can't explain it. I like it. Dig and Fly are meeting in game 1 to see who is better, but there is a more important question. Who is smarter?
This pro taught himself English through talking to an AI.
Oh my god.
It's Immortals top laner Kasu.
Yes.
How do you know that?
These guys are nerds.
Nice.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes. We knew it. Nice.
This recent addition to the LCS is named after a soap brand.
How can you ask questions of their team?
List as many items that build from this specific item. Your teammates are dying. I am going to give you 8 players. Put them in order from youngest to oldest.
Rick.
Yes. Yeah, and it was, I will say, they both got really, really into it, which is if you have pro players who are competitive people already, getting them to do anything competitive, literally anything, they will get mad. It's a fun time.
I love the question sneak peek where it's like the player that's named after the soap brand. I'm like, okay, which one of you guys are hygienic? Which one of them? No.
Wow.
You could have said chocolate brand. I feel like that brand in general, I'm always like, you guys have to have some sense of separation, chocolate and soap. Just throwing that out there. Any dub enjoyers.
I like why you always just say, just throwing that out there. Whenever something is completely off topic to what we're trying to get to.
I'm just saying, are you eating soap?
I hope not.
Somewhat important questions, but more topical questions were asked to Nuke Duck as Emily caught up with Fly's head coach earlier today.
Hello, I am here with FlyQuest coach Nuke Duck prior to their first game today to answer some draft questions or not answer some draft questions. Where I want to start is just, this is obviously the second week on the new patch and kind of playing on live patch. Has your adaptation changed, or like has your coaching style kind of changed in terms of preparation, or like how you go into this week versus the first week of being on live?
Yeah, so the first week, obviously the first week that we're going to play on the patch, it's not out in solo queue yet, so we have to like really like focus on like making sure we know like what's good and what's what we want to use for the weekend. So it has changed. Like you need to just focus way more on figuring out the meta and like what the players want to use, and as opposed to like gameplay, like that has to. So especially in that first week when we're playing, and then in the second week, you have like data from the whole LCS. So that would be like the week that was now. So now we could focus more on like, okay, was there something we missed that other teams used? And then if not, then we can just proceed as normal with like gameplay and whatnot.
One thing that I know a lot of teams did was look at Eastern regions specifically, solo queue, and also what they were playing in LCK and LPL previously. I have noticed certain shifts towards what we've seen from them in their leagues, even with them being a patch behind. So one thing I wanted to ask is, do you think LCS teams generally are looking at those leagues still in terms of what to play, or is it more focused on the patch specific because we are the first on live patch?
It's a bit of both. You have to be like you have to like see how it would work. Like you have to put it into context. Like you can for sure see like lane matchups in the East because they are like very good at the lane, and like laning phase is very similar. So if they do something good, you can probably like replicate it and you can play that matchup, for example. But you have to be careful, like just blindly copying them. You have to understand, you know, why you're doing it, and so it's like good for inspiration, but you also have to understand that they are a patch behind, and you have to just assess it.
And then lastly, if you can answer this question, one of the things I've really appreciated about FlyQuest drafts overall is the flexibility that you can give certain players in your draft. So like Inspired being able to be flexible around his picks, Bwipo obviously being very flexible, and also Busio, who's been having a great week thus far and picking certain things like the Nico support, which has really allowed him to shine. What do you think is like the ideal draft for this FlyQuest team?
The ideal draft, I mean, you just have, so you have to like cater to your players, right? So if you have players that can actually like pilot many champions, and like you have to of course assess as a coach, like most players think they can play everything, right? So you have to see like, okay, is that really the case, and how does that impact the team? But if they truly can play a lot of champions, then using that's just like an advantage you have as a coach. So then you can flex pick or like do counter picks later on. So yeah, I mean, what's the optimal draft? I think I have some idea about like what role each guy should play for, have like the optimal draft for us at the moment, but we don't just want to do that because we also want to be a flexible team in playoffs. So flexible players, that makes it for you can make better drafts, and we're like trying to try different things so we're ready for playoffs.
Well, it's worked so far. All the best in your match taking on Dignitas today, and we'll toss it back to the lounge.
Thanks for that, Emily. Here are the predictions for today.
Okay.
Everybody thinks Nukeduck is going to have the right read on the patch.
True.
Or that his team is better.
One or the other.
C9 also has the faith, even though everyone's 3-3. And then we finally have some disagreement in 100 Thieves versus Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I think the TLC9 is interesting because I was wondering if any one of us would flip. I do think the hardest to call is the Shopify 100. That's one where I wish we could see draft for.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are an interesting one. They will basically have a really good draft to round out really strong comfort picks for both Quid and honestly also Sniper. And Sniper, I think, has been playing a lot better. I think their team fights, although at times scrappy, it's working well for their strong mechanical players. Mm-hmm. So that's why I would favor 100 Thieves, but I do agree completely. It's very draft dependent, and these teams are really close.
Also, fun fact.
Hit me.
There is a ton of rain in the forecast today.
Oh my God.
Good thing we are indoors, but shout out to the fans that are here, braving the elements to make it to the studio. Good luck getting home, everybody.
Hell yeah.
But stay here the whole time because the rain's only going to pick up. Anyways, that's it here from the lounge. Casters, take us into game one.
Welcome back to week 3 of the LCS. We're kicking off the last day of our Super Week in style with FlyQuest trying to solidify their spot at the top of the standings versus Dignitas. Then, APA and Jojo Pyun face off in a mid-lane matchup as Liquid attempt to make it 4 losses in a row for the Cloud9 Super Team. Next up, Shopify Rebellion are looking to keep the momentum going after taking down top dogs Cloud9 and Energy. And finally, to wrap up the Super Week, Energy try to bounce back against a surging Immortals squad that's been surprising everyone so far this split.
All right, I am so excited for this one. FlyQuest have been on a tear. Top of the standings, #1 team here. Honestly, Dignitas, let's see what you can pull out here. Maybe something with Rich. I've been hoping that Rich would start to pick some more interesting counter picks. Bwipo might be the person to push him to it.
Might be. Mama Zale here, going to be casting today with Kobe as we are kicking off the final day of Super Week, the last day of our first round robin here in 2024 spring. and it feels like we are just ripping through it. It's been going by so fast. It's crazy to think we're almost halfway done this split.
It certainly is. Time flies when you're having fun.
Always having fun with you, Kobe. It should be an interesting one. And, I agree. Obviously, FlyQuest coming into this heavy favorites. Everyone's going to be predicting them. They are alone at the top of the table right now. But we have seen so many teams pull off upsets. We are really seeing that no one can be overlooked. There are no free wins in the league right now. Every team is a threat.
Yeah, that has been mirrored in people talking about scrims too. Everyone feels confident coming in. So really, a lot has changed during draft as well. A lot of these teams, even post-game, have really been referencing, man, if we were to set up with a few more options with how to play out the game, then they feel like they would have a much easier pathway. So far, though, we're remaining consistent in that Karma remains permabanned, and very good Orianna ban versus Jensen is most played, and 74% win rate is crazy for a champion that he's played 97 games of.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. But you touched on it earlier. What will our top laners cook? We're going to have a poll in chat, so vote now in chat. Will it be something delicious, something bland, or Renekton Ornn? Absolute garbage.
Puke. I would say for this matchup,
what's your vote?
The Renekton Ornn should be very, very low.
I feel like Renekton, we're safe.
Exactly. Rich and Whippo, there's no way we get that matchup.
Good reminder. Thank you, fan. Appreciate that.
Yep. So I think it's going to be something delicious. That's my vote.
All right. Well, we'll have to find out. We've been seeing some cool flexes. People really using a lot of different picks up there in the top lane. Whippo, obviously, one of the most creative top laners. Rich has been more meta this split, but last split, obviously, developed that reputation for being able to bring out things like the Quinn, like the Alawi in particular. So people have been kind of waiting to see, when is that going to crop up this split?
And even this split, while he has not played anything off meta, he has played a different champion every single game.
So eventually he has to play off meta. He's getting through them all.
Yeah.
I like it.
We're following here. The Tristana getting locked in, though. Definitely could be a flex pick. Masu has a very good Tristana. Jensen, obviously, very much could play that in mid lane because they've got a Maokai. Every time you see a jungle Maokai, you think, well, we need to pair that with Tristana or Jace for mid lane. So FlyQuest probably setting up their jungle mid here, and Dignitas' turn to answer. Do you want to answer jungle, or do you want to answer mid pick already for Dove?
It is going to be an interesting one, right? Because, traditionally this is a pretty common mid lane pick. Jensen has not played a lot of these AD style mids, though, in his career. He did, though, with Dignitas last year, start to play some Tristana. He had 5 games on it, so he was obviously working at trying to pick up this sort of style. He has been very heavily towards mages throughout his career. You touched on the Orianna, but that is his bread and butter. That is how he's won championships. That's how he stayed at the top of the table. So it really could be going to Masu.
And even on the Maokai point, while Maokai is predominantly played in jungle, it is a very good support right now. We heard Ole referencing win rates, and Maokai at the very top of the win rates for supports as well. So could be some extra flexibility there. Whippo definitely has had some very good and some very bad Gragas games. So hopefully he has dialed in this time around. Having a Maokai on your team to help set up some of these times makes it a bit easier. You have a lot of AoE control of the battlefield.
And we'll work through the rest of these picks and bans. Jensen and XU raised the stakes for today's match on Pros last week.
The Koreans are not that good anymore. Kind of like the NA and EU players, they're individually on par, right? So I don't think it's worth importing the Koreans as much as is already happening. Because it's
I agree with that.
Yeah, even
when
energy.
Dove gaps Jensen.
Okay.
We'll come back to this.
Okay.
Quote him on this.
This is what happened. When we ban Porky is here.
Someone clip this, and then when he gets solo kill, just have this playing.
All right, we've got it ready.
It's been clipped.
Yeah, we've got it ready for the solo kill. Either way, Jensen kills Dove, Dove kills Jensen. Rich comes down, kills Jensen, and they're all fair game here. But a little bit of context to that, because previous to that conversation where the clip started, they were talking about the level also of the imports that have been recently. It's not like you're not importing Faker, right? Into the LCS.
Exactly.
And so that was kind of the point that Jensen was riding on. He felt like this class of Korean imports was much easier to deal with and maybe not worth it in his eyes.
Exactly, and that's what a lot of the conversations were coming into this split. You know, players like Dove, like Mask, like Castle, people are saying, you know, are these players really better than their NA, you know, counterparts who are already here? You know, the debate on should you be taking, you know, homegrown talent or looking elsewhere? Well, that remains to be seen. We'll see if Jensen can prove that he is better than Dove here today against Dignitas.
Yeah. There have been some plays where Castle's messed up in the LCS, but I lost a game to him last night, so I can't say anything anymore.
Okay.
I think he's a good import. Yeah, I think he's a good.
He only has to be really good to be LB too.
Yeah.
So
I think he's OP.
Must be worth the slot.
Messing around with Masu's possible AD carries here, and they do go with the Aphelios. Nice range early on, of course, with the green gun to start it out, and they're going to keep that jungle / support role kind of up in the air a little bit, although I still assume it's going to be a jungle Maokai.
And it does mean Tristana should be going mid for Jensen there, you know, with the Aphelios getting locked in. The poll, the results are coming in. Delicious is running away with it, so we'll see if we get something delicious up in that top lane as we're waiting for those final picks.
Yeah, what will complement the Gragas? Because that is the most likely scenario, is that it is Whippo Gragas.
Gragas is the base. You know, he's like the rice. We need something spicy over on the other side. Otherwise, you're just eating plain rice. Nobody wants to do that.
Yeah, we don't. At least fry it up or something.
Yeah.
What do we got? Oh, no. Oh,
that's
no.
rice and then some more rice.
That's we got rice and then like bread
with a side of bread. Not the most exciting.
A lot of carbs in this top lane we got going here. At least it is.
Maybe the builds could spice it up a little bit, you know?
Honestly, it's going to be lethality Aatrox with the state of
full AP Gragas. Come on.
Yeah, maybe.
That could make it more spicy. I don't think he's going to do it, but it would.
I do like it. I do like it. We do get a Bard, so there's a little bit of possible action. Maybe the Bard goes up to the top lane.
Okay.
And it's about how you...
He gets adopted by the top laners.
Exactly.
It's a 2v1 lane. Okay.
Everybody goes up there for the grub fight, you know. They mix it around. You got some more ingredients.
Okay, respect. I like it. It'll be fun to see how Busio can pilot this. A lot of hype has been building around this Masu, Busio, bot lane, double most valuable prospect bot lane coming up from the NACL. Did amazing yesterday.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially after yesterday, the confidence has to be sky high for them. It has been, so far in Super Week, 2 games of Varus for Masu, so this is now not going to be the comfort of the Varus coming through, but Aphelios, again, is one of the champions that he's put in a lot of time on. So we'll see. Up against the farming Tom Kench here, most probably.
And I know that Aphelios is his most played all time. You know, people in the NACL talk about this as his signature champion from the NACL, so it should be absolute comfort. It's going to be a fun one. Really interested to see how Busio performs on the Bard. We've seen some really good Bard games this weekend, some not so good ones. Ole was smurfing on it. Core JJ had, I think, what was much more of a rough game on the Bard, so I want to see how he can coordinate with the team, how he can set up those plays.
All right, chat, do you think Busio will be a Core JJ Bard or an Ole Bard? And it's interesting how those 2 names have different connotations now.
Ole was smurfing on the Bard. That's a good Bard. That's a rank 1 solo queue Bard. My man was talking about how in the interview, he's looking a lot at these solo queue win rates. He's looking at what are the OP champions in solo queue, especially with us on live patch. You got to be doing that. But we are into the first game of the day here for the final day of Super Week. Dignitas and FlyQuest looking to end their first round robin on a high note as FlyQuest trying to stay alone in first place, and Dignitas obviously wanting to keep pace. There's a lot of teams in the middle there at 3 wins. If they could get a win here, knock down FlyQuest a peg, they'd be right in the running.
And we've got some spicy matchups, not necessarily for the top lane, but mid lane, I think, is pretty interesting. Whenever you go with this Syndra pick into the Tristana, it puts a lot of emphasis on the Syndra positioning, especially early on when you have to deal with possibilities of flash W from Maokai. You know, the guaranteed route, basically, to allow Jensen to rocket jump on you, but also that level 6 kill potential with a Syndra as well as a Viego. So much damage there, so the 2v2 gets really spicy.
And it's going to be really fun, you know, even just kind of as a throwback to that clip we saw from pros. You know, XE was saying, well, we're going to ban out the Corki, the Syndra, the Corki,
they banned out the Orianna
stuff, right? Like banning out some of these more standard picks. Well, Jensen is not playing what he is known for. He is playing a different style here on the Tristana, and this is his 550th game here in the LCS. Pretty incredible. This man, you know, definitely one of the living legends of the league.
Yeah, and he's in a good position to kind of rate the skill and the variability of the Korean imports that we have had. So that little clip that we had where he thinks that this year's imports are not as good as previous ones, he definitely has the games to prove it, and we'll see if he can actually have the play to prove it.
I mean, not only was Jensen talking trash on pros, he also had a quote in a Travis Gafford interview. I'm just happy to have a competitive roster again, and I feel like there's hope. And he was on Dignitas last year.
That's direct shade at Dig.
That is some absolute shade. So now he feels like he has the roster. He's in first place. Can he take down his old team here, who's going to be hungry to disprove him?
Certainly are. Especially XU. We highlighted him being there live when Jensen was talking about it on the Pros podcast. And XU himself currently is just doing the normal full clear from top to bottom, ending towards the bottom side as Jensen trying to get control of the mid wave and pushing it right back.
And XU is one of these newer players coming up into the LCS, trying to prove himself in a very difficult jungle cast. There are so many strong junglers in the league right now. So even though XU is performing really well, when you look at power rankings, it's tough to place him up near the top.
It certainly is, and Inspired is one of those tough junglers. It's said almost every single time he's brought up, but winning MVP in both LEC and LCS, definitely a impressive feat that he's been able to do. And him coming down to meet XU, he is behind a camp here, did not do his Gromp. The most experience of any of the small camps is the Gromp, and he's going to head over there while XU, with the pushing bottom lane, should be able to secure that Scuttle Crab and quite possibly get the coveted double Scuttle Crab.
Looks like he should be able to. Just going to be trying to cross over through mid, do a little bit of a drive-by gank here towards Jensen, who does have a nice buffer on the rocket jump and will be able to jump to safety as the Scatter of the Week came through from Dub. So XU moving up towards top, has pushing lane bot, has pushing lane top. Gonna be able to get an easy double scuttle here. That's the advantage they have from those pushing lanes. But there is good scaling on the FlyQuest side. There's great engage. There's lots of playmaking. So, them being a little bit behind as far as the push early is not a big deal at all.
All right, they counted the votes in chat. They think it's going to be an Ole Bard from Busio.
Oh, okay.
And honestly, after Busio yesterday, his Nautilus hitting every single hood.
He was dialed in.
He was for sure dialed in. We'll see if the focus is kept up today on the Bard.
Yeah, I mean, it's people talk a lot about, oh, Nautilus hook is so wide, and it is, but, you have to know exactly where to aim it to abuse that, right? The lollipopping, where you're throwing it just the right amount to the side of a tower, and it can lollipop to the back instead of actually just connecting on the turret itself. As Bubo getting pretty low here, looking for a trade with that W, but he's very low on mana, and Rich trying to hold that wave as much as he can. Masu gonna get knocked up, though, and he is in trouble. He's gonna get locked down, and that is a surprising first blood there out of nowhere. Masu does not elect to flash the W from the Tom Kench, and he pays for it.
Yeah, once you get that slow on you, it's going to be really scary and very difficult. You're going to basically have to flash to be able to dodge the Tom Kench W. He does not do it. It's kind of interesting, too, because a lot of people in this discussion of all the exciting rookies in the league right now, with Masu included, really were hoping and wished that like XU and Isles, some of these players that have had some games, just enough to like disqualify them from actual eligibility for being Rookie of the Year. I feel like they should be in the conversation, and there it is again. Yeah, slow is on him, doesn't flash it, tries to just go with the Ghost, and Isles got him with the edge of the Abyssal Voyage.
Nice flash there, reacting to the gank coming in as Jensen. A little bit of anti-timing, jumps in aggressive. You want to find those windows to rocket jump in these matchups on Tristana to go in aggressive, but XU was there. Ends up being that trade of flashes. Mid lane, though, going very even. And Masu back on the map here quicker with the white-red. They're going to be able to chop down this dragon here pretty quick. So it is first blood over to Dig, but FlyQuest get their dragon.
Very interested to see if Dignitas will coordinate a repeat gank on Jensen now that he has no flash and Syndra is level 6 with that ulti we're talking about. That definitely is the burst window, is the damage that you need if you're going to actually make him eat his words.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting, right? Because there's not that guaranteed lockdown. You can look for the scatter, but you can always buffer that rocket jump on it as Masu under a little bit of pressure here, but is far enough back towards the tower they should be fine. So, it might even require, an extra member coming there as Isles just using this dive pretty aggressively, jumping forward. Busio trying to wrap around, but XU is here as well, so he's gonna have to portal to safety.
Yeah, portal right back out. And they get the wave pushed in. Dragon was, of course, picked up already by FlyQuest, so even though Dignitas have this nice gold lead for themselves in the early stages, that FlyQuest team that you pointed out does have some scaling options for themselves. Will be pretty happy with the double cull, with the Dragon for themselves early on. And Whippo is starting a decent amount of AP here with a Blasting Wand already. They're going to have some diversification in their damage types. It's not just the double AD carries.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see where he actually goes with this. I've been seeing more and more people really liking the Leandry's build. Busio, though, in some trouble now. He's going to get gobbled up by Isles, and that's another easy kill. Well, as Tomo going to grab it. Dignitas' bot lane crushing here in the first 7 minutes.
And this Tomo Isles bottom lane was one at the beginning of the season where everyone was complimenting them for how much they grinded Champions Queue, how many games they were putting in. They were both at the top of the ladder in Champs Queue in the beginning of preseason, you know, where that was the only place you could play the new patch. They were just grinding away, really putting in that work, putting in that effort. And for them now to be the ones getting multiple kills on this FlyQuest bottom lane, who just yesterday were double killing Cloud9 over and over, back-to-back plays, this seems like it really has been kind of true what the teams and the players have been alluding to, where anyone really can and has a good chance at beating any of the other teams, and the scrims have been all over the place.
Exactly. You cannot look past any of these players, and it feels like, I almost want to say, like casual deaths down that bot lane. Like it didn't feel like it was anything that surprising. You're just kind of underestimating the damage, maybe disrespecting the players, saying, they're not going to kill me here. You know, not committing the flashes. In either case, both Masu and Busio die without flashing. You know, maybe playing this game a little bit too cool, a little bit too...
I would say for sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can hold on to that flash way too long. And giving up those kills to Senna and to Tom Kench definitely can come to regret those. This gold lead continues to increase for Dignitas.
Yep, we do have level 6 now for Busio, so playmaking tools unlocked for him, as he could look for those ultis to try to set up plays. But of course, Senna TK is quite a safe lane, and Inspired's just been kind of relegated to power farming because his lanes have been getting pushed in. We can see Busio is moving around on the map, is over towards mid lane there, and potentially going to head up towards top. We'll see if he can find an angle to get something done here, as Whippo just constantly trading, and he's going to be going for the Roa build. This is another one I've been seeing more from Gragas top. This is kind of an old school build as well. Back in the day, before Roa got removed, some Gragases would go for those styles of builds. Dove, though, going to be forced to flash as Busio gets close with the Swifty Boots before using that Tempered Fate. And if you are really close like that and just throw it right on their target, they have to flash. They cannot get out of range.
And it gets really dangerous for him now. Dove here on the Syndra with no flash has no escapes, and Maokai ultimate is very difficult for him to get away from. XU is going to be a bit of a 2v1.
XU obviously starting to scrap there. Busio will just be able to walk it out, but it does mean Inspire gonna have to drop the ulti. Jensen, though, potentially in some trouble, will have to retreat. The rocket jump is available, and it's gonna be able to hop out to safety, keep himself in not too much danger.
I love this stuff from XU, though. He's being so aggressive, and he plays off of that winning bottom lane that's consistently getting these kills to go invade the jungle and take away one of the points I was just trying to make of Maokai, you know, ultimate being threatening for the Syndra with no flash. Guess what? Because XU goes in there, he starts the duel, and his bottom lane that's been winning is able to come up and back him up in that invade. They get a very meaningful cooldown for it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just smart positioning, right? You know the Bard is going to be walking back towards bot lane. He doesn't walk a safer route, so you lay in wait there. There's very little risk to what XU is doing, and he does end up forcing out some cooldowns. Now Masu going to pop the Ghost here, looking for Isles. See if he can chase him down. The binding doesn't quite connect there from Busio, so they're going to try to turn it on to Tomo, who's taking a lot of damage here, but a great ulti comes out from Isles, pulling Tomo to safety from that ulti that was popping out there from Masu. The dragon is now spawned. Junglers moving back out on the map. It is going to be FlyQuest having to reset, which could potentially give Dignitas an opportunity to look for this dragon. And you can see that Dove was cheating down towards it.
Yeah, I wonder. With no Senna ult and no Tom Kench ult, a little bit of a reward here for Masu using his Ghost, going super aggressive. After they get the reset too, heading on down, Inspired is going to arrive. I don't know, Masu's pretty far away, but they're poking around.
Yeah, they're trying to get in range, see if there's any opportunity for a steal here, but it might be a one-way trip if they go for it. Jensen, though, trying to get Pryo, and Inspired's gonna pop the ult, he's gonna flash in, but it's Tom Kench of everyone who connects that last hit on it. XU, the binding not going to connect on him, and it will just dissipate.
Yeah, that was really close. All the time here with Maokai and with Rel, you know, these champions that have one ability that does so much damage to jungle monsters. He tries to go with the Q flash in here and just time it with his smite. It got down to, I believe I saw 33 health.
Yeah, really close.
And so Tom Kench there, Isles, who was just autoing that dragon, or maybe it was even a tongue lash, is able to get it at the 33 HP.
Whippo maybe in some trouble in top lane, though, as the World Ender is going to get popped. We'll see if Whippo can find the disengage. He's in trouble here, but Jensen comes up. It's a flash out for Whippo. Jensen going to be able to go in. We'll see if the binding can land. Can he get it through the minion? No, he cannot. He was too far away. Whippo's still in trouble. Is the body slam back as Dove has come. The Grubs are angry. They are aggroed, and Dignitas is going to take the leash.
The story of Whippo and the Grubs this weekend.
They're hunting him.
It's been a long one. That one, they let him out the back. Yeah, they let him off this time around. Not going to chase him around the map, and they'll just give their lives over
with one eye open, Whippo.
Yeah, they'll give their lives over to Dig this time. And remember, they got the first 3 as well, so XU able to pick up number 5 already, and they're looking for number 6. He already used his smite on one of the earlier ones, but nobody's coming around, so it should be a full 6.
Yeah.
The whole set here for Dignitas, which will greatly improve their tower damage. They don't have a lot of split pushing. It's basically just the Aatrox that's going to be a lot more side laning. Syndra is one of the mid lane mages that's a lot more dangerous for them to go out in side lanes later on, so we'll see how much reward Rich can get with it.
Can definitely help you even in those kind of siege situations, though, where you're both playing 2-3 members mid. You just keep spawning some Void Mites, chip away at that turret really slowly.
And even punish people after you get a team fight victory. Sometimes you get a lot more that way.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, it can turn a lot of champions that aren't even good inside lanes into a little bit of a tower threat. You know, if you leave Tom Kench alone, all of a sudden those Void Mites can really accelerate the damage you're going to get. You know, maybe you get a little bit more chip than you would have otherwise. But so far, relatively close game here. 1K gold lead before Dignitas. The Grubs is their main advantage. XU, though, coming up towards top lane. Whippo may have to use the ulti for disengage, but Inspired is coming as well. There's the ulti out from Whippo. XU's going to ult back in. Inspired here to peel. Not going to be able to commit to this fight. Too healthy over on the Dignitas side, but Inspired is there to cover, and that feels like that's been his role so far this game. He's not really able to look for the aggressive plays. He's just trying to bodyguard for the squad, keep them safe.
Yep, trying to do a little bit of denial. A lot of these moves have been started by XU, and that's why it's always kind of a cover here for the Maokai. Of course, the champion is kind of good at those trailing plays where he's coming from jungle, has the long-range ulti, but XU remains proactive here, and this is something that Dignitas themselves, when you talk to the coaching staff at the beginning of the year, they were very excited because last year, XU spent so much time watching Dig games with the coaching staff in their room and discussing, you know, the early game, especially strategy for the game, and really has a very similar view to those coaches, and they felt like he was going to be one of the ones that would implement that in-game, on stage for them. And definitely has paid off thus far in the early stages. FlyQuest, of course, battling a bit back and taking some of that, retaking some of that gold.
Yep, absolutely. And I think they're going to be feeling pretty good about the fact that they're not too far behind because they do have a really strong 5v5 comp. They scale quite well here as well. And we're seeing kind of this new age tank build of just Bombi into Frozen Heart and likely just Kayn coming up next for Inspired. That's kind of the big 3 is Dignitas potentially looking for a fight here. Busio maybe in some trouble. He is kind of caught out of position here. Could get gobbled up. But at the other end, the TP is going to come in. Masu trying to work down this front line, but it's Busio who's going to go down, and now it's Whippo on the run. Can he get to the blast cone? Let's find out. He is going to be able to blast cone over the wall, but in comes Rich, and Rich has the World Ender active, and there's no way out for Whippo. 4-0 for Dignitas.
And Isles is just stomping on them with this Tom Kench. You mentioned it. He gobbles up Busio. Bard can't even get away from him. He follows that magical journey, short as it is, right over the edge, and they're able to get the chase down. They retain control of Summoner's Rift. They even have Dove teleport to topside so they can push all 3 lanes afterwards.
Yeah, FlyQuest not very organized on that play, you have to say. You know, coming in from different angles, didn't feel like they were all on the same page, but Busio maybe going to be spotting out XU here.
And kind of mentioned as well earlier that after winning one of those team fights, sometimes the Grubs will allow you to take even more. Them splitting out into the 3 lanes, getting those Grub and Might damage windows onto all 3 of the outer towers. Dove now rotating back towards mid so they can kind of finish up with this one. There's no way Masu wants to stick around. You've got no wave clear there. Bottom side though, Rich.
Now, Jensen going to be jumping in. Inspired is here. The Ignite is down, and Rich is going to be going down in a hurry. They give it over to Jensen, injecting some gold in, but they have the Herald mid. They're going to get a charge. So that's 2 towers that are for sure going down, and we'll see how quickly FlyQuest can get back to defend this, because it might be another charge coming in from the Herald. And look at all those Void Mites. Definitely going to get that next charge coming through. So half the HP off the inhib tower as well.
And then they make the call. Keep Whippo topside, even though he doesn't have teleport. FlyQuest, they got the kill onto Rich, so even though Whippo is up there, whoa, teleport down to the bottom tower as Jensen is almost going to finish it off.
Yeah, it could be a fight here. Busio connects on XU, but will he have the damage to follow it up? The binding is there. Inspired is here, and in comes Masu. XU in trouble now, trying to get to the wall. The Heartbreaker over, and he does, but he goes down anyway. Another kill going to one of the AD carries on FlyQuest as Busio now on the run. The Tongue Lash connects for Miles. Masu trying to escort him out as it's Inspired hitting the dragon, but his team is fighting at the same time and no one is helping him. They got to turn on this fight. You can't be staying split like this, but it's Tomo in trouble now. Great gobble up there for Miles. Is going to keep him safe, and the World Ender is popped by Rich. But it's Jensen in the backline. It's Busio portaling out, and Jensen's going forward now. But look at the stun is going to be available there on Jensen. A great buster shot pushes Rich back, and the World Ender expires. The kill comes in onto Tomo, and now Rich trying to get out of there. Will be able to limp out of this fight. But Inspired on the other side gets the dragon. What a scrappy performance there from FlyQuest. Many little outplays leading to a great result.
All right, that was chaos. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the Tom Kench teleport to bottom lane where the tower was 1 hit away from dying from a Tristana right in front of it, though. That's a big... I feel like I need to review it. We need to do like a live VOD review, slow this down, and
maybe what top lane was cooking, didn't really like it. How does this TP taste, Scobie?
This tastes like some expired milk.
Oh, that's terrible.
Because look at this. It forces the rest of them to completely lose numbers up by the dragon. Then XU just gets slammed into it, and he's forced to try and escape. Ult's over. He still dies. And in a scenario where Dignitas were set up with a much better look, now they're at a numbers disadvantage with no jungler. And so when Masu moves up and he's putting all this damage into Tomo, it forces this dig line to fold in on itself, allowing Jensen, who was chasing the Aatrox, to come over. And they had just enough damage with Whippo's ultimate getting him low enough for the explosive shot of Jensen to actually finish off the kill. Yeah, that one is definitely a coordination issue on the call there. You can see XU not very happy with it.
And a frustrating fight, I think, for Rich, really getting kited out there as Busio may just go goodbye. Nice little sidestep on the initial play there, though. Rich coming forward. Jensen gonna have to flash out, but it's Isles in trouble in mid lane. The ulti comes through from Tomo, but it's not gonna be enough, I don't think, to keep him alive, or is it? As he's able to dive out and flash away. Does survive on both sides. No one loses anybody, but yeah, back to that previous fight. I mean, the buster shot on Rich as he was trying to E in onto Jensen. Also, as he goes for the Q flash onto Busio, he was able to portal to safety. Just narrowly missing those kills that would have been resets for the World Ender and could have really changed things.
Yeah, Rich was so close to being able to kind of snowball there, but now they're living in a game where they've completely lost their gold lead to FlyQuest, and FlyQuest got the dragon on top of it. So they're the ones stacking now. And you're facing this double 80 carry scaling composition where Jensen, who you mentioned in Champion Select, had put his time learning the Tristana in while he was on Dignitas, and now is using it against them.
Oh, the deep water dive not quite in time to knock Masu up there. Would have been close.
But he's at 2 items now, with the quick blades finished as well, so this Tristana damage gets pretty scary.
Yeah, Whippo should be able to walk this one out. XU is here. The body slam misses. Dove still holding that ulti, though, and there's a flash in from XU with the stun. The Heartbreaker comes in. The heal from the passive, not enough to keep Whippo alive. As he's going to go down, Dignitas finding another kill there. Whippo felt confident they could have just walked that one out, but ends up punishing.
Yeah, XU again, still just so active here on the Viego. Creates another opening for Dignitas. Battling right back. This is such a close, such a tight game here.
And this is something I'll give XU a lot of credit for. You know, even in the games that have not gone well for him, he has not shied away from making plays, right? He is determined to be continuing to play aggressive. You know, whether it's going well, whether it's not going well, he's going to keep looking for those plays. And Dignitas is not a team this split that will go down without a fight. Even if they get behind, they'll keep looking for those aggressive moves.
Yeah. A lot of fight left in them here, and they very shortly take a small gold lead. I mean, this bit is basically non-existent because gold leads are just a way to tell you who probably is going to have more items. And guess what? The items are basically even
Items
here.
tell you that too.
Yeah, items are going to tell you that even better. I guess one of the interesting things is that Frozen Heart is so cheap that you're seeing things where like Whippo has a completed 10-stack Rod of Ages in addition to his Frozen Heart. So they've got double Frozen Hearts for big AoE for the coverage, you know, of that aura. And you get the extra level and the full scaling of the Rod of Ages start for him.
I will say also a little bit surprised by the Mikhail's Rush here from Lucio. I think that Mikhail's Rush is really strong on this patch and in this season in general against a lot of champions, but I don't see a lot of those champions that I would think Mikhail's Rush, you know, over on the other side. There's Scatter of the Weak, you can Mikhail's, you know, a Senna route, a Tom Kench stun on the Q if you get the stacks and then stun, but there's not really amazing things to Mikhail's, so it's a bit surprising.
I guess he's just so scared of the Syndra plus Viego bursting somebody and killing them, like those two champions. Trying to save Masu's life most probably, as he is the one that's going to have to be most worried about his positioning.
Yeah, looking for the fight here. The ulti comes in, but it's a bit of a missed timing there, as there's not going to be a follow-up binding. Isles potentially can just walk this out, but there's the ulti from Inspire. Going to connect on XU. XU, though, gets gobbled up by Isles, and Isles is on the run. Now the TP coming in here from Whippo as he's going to join the team. The World Ender has already been popped by Rich, but it will expire now, as FlyQuest, I think, have gotten themselves into a pretty decent spot here, but with Dove arriving as well, we'll see how they want to fight this one out. XU moving up. Bucio trying to find an angle on the side here, but with no Bard ultimate, it could be tough.
Yeah, look at Whippo then, because Whippo's ultimate is ready. He's got flash ready on the Gragas. This is like dream playmaking opportunity, and they go top.
Yeah, Jensen's going in onto Rich. Not going to be able to get the reset, but they do force the flash. Inspired, though, trying to go forward, trying to get in range, as Masu's going to have to flash out of there. There's the Heartbreaker from XU. XU trying to finish him off, but Masu is cutting out. Masu is still alive, and on the other side, it's Jensen taking over the fight. And Tristana going crazy, showing who the better mid laner is in this one, as it's Jensen with the triple, it's Jensen with the quadra, and it is FlyQuest marching on the Baron.
Jensen said the Korean imports are overrated and overused this split, and he's 6-0, so I guess you can't say anything.
That quote tasted pretty good.
Tasting pretty good, and FlyQuest, our #1 team in the LCS, move right over to Baron. Clean ace for them. They kept Masu alive. Wow, amazing stuff here. I mean, even the tiny bit of Mikhail's there, that little bit of extra help in the end did make it for them. I thought Whippo as well, over the wall after they pushed out Rich, and Rich already had no World Ender from the earlier exchange. It felt like from the very beginning, FlyQuest got so many little advantages that then the execution of the end of the team fight was super easy for them. Here's a look at the start. And in this one, I'm looking at Jensen because the Tristana is doing a lot of damage, and then he rocket jumps just out as Rich comes over and XU tries to stun him. So they get their chunk, they kite out the rest of the World Ender here, they wait for the dragon, they reset it a little bit, and then they section off the fight where you have Whippo up on the top side marking Rich. Jensen's gonna make another move on this Tristana to push him out. The rocket jump over the side, now he's got no flash or anything, and they basically re-enter the fight. Even though the blast cone put Jensen further away for the start of it, he does come in so big. He kills Rich over the wall, basically. You mentioned Masu escaping on the side there. XU couldn't get through Bucio. And that was basically all they needed to then finish up that ace, finish up that dragon and the Baron.
Yep, they hard commit in for Masu. They can't finish him off, and Jensen just goes crazy in the back. And there's a nice slow from the auto from Bucio into the ulti. The binding, though, missed time, but he's going to get eaten up there by Isles either way, so it won't matter. Masu, though, crushes Rich, who is way out of positioning here, and XU now on the run, but he's got nowhere to go. Whippo still chasing after him. The Scatter of the Weak from Dove, buying a little bit of time, but it will only buy so much as he's trying to run to this blast cone. He's trying to get away. Might actually be able to do it. I thought XU was going to go to him for sure. Whippo still unwilling to let him go, chasing after him, slowly chopping through him. Does get the kill as Jensen's knocking down the inhibitor tower in the top lane. That was a 4v5 that FlyQuest are winning. Jensen not even needed as FlyQuest are looking nigh on unassailable at this point.
All right, turret stand, no chance. Baron buff goes down. Tomo, Dove, and Isles, the resistance, trying to keep FlyQuest off. At least they're going to keep their Nexus alive for now, but 2 inhibitors and the massive gold lead that has ballooned here off of the last 5 minutes for FlyQuest does seem like it will be inevitable here. Jensen 6-0, he's got the fully stacked bounty. So from the point of view from Dignitas, at least you're still saying, hey, you know, dream scenario. Obviously, this is going to be super difficult to deal, but we got to do something about Jensen.
Yep. You got to stay proactive. You got to keep looking for those plays. But you touched on it earlier. Gold is only showing you, what the item completions could be. And we can look at the item completions in both of the carry slots here. It's a full item advantage for Jensen, full item advantage, and more expensive items for Masu. So it's very problematic. You can see that the Koenig Rooker done now for Inspired. He has a Frozen Heart, working towards another item. 3 items going to be shortly finished up for Bwipo as he's working in towards that Spirit Visage. So very tough stuff here for Dignitas. Super's pushing in top, Super's coming in mid. It's going to be up to them to try to problem solve, but really, you either have to hard engage right now or you have to go defend your Nexus, and they're going to take the 3rd hit.
This is a very difficult problem to solve, and they're coming in.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for the engage now. Tomo does get caught by that Bard ulti. They're fighting on the turret, which might give them an opportunity. The deep water dive does connect onto Masu, but it doesn't even matter. He ignores the Tom Kench. He flashes in on the carries, and Masu and Jensen ripping through the team. It's another triple for Jensen. 9-0-2 on the Tristana. FlyQuest will end the first round robin, will end Super Week in sole possession of first place.
FlyQuest, new year, new squad. They've gone through so much, so many changes, bringing the young bottom lane together with the veterans.
I mean, it has just been so fun to actually watch this team's development. For me, I did have quite a bit of confidence in the bot lane, but I wasn't sure how quickly would they be able to get up to speed in the LCS. Would this team be looking this good, this fast with a pretty much rookie bot lane?
And the fact that this game, it wasn't a start to finish FlyQuest are dominating.
Yeah.
This was, whoa, what is happening bottom lane? They're giving up some of these like lazy looking kills towards the bottom side, and even giving up those 2 kills to bottom side, they still did not panic at any point. They had faith in their scaling. You kept on mentioning Inspired's just farming away. He's trying to play counter here with the Maokai, trying to stop some of the plays that are going on, to stop any sort of snowball. And they were able to bring themselves together in that team fight and absolutely demolish. You work off some key cooldowns before it, set yourself up for success, and then take it home.
And I got to give so much credit to Jensen in this one. 9-0-2 on the Tristana, did well in the lane, survived any early pressure, navigated the team fights really, really well. It felt like he was always coming from these unusual angles in a lot of these skirmishes. Once so much had been committed into trying to kill Masu, Jensen would just hop into the back line with no threats remaining and just wipe the fight.
Yeah.
He was really playing it out smart.
And you can see their front line as well, Inspired and Bwipo with that double Frozen Heart, creating so much space for them, lots of AoE for them to work with. So despite it, Dig looking for those early moves and getting some of them to succeed, FlyQuest remain at the top.
They do, and as we head to the break, let's take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay, presented by AT&T and voted on by you.
Make kills for Syndra stun.
Okay. Aatrox marking me.
I can jump on him with you too, Bwipo.
Yeah, I like it.
Go. Fighting Aatrox.
Yeah, so down here.
Aatrox is one, Aatrox is one.
I'm going over. Watch me.
I got knocked away.
I cancelled.
Syndra no flash.
I'm fine here, guys. I'm fine here.
I'm going.
Yeah, me too. Syndra's dead. Syndra's dead.
Vigo here.
We're winning the fight, guys.
Just
live. It's Ace. Ace and Nash.
I will reach him.
Nice, guys. Good.
I played quadra kill.
Nice.
Okay,
Dude,
guys.
Let me heal up. I think I pushed both. You guys get it, yeah? Wait,
no,
let me heal up.
just
Don't touch this way.
Okay.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You ready?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, just remember, stay in your lane, keep your vision up at all times. Time is going to be everything here. So you don't want to go too fast, but you also don't want to be going up.
I got this.
Yeah. I think you do.
And Mark, thanks.
Whoa, hey, no, whoa, no. You're not taking my car. My Kia EV9? No way. No touching.
Welcome back. I'm joined with Jensen, the first place mid laner in the LCS after the first round robin. And I know you talked a little bit of trash to Dove during pros, and you were also on Dignitas last
That wasn't directed at him.
Okay. Was there any extra meaning to this game because you were against the team you were on last year or because of what you said?
I mean, normally I feel like I have to beat my old team because I'm like, I have to prove I'm better, but it is Dignitas, so it's like, you know, I didn't really feel too much there, to be honest.
So you're feeling good. Yeah, feeling confident. I want to ask you a bit about the Tristana pick, though, because you've been playing almost exclusively Orianna Azir.
Yeah.
And the Gragas Maokai Trist was locked in right away. So it was like Tristana blind pick.
Yeah.
Was there something specific that made you want to go with those picks today?
I mean, when I saw Azir was open, I was really thinking, like, should I just lock Azir? But I was like, I mean, it might get too boring if I play Azir Orianna every single game. So I was like, let's just play Tristana just today, you know? And then we went for it.
Fair enough. And also, you have only had one loss as a team. You are in first place through the first half of the split. What has surprised you the most about this FlyQuest team with the amount of success that you found so early into the year?
I think we just kind of gelled together really quickly as a team, and we really figured out how we wanted to play together as a team really early on. I think normally teams struggle a lot with finding an identity, but I think we figured that out really fast, even before we started playing on stage. So I would say we're just all on the same page and have the same way of playing in a way, and it's working out so far.
And really quickly, even though it was a completely different FlyQuest team, last year's FlyQuest also was first placed after the first half of Spring Split. Has there been any energy or discussions about how to maintain this level and not get complacent with being in first?
I mean, I don't think we really talked about it. I know our coach was happy we lost that game because he thought we were getting too cocky. But I think, you know, we're still focusing and staying humble and focusing on improving as much as possible. But, you know, it's a completely different roster, so we don't think about it. Maybe the org thinks about it, but yeah, we just focus on what we're doing and try to keep winning.
All right, thanks for the time, Jensen. Next up is going to be TL versus C9.
Welcome back. It is Team Liquid versus Cloud9 for this one, as the us and the Lounge are going to be taking the champion select one.
Let's go.
Let's do this, Emily. Any thoughts on this matchup coming into this?
I mean, I highlighted this as today's most important match, right? Because C9, our expected like top team, have been kind of on a downward slide, where I also highlighted that TL was kind of the team, they're exactly where we pretty much expected them to be.
Yeah.
Senna ban's coming out, the Nocturne ban against Blabber. I'm sure Jat is sad about that one.
Has to be.
That's a good ban by Team Liquid, because I'm just saying, in the 3 losses that Cloud9 has had consecutively, it's been 2 Rels and a Maokai, whereas the wins had a Xin Zhao and a Nocturne. So I want to see Blabber on something where he can carry the game, because things just haven't been quite right in the last 3 for Cloud9.
True.
Yeah. And we see a lot of bot lane bans coming through. I think, obviously, I've been a very vocal proponent of TL playing more around this bot lane, playing a lot of bot lanes that Jan is comfortable with. So we see the Ashe and the Kalista bans coming out from C9, as well as a Varus ban coming out for TL.
Yeah, the Udyr first pick has been a standard there, especially with how strong Impact has been so far on the pick. Makes a lot of sense that he wants to get that out of the way. I'm sure he is not worried about any counter pick, though. You know, as the game goes on, sure, you're going to get it pushed out of side, so I like the pick.
Yeah, it also takes it away from Fudge, who I think was doing really well in the Udyr. We kind of highlighted Fudge, Bwipo, and Impact as like our greatest Udyr enjoyers in terms of being able to push, proxy, go to other lanes, or invade, like help out their junglers, that kind of thing. Really using his lane prowess to take over a side of the map.
And one thing with the Emilio locked in already for C9 is they're going to try and win bot lane, kind of like they did yesterday. But honestly, yesterday things went really badly for them, and they need to be able to clean this up. So this was from yesterday's game, specifically Berserker on Lucian when they played Lucian Emilio. You're going to see throughout this clip that Berserker's just a little bit lazy in the lane. There's this huge lane for the hook to go through, and they just don't have the all-in damage at the time. They don't hit level 3 first. They were about a minion late on that. Busio and Masu punished them. That's not a play we typically see from Berserker. And then the second 2v2 kill right here was a bit of an outplay, I believe, by Masu and Busio. If you notice, the sweeper was actually on right here, so it disabled the ward, and I think Masu was able to cancel Berserker's last auto attack. But honestly, even in this last-ditch effort, it still would have been a traded kill, and it was just a bad lane for them. 2v2 double kills that Cloud9 gave up yesterday, and they're running it back. Lucian Emilio once again, so undeterred by the disaster that happened yesterday.
It kind of backs up what we've been talking a bit about C9, right? Where like in drafting, they're still drafting very confidently, and a lot of the things we've seen coming out from them have been a lot more execution-based.
Yeah, and you should have confidence in Berserker specifically as an AD carry mechanically, and also like just as the duo. If you start to lose confidence and change your drafts because of it, then I would be really worried. So interested to see the run back on this draft. Now they're going up against Aphelios and Lulu, so really do want to see Berserker and Vulcan try and push the 2v2.
And I also think JoJo picking between Orianna and Azir, if that ends up being the lock-in, need to hold this point just a second. It would just be trying to lock APA into a bit of a control mage mirror. Of the two, I do prefer the Orianna. It used to be that Azir would get pushed early on Ori. Orianna actually gets pushed on Azir up until level 6, and then it's just after that that Azir can get some kill pressure with the gank. So right now, C9 just kind of going power picks across the board and possibly looking to outscale TL, even though the Aphelios Lulu is also a new look for TL as well.
Now jungle going in the 4-5, which we have been seeing pretty regularly. Now C9 being able to get the first jab at it, I think they're going to try and allow themselves. Like, I think you can go a lot of ways. You have Orianna support as a mid laner, so you can go towards a Xin Zhao if you would like to. I think I'm trying to see what you would want to do. Because they're probably going to be ending up going Aatrox anyways on 4 pick. So if that's going to be the case, then I would hold my jungle pick on 5 and just see the full composition first.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about how they do want to snowball bot lane. Jet, I know you really want to see Blabber on something where he can carry. I mean, he would, if they do want to put Blabber on a carry, they also have a lot of protection for him with Emilio, and also Ori, who not only has the laning prowess that you pointed out, but also can be a supportive mid as well.
Yeah, I will be honest though, when they pick Emilio bot, you generally need a bit more of a bruiser or tank jungler, and that will pair well with Orianna, because going up against Udyr even, it is kind of hard to pick a top lane that is going to be effective if you're just trying to pick the sole initiation of your team. So this actually does look like a Rel or Maokai angle based on what C9 has so far. And then it's just going to be about the execution, which has been lacking for them in the previous 3 games.
Rel would be a great ban by TL. If they go Rel here, I think that would be their best pick. Also great combo with Orianna. So it would make sense. They already took away the Jarvan, kind of following your thought process there too. So
could just be the Blabber disrespect as well. He's lost 2 games in a row on Rel. Why not have him run back a 3rd? If they don't ban it, I feel like that's what it would be.
As for Team Liquid, going back, I know we were talking about their constant back and forth between early game and late game scaling compositions, and that's a Xin ban. So it seems like they want to let Blabber go towards the Rel or Maokai. Honestly, I think you should just go Rel right now, personally.
It's so interesting from Spawn, the TL coach there, with the bans towards Blabber, Nocturne, Jarvan, Xin Zhao, when, if you're just looking at the champions, they're not targeting the priority picks that would be in the composition. They're very, very much banning the player, not the team comp.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also just a little bit of team comp only because, like you already pointed out, he would be able to affect bot lane really easily.
Yeah.
It does combo with the Orianna very well. We kind of expected the Aatrox out of Fudge. Instead, it's going to be the Gnar going into that Udyr for him.
I guess it's just an additional dive buddy in general, and probably an easier top lane matchup with the range that you have. Now, problem is you're still going to be dealing with a proxying Udyr, so the wave is still going to be hitting your turret, but it would make sense. We've been seeing a little bit more fleet Gnar as of these days. Oh!
6 time. Super interesting as well. This is what they played in the first game of the split. For APA, it is his comfort and they're in a control mage mirror anyway, so I actually do like the pick here.
And if they do end up locking in the Lee Sin, it's pretty much comfort across the board. Or I know Umti has wanted to play some spicier picks. He is a Lee Sin player. This is one of his favorite picks. You can see he's smiling probably at something else because his draft is pre-recorded, but he's probably happy about the Lee Sin pick as well. And again, you'd mentioned how we've seen a different look from TL in this bot lane in terms of this season. But if you saw this last season, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a TL bot lane, because obviously Yon is a strong Aphelios player.
That's a TL team comp right there.
I love the suburb, but I don't believe it. I'm just putting that out there.
Orianna Lilia Melio is very low engage, but it's also something with it being locked in now. They are going for damage across the board.
Yeah.
It is something Blabber can kind of, carry on, but this also feels like the strategy is everyone win your lane and make the gold lead insurmountable so the overall fit of the team comp doesn't matter.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Blabber is 6-3 on Lilia, so it's a pick that he has been comfortable on in the past. I'm sure he has a high win rate on most of his champions, but just in general, interesting to see Lilia in this composition. I want to hear the thoughts from the casters on this one. Who do you guys have after the draft?
Thank you. Welcome back. Going into game number 2 of the day, C9 versus TL. Draft pretty fun. So it is the first Lee Sin from MT in the LCS, but it's his most played all time, 75 games on it in pro play. And you were talking about Lilia and how strong you think this pick is right now, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, Lilia right now with how strong Leandri's plus Riftmaker is and the champion individually, just power farms through the jungle. And with the changes on the new season, that is exactly, set up for success for Lilia. Plus the walls being a little bit wider, easier to hit those bowling ball seeds. Cloud9 versus Team Liquid. Cloud9 are currently on a 3-game losing streak for this super team that was put back together. They really, really need to put a stop to it right now versus TL.
They absolutely do. And if you've been following it on socials, APA and JoJo are always at each other's throats. So let's hear APA and JoJo's thoughts on each other heading on to this game.
I mean, I think me versus APA is like I feel like I'm just always more useful as a teammate. So I think if I just play my best, I think it should be an easy game. It just depends on how I play. He's just a Ziggs one-trick, right, APA? So nothing else to say.
I mean, if you think I'm a Ziggs one-trick, then that's a free ban in the draft. I think the C9 super team is really fake. I don't think they're even going to end top 2.
Oh, well, I mean, then there's this tweet for APA, which is pretty spicy, but how embarrassing would it be when you start in 3 and 4 in 5th place on a super team at JoJo Pyun? And man, you could call him a Ziggs one trick, but you gave him his one trick.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the weakness of the one trick.
Yeah, you're supposed to ban that. That's the point.
Exactly. Obviously, we already saw Team Liquid, though, earlier in the season. When he did get the Ziggs, he was hard targeted. I believe it was River and Dignitas. Or excuse me, 100 Thieves, able to completely demolish him, ganking over and over and over again. So we'll see if Cloud9 want to pay any sort of attention there. I will say Lilia, though, especially early on, is much more about vacuum cleaner the jungle camps rather than to gank so many champions.
Exactly, and the setup's a lot worse as well. Orianna does not have very good setup, so it could be hard. But you also have to touch on, as there's Berserker going aggressive with the early Ignite, trying to get that trade. The fact that TL, this is the kind of draft that they have been winning with. When they have drafted for full scaling 5v5 team compositions, this is where they have been winning. When they've strayed from that and tried to go aggressive early games and stuff like that, that's actually where they've been failing this split.
Yeah, so far. I mean, and especially with the Udyr piece as well. Not only do they have scaling bottom lane with Aphelios Lulu, super nice for later on, but Impact has been so good with this Udyr. I feel like he was the biggest reason by far that they won their game yesterday, even with some of the mid-game plans going awry for them and then losing out in the skirmish up by Grubs. But Impact is just so much with this champion, invading enemy jungle, destroying not only enemy jungle and top, but also their mid.
So I don't know if you know this stat, but do you want to take a guess at how well Udyr is doing record-wise in the LCS this split?
I know that worldwide it wasn't good because people were flaming it.
Yeah.
But I feel like LCS we've been better than the world average.
9-2.
Yeah, way better.
So
we are Udyr gods.
Let's go. Udyr is just kind of crushing in the LCS. As much as there has been, yeah, like you say, a lot of talk around the world, but Udyr's not that good. People shouldn't be building tank, all these things.
They need to watch LCS.
It's kind of just winning. It's kind of just winning here. So, you know, they have to watch out for that. It's Impact on Comfort. Vulcan and Berserker, I feel like there's so many eyes on them for this game. There's been a lot of criticism levied towards them about them not playing well individually, about them not playing well as a duo, and about the Lucian picks. So when you're on a 3-game losing streak and you bring up the Lucian again, you have got to perform or people are going to be on them.
Yeah, especially with their loss to FlyQuest where they had those back-to-back, both members dying multiple times. And the second one even into a big minion wave as well, so completely losing out there. But Jojo was a highlight for them, even in their loss.
Ooh, nice sidestep.
On his Nico, he had multiple really huge plays. So I think Jojo has been a shining star here for the Cloud9 roster, and him being one of the pieces that they added in the offseason as Umpty's
looking for that Q. We'll see if he can find it. He does. Sonic Wave connects, not going to take the Resonating Strike in. Blabber was able to sidestep the initial one. I think he got most of the little Raptors there, but still is going to be pushed out, and that's going to mean he loses his Krugs as well. So Umpty getting aggressive and is going to be able to take away, you know, a camp and a half or so from Blabber.
Yeah, you're trying to fight your way back versus Lilia, and in the early game, you're like, come on, please, let me stay a little bit close, because you know the Lilia is just going to zoom ahead in the camps later on. Always is going to help when you have yourself and Udyr top laner for some extra safety, but yeah, he does a little bit of his part now. I would say that Blabber just goes right back out and steals his Raptors, though, because as well, you kind of pointed it out when Blabber got a lot of the small Raptors, as he might even make a look towards APA. But these small Raptors, if you get all the small ones, it's better than just getting the big one. Because the big one was reduced so much in gold value and experience, collecting all the small ones is actually a dub there. Umpty, though, uses that top priority.
That's to me, you know? Get a lot of little pieces, add them up, stick them all together, they make a Mega Raptor.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like Transformers, right?
Get a whole box
Lots of little ones.
A whole box of chicken nuggets is better than one rotisserie chicken.
It's true, yeah. If you get enough, there'll probably be a lot of chicken nuggets. But is going to be able to stack up the nuggets. It steals his enemy nuggets away as well, so looking good to cruise on back to his side of the jungle.
Another little thing on the jungler, I'm done with nuggets.
Done with nuggets, okay, my bad.
This is a transition we're in right now.
Okay.
We're transitioning into statistics for jungle
Smooth.
champions. Yeah, because the analyst S was bringing it up a little bit, and Emily noted, yeah, you know, Umpty is at least an enjoyer. This is in fact his most played champion, 75 games on Lee Sin, and I looked it up for Blabber. This is his first Lilia game, if the stats are to be believed. I will say first pro Lilia game, you know, on stage, because I have seen myself him play it in solo queue, so he definitely is well acquainted with the champion. And of course, we already talked about it's so popular right now, especially for solo queue. And he's already got his mask, working his way towards that Leandries. So we will see how much of a big DPS threat he can be, how impactful of a sleep he can get for the rest of his team to be able to set it up, because sleeps into Orianna Shockwaves are one of the like tried and true, you know, really nice setup combinations, make it very easy for Jojo.
Absolutely. We can see TL did that lane swap up towards top. Looks like they're going to be moving back towards bot now. But as we are approaching this halfway point here, this is the final game in the first round robin for these guys in the split. let's take a look at what the aggregate power rankings were. Both of these teams were considered to be, placed quite high in the standings. I saw some people place TL up as high as second, as third. C9 was agreed upon that they were going to be first. Pretty much everyone, pros, coaches, everyone.
Yeah, we agreed. Me and you, we agreed. We got to take the L.
Yeah, we're in there, and they are now 3-3. So they've got a lot of work to do. We've had some surprising results. Unanimous 8th for Immortals. They've been much more competitive than that. They've gotten some big wins. A lot of these teams down towards the bottom of the standings have been picking up a lot of wins, and some of the teams that were supposed to be up at the top really have not performed.
Yeah, definitely has been a competitive split this year so far for the LCS. For a lot of teams surprising, and I'm never gonna get over how loud in the stadium the dragon kill audio is. Scares me a little bit. Bottom lane might be scared a little bit too. Berserker and Vulcan, a lot of eyeballs are on them you were talking about, and now
Q's gonna connect. Nice Q though in response there from Vulcan. Denies the resonating strike coming in there from Umti.
Come on, play-by-play. You mean ultra mega fire kick?
I'm not saying that one.
No? You're just going to say Q?
Yeah.
All right, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll accept that.
Breath of Life. That's the only... I like Cozy Campfire too, to be fair. Ultra Mega Fire Kick, that's a bridge too far for me.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much for a quick play there, but it was a nice little knockback from him.
It was a nice little Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
It was. Yeah, you're coming around.
Okay. Yeah, it's got I'm not going to say a nice ring to it. It's got something.
Yeah, you're testing it out.
Testing, yeah. Exactly. We tested the Nugget conversation. Had to move on. This one may have to be left in the past as well. JoJo in trouble. Not going to hit the sweet spot of the ulti there. The early one without that much AP behind it isn't that big of a deal. So APA just looking for that poke though. No TP on JoJo. If you base, this is going to be a lot of damage done to that tower. Ziggs really works through it with that passive auto. Plus he has those early grubs. But Blabber now coming in here. Umti there to support as well. And JoJo is dead So this one could potentially backfire. But Blabber at the very least is going to be able to help JoJo reset the wave and be able to get a clean base off.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because the trash talk between JoJo and APA actually started even before the LCS season started this year. It even started in Champions Queue, and JoJo talking about, you got to drop the Azir, bro. Like, you're not good on it. And APA then, the classic mid laner, well, you can't win without jungle. You're always calling jungle. And I looked at the jungle proximity stats for mid lane in the first couple of weeks, and APA actually was the highest. That has since changed, of course, but both junglers here paying attention to their mid lanes. You're always trying to help them, especially with that wave push out when you're so low. And it looks like it might be a setup here for 6 grubs for Team Liquid. Blabber's in the area, and both of the teams had rotated their AD carry supports up here, but looks like it's going to be a full 6 this game as well.
Yeah, should be able to grab it. And while I think a lot of people are going to be quick to say, well, APA doesn't have any legs to stand on when he's trash talking against JoJo, Blabber himself came out and was saying they have had the worst results against TL in scrims. This was on JLXP, talking about how strong TL is as a scrim team. It doesn't always translate. Even when they were 8th in spring last year, people were telling me this team is the truth. They are good. They will get there. But it didn't pan out in spring. In summer, they definitely improved. They scaled up a lot. I thought we saw real improvements from Yon in particular. Yeah. We have to remember, though, this is APA's first full split in the LCS. He played, I think it was 7 games in the regular season before going to playoffs and then into Worlds for TL. So he is definitely pretty green still in the LCS. And I think, as a result, a lot of the criticism feels a bit unfair towards him. And it feels like people are kind of piling on a bit too much for, where he is in his career.
Yeah, I think it's fun because he's also he's a real trash talker. So it's fun when you kind of create those rivalries, and some people are heroes at one point, then they're villains the next weekend type of thing. And it seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he is actually willing to play either side of that. And he also embraces so some of the times when it backfires.
You convinced me. Yeah. He does deserve that trash talk because he is a trash talker. Get in there, flame him at all times.
I mean, yesterday is an example I'm talking about where it was brought up in the interview with APA after the game about Palafox tweeting out, hey, you got to call me daddy because I always demolish you. And APA in the interview is very humble. He's like, you know what? I can't say anything right now because Palafox is actually the mid laner.
Because my father is watching Palafox. He would be disappointed.
Just got a DNA test back.
Yeah.
Turns out.
And Palafox is the father.
That's what the P stands for in APA.
There you go. I thought you were going to say Palafox. It works for both, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, He's definitely been really, crushing that matchup. AP, I think, has been a lot closer against the other mid laners in the league, even some of those top ones. And we'll see how he can perform here throughout the rest of the game as we are 12 minutes in. It's been a quiet one. The Grubs have gone TL's way. The early Dragon has gone TL's way. The Gold just about dead even. And I will say this is 3 straight games now where it feels pretty quiet early on for C9. Their game on Friday, I want to say it was 30 minutes in. It was like 0-1, which I am kind of confused as to why it feels like all of a sudden C9 games have gotten so passive, because they have always seemed like a much more kind of push the tempo style team. They're not always all out aggression, but they're usually down to scrap a lot more than it feels like they have been this weekend. So I wonder, are they losing a little bit of that confidence, getting a little bit too careful?
In this one, I can see it because, of course, they have the Lilia. And if you're Lilia Lee Sin matchup and you're power farming away for the Lilia, that does feel nice. Him and JoJo both have been outpacing in CS. They have given up an alarming number of grubs, but they keep their focus on the bottom half of the map and the dragons here.
It's always interesting to me, though, right? Because I totally agree with you, with the Lilia, with the Orianna. But then when I look down to the Lucian in the bot lane, and you're playing against an Aphelios Lulu, and you're kind of playing just even, and they've lost a bunch of plates, it's like, well, is that the way you want to play it? I'm not sure. Maybe they can really execute and show us, how this Lucian can work. But the Lucian, only 1 win in the LCS so far. And it does feel like the Lucian, kind of doesn't fit the theme of the comp, which is play slow, scale, look for 5v5.
And to me, there's so much conversation about Lucian, right? It's a really fun one to examine. I'm actually on the, I feel like,
on the get good camp,
the less popular side. Yeah, that is really enamored with the mid game of Lucian Milio. I have been on the receiving end so many times where when you get the Stormrazor and the Rapid Fire and the Milio's got the little bubble, the Dream Maker thing.
The far off looking rise. That's gonna... Man's been cold too many times.
Yeah, when you get that burst damage, Lucian jumping in and chunking someone. And if you look at the matchup this time around, if Berserker's able to chunk anyone besides Impact, that will have like a lasting effect for whatever setup that they're trying to get. And that's like the ideal scenario when you're able to get the Lucian Milio mid, once you get your double energize items and you get these Milio empowered chunks, these jump in moments from the Lucian, that's where it does really get to shine. A lot of times, though, in the LCS so far, of course, it has not shown through.
Yeah, the execution just hasn't been there, right? Because I can see both sides of the camp. It's not hard to see how it can work because you can just watch, Ruler or whoever play it, and you're like, okay, that's how you do it.
Yeah,
but it's hard to be Ruler. That's the other side of the camp, and so far it hasn't really worked out. In LEC, in LCS has not been a winning pick. But you can also look at it through the point of view of, okay, well, Cloud9 is confident that it can make it work, so that's a positive. But we'll see if a fight's going to break out here as there's the calling for Berserker, chunking down core, but Yon going to get a trade back. And on the other side, Umti's going forward. JoJo's going to have to flash out. Umti in some trouble, but he will go down as it's Berserker that gets the first blood, but in comes Impact, and Cloud9 are falling. Blabber caught into an awkward spot here as he's going to try to run past APA, but APA satchels him into the team. 3 kills for Team Liquid.
Impact is a monster, okay? We're always so focused on APA is a one trick. Impact's got almost all Udyr games. He had one game where he didn't have to play Udyr. This man comes in and demolishes. Look at him steamroll the team fight. After, it kind of looks like it's going to be a nice start. The ultra mega fire kick from Vulcan does get to the kickback, and they get the first kill. But then Impact comes in, and he just steamrolls, runs over the whole squad here, chases them back as Yon and APA were able to kite back, and the carries were very safe there for Team Liquid. Yes, Umti did go down, and Cloud9 were able to get that pick up early on into the team fight, but then they got run over, and now you're in a scenario where there's no flash for JoJo, no flash for Berserker either. So it could get fairly dangerous.
And I feel like you're in a spot where you're going to get outscaled and you're down 2K, right? They've lost, every objective except that one dragon, 6 scrubs, they lost the dragon. So it is definitely concerning there for C9. We'll see what they can get done with this Herald, if they can close the gap a little bit. But congratulations, CoreJJ, moving into 10th all time, passing Santorin with over 3,000 assists, I believe it was there.
Yes, sir. Mainstay in the LCS. Starting out super early on as the Aiden carry on Dignitas, but becoming that big component that the Team Liquid dynasty was really, relying on for so many years there in their back-to-back championship days. But it does feel like those are getting further and further away from us.
Quite a while away. And that's the thing, is that TL has been, on this quest to try to kind of reclaim that, right? you know, it was Doublelift with them for all 4 of those championships. They have not won since Doublelift. They've tried a number of different rosters, you know, various different strategies, you know, importing, then going more kind of younger rosters. Now they're here with a little bit of a mix. Obviously, some imports, some veterans, you know, Core and Impact, both world champions, both extreme veterans in the scene. M2's been around for a long while as well. And then Yon and AP are kind of these young components. And this seems to be more the new era strategy that we're seeing a lot of teams go towards. FlyQuest obviously having great success with it. I think EG was the one who, at least in LCS, first kind of drew that blueprint with Danny and JoJo. And people saw, you know what, that actually works really well. It makes sense. You get a stable base with these veterans who can help to really build up these rookies who have that big potential.
Yeah, and I feel like Impact is literally the best veteran to get for something like that. We'll see if the Colossal Titan Impact, the Udyr, is still able to run through and break up these battle lines of Cloud9 as we move forward, because right now it's a very manageable gold lead here for Team Liquid. Not super panicked for Cloud9. They have hit my dream scenario for the Lucian, so if they're not able to make something happen now when you've got your Storm Razor Rapid Fire going and take advantage of some of these Melio buffed up windows, then it looks like Team Liquid moving mid-pressure in towards Dragon. Let's try and set up for that one quickly. Rift Herald just popped down though, so they kind of want to deal with that first.
Yeah, Blabber's gonna load up into the Herald here, looking for the charge. We'll be able to get it off. Spawns the extra Void Mites, so a little bit of chip damage does come in. And of course you get the shield when you do pop out of that. Berserker, largely the only person that's kind of been in range though so far has been Impact, and he's getting shielded up by CoreJJ, protected by him. Umti on the side though, getting chased out by Fudge, who does proc the Hyper and chunks him down a little bit, but Umti will heal back up off camp.
Yeah, nice use here on the Trinity Force Snar. Gets a decent amount of damage to allow them the first entry.
As well, so he's trying to go fast.
He will go quite fast. Hey!
The shockwave onto Yon. Yon in some trouble, but does have the ulti with the red gun to heal it back up. Plus, the wild growth there comes through from Core. Fudge is in the Mega Gnar, sitting on the side. Blabber looking for MT, who has been able to heal it back up. The fight will dissipate. Is this just trade back and forth? Both teams heavily trying to play for mid lane prio as they want to be able to move over to the Dragon, but it's Fudge now with no Mega Gnar bar. And some key ultimates have been expended from Cloud9.
Yeah, I think this one's got to be TL Dragon, stamping their name all over it. Number 2 will get picked up as Impact gets visual confirmation. Blabber will not get close to stealing it. He might secure his Gromp, but that's it. And these are the types of plays we're talking about.
Looking. Blabber gets connected onto. He's going to be able to walk it out.
Yeah, nice little chunk there. They finish up on the tower. Impact collects the wave on bottom side too. Just feel like TL keep on getting these little marginal wins here to push back on Cloud9 and increase their lead.
Yeah, they do. And again, you know, we have this kind of strongest point of the game almost for that Lucian that you were talking about. And it's resulting in Cloud9 having to give up the objective. You know, it's no massive loss, but Yon has not even done his 2 items. You know, the big spike for Felios generally comes on 3, right? You know, that's what you're looking towards. So Yon now has the IE completed. When he gets in his PD, his Hurricane, whatever, BT, whatever he's going to be going for, it's kind of dealer's choice. That is where the Felios really starts to go crazy and generally run over the Lucian.
And I got to wonder, unless Blabber gets a really good sleep, I feel like Cloud9, their battle lines might just fall apart. You mentioned the Boots of Swiftness for Fudge. If he's Trinity Force Boots of Swiftness, like there's no armor there to deal with this Aphelios. And there's also no MR currently extra either. So he could take a substantial amount of damage. So it'd have to be like a really nice sleep into Mega Gnar and just use CC as your, you know, stability for your team fight rather than actual tankiness.
And it's a good bit of chunk there onto CoreJJ, but again, it's not going to amount to much. Core does go for the Mikhail's Rush, this time clearly in answer to the sleep that Blabber would be looking for to be able to cleanse that away from one of his teammates. But it's tough to approach against this kind of a composition because there's Satchel disengage, there's Umti going to be able to kick you away, there's Impact who's just going to be running and playing bodyguard, trying to slow you up with that Unleashed Phoenix, with the stuns, you know, all of these different things, and now the Mikhail's to deal with as well, and the shields and heals from, you know, CoreJJ. So I do think it's a difficult ask for Blabber to be that primary engage on the Lilia, but they're clearly not winning through sides. They're not really winning in setup. It kind of feels like they're just slowly bleeding this out, and this has been, you know, a great recipe for success for TL. It's this sort of game state that they have been able to get all of their wins in.
Yeah, I think that the pathway is definitely clear here for them, because especially Impact, who has had a really good presence in side lanes, is also going to be built for team fights here. Once he finishes his Frozen Heart and what could be, well, they're just going to demolish this tower, so no problem there. And then it's going to, be whatever little bit of extra magic resistance he wants, either the Canic Rookrun, or even in this case, you actually do have other forms of shielding. Almost always you're like, Canic Rookrun, no brainer, but Spirit Visage has decent value for Udyr with a Lulu on the team if you want to go there, but they haven't nerfed Canic Rookrun yet, so.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of strong MR items, right? There's Canic Rookrun, there's Hollow Domain or whatever it is, the like magic resist Sunfire Cape. I always forget the name of that one for some reason.
Hollow Radiance.
Hollow Radiance. I always call it Hollow Domain. I'm not sure why. There's also Force of Nature, which is still really good if you want the move speed. So there's lots of options here. Berserker, again, trying to look for a bit of a chunk here onto APA, but not going to find too much. As he is trying to stay aggressive, is trying to find those windows, but it's always just been little chips. It's never really been that snowball. And we have seen this in a number of Lucian games. I think back to week 1, some of the Lucian games that Wild Turtle played, where he was constantly aggressive, constantly finding good chunks, constantly finding pressure, but it was never, the kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. It was never able to push it over that edge to where instead of a chunk, it's a kill and an objective, and that's really the problem. So I think Cloud9 have got to be sweating a little bit at this point. They've gotten very little done. It's TL, with the objective lead, with the gold lead, with the scaling lead, and it's going to be Cloud9 who has to find ways to outplay without really great engage or great setup.
So I just got a little ping from production that they've decided they're going to start a poll for who do you want to get interviewed if Team Liquid win. So we're at the stage where production is like, let's just throw that one out there. Just in the scenario where it possibly does.
What's your vote? Do you want some more APA trash talk after if he wins?
100%.
All right, well, it's got to be APA.
I love following, the drama, the characters that are making it real spicy. I mean, if I was like, oh, what has been the most critical piece to a lot of these TL wins? I would say, hey, let's hear from Impact. But Impact's so nice. I feel like it'll be more fun.
Next guy's finished last. Is that what you're telling me, Kobe?
Yep.
That's rough. All right, Blabber, maybe in a little bit of trouble there, but Umti not going to be able to have quite enough damage to finish him off. Does use the ulti, and of course that Thunder Sky has kind of taken the place of that core item for at least in this season. Fudge about to mega out, but TL again just going to be looking to wait this out, then start up the dragon. The Mega Gnar timing not great from Fudge because I don't think TL's going to give you a window. Blabber's chunked low. This is already looking like it's going to be another TL Dragon because now the Mega Gnar expires. You just go down, have Umti started up. The rest of your squad can play 4-man wave clear mid. Blabber's into his jungle just to wave clear. So without really much of anything happening, C9 lose another Dragon.
Yeah, Fudge is a mini Gnar with no resistances, and it's easy for this poke damage here. APA throwing out the bombs. Jan with his green gun sniping him. Fudge is down to 60% HP. They won the Dragon. Yeah.
Shockwave amounts to almost nothing there as it only hits Impact. I think he was trying to clip Jan and maybe look for something, but yeah, Cloud9 very slowly just bleeding out of this game. TL dominating the objectives.
Just wait till the Canic Rookrun is done. Impact already is kind of running free in their faces, and it doesn't look like it's going to change too soon.
Yeah, I don't think it is whatsoever. As JoJo going to be pushed back. Fudge charging off the Mega Gnar, but again, the rest of his team has had to go back to base, so it's just not really going to amount to much.
I was hoping Umti would just take that for fun. Honestly.
Blabber in trouble. Nice kickback from Umti. We'll see if Blabber can find his way out of this one. He has to flash over the wall, is going to be able to escape, but they're just going to start the Baron. You just force the flash. There's no blast cone. There's no real way for him to get in easily. Jan has the white gun, so he's going to be able to crush through this very quick. Fudge has no Gnar bar. And the Shockwave isn't quite up, if I can see that from JoJo. It will be up very soon, though. Cloud9 cannot afford to give this up, or I think this game is pretty much toast. JoJo walking all the way in. It's getting low, though. Berserker on the side, trying to chunk them down. Fudge has been taken down about 15% HP, though. This is getting really risky. They don't want to quite finish it in Blabber's face, but they're just getting chipped down now on the side. APA in some trouble, but JoJo mistimes the Shockwave out of the stasis, and APA is going to be able to survive as a result of it. Fudge flashes forward, and Fudge gets killed by APA, who's winning in the 1v2. TL secure the Baron, and APA embarrasses JoJo and Fudge. The mistiming on the Shockwave from JoJo costs them big time, and TL running away with this one.
Can I say, chatters, please vote now. Please, APA, please. I want to hear it. Especially after that play. That interview is going to be juicy.
Okay, and this stat is maybe going to blow my mind a little bit here. It might blow my yours. Last time C9 lost 4 games in a row, which would happen if they lose this game. Summer 2016, 2,768 days ago. That's 7.5 years since Cloud9 lost 4 straight in the LCS. And they are now very close to doing that right here with the super team.
They chose a good picture for that stat.
They look sad.
They did.
Yeah.
It sounds like they told them, hey, we're going to take this picture of your team and then we're going to put it on this stat about you losing 4 games in a row. Because their faces did not look happy. And Cloud9 definitely did not expect this. We did not expect this. We were talking at the very beginning of the game and you showed the graphic of all the predictions preseason. And
I mean, this was everyone saying that though. Casters, analysts, coaches, players, everyone.
Oh, and Team Liquid looks like they've got the power here. Baron buffed up. They basically just stalled out Cloud9 at the Baron, continually winning in poke damage, continually increasing their HP advantage at the Baron until finally they get the win on APA versus JoJo and Fudge. Now APA is level 16 coming back too. It's also really easy for Team Liquid to siege. With Aphelios, with the Ziggs here, tower damage is not a problem. They're going to play on mid lane and top lane right now, splitting between the jungle. Jan will annihilate this turret. APA blows it up, and they're going to keep on moving forward here. A full minute left on this Baron.
An Impact pushing forward here on a JoJo. Will Despida harass him away and allow Empty to finish that off. You know, they have a great comp for knocking down towers. They also have 6 scrubs, which is just going to make it that much easier. And Cloud9 relatively light on wave here besides JoJo. Core JJ will get pushed back again by the culling, but it's just really not amounting to much. A couple autos and an execution could be it, and the TP's coming in. This could be the last stand for Cloud9. They're trying to step up, but Berserker's already chunked so low. In comes Fudge. He's going to scoop APA against the wall. Can they burst them down? The shockwave's going to connect, but there's the wild growth. There's the shield, and there's JoJo on the run as Impact is pushing forward onto Blabber. Blabber in trouble. Umpty connects with a Q. Ward hops forward, trying to finish him off, and there's the kick flash on a JoJo. JoJo is down, and Cloud9 are crumbling. TL in the base, but his Cloud9's no longer. Jan flashes forward. There's another kill for TL. It's a double for the Aphelios as Liquid are marching on the Nexus, looking to put the finishing touches on this one, trying to finish the first half of the split 4-3, and hand Cloud9 their 4th straight loss.
Cloud9 pushed out of their own base at the end. TL will secure their victory. They will secure APA's predicted 3-4 score for Cloud9 in the LCS, pushing them down. And I believe APA also won the chat vote for the interview. So stay tuned for that one.
Yeah, Cloud9 going to be ending the first round robin 3-4. A far cry from where they hoped they would be at this point. TL ending it on a bit of a high note, 4-3 for them. The inverse record's there, so they will move up those standings. Only a couple games back of those top teams. I believe they're 1 game back, or maybe even tied with Energy briefly, because Energy hasn't played yet today.
All right. Critical errors that Cloud9 made. They gave APA his Ziggs. They gave Impact to Udyr. And they took away the Lucian, so then Jan didn't play the Lucian, and he's playing Aphelios, so everything looks amazing for TL.
Yeah, I mean, that is 10-2 now for the Udyr in the LCS. It has been so dominant. Impact playing it out very well. But you have to say, you know, this was kind of slow and steady for TL. It just felt like they were winning the fights before they were even breaking out. Cloud9 very light on engage in this one. They would be reliant on flanks from Fudge or some sort of miracle engage from Blabber, but it was really tough to find it. And TL played around those windows, played around the Mega Dart timings really well. No big fights ever really felt like they happened, but TL was winning every fight before it broke out.
It honestly feels like Cloud9 are having a bit of an identity crisis at the moment, and being in free fall, that is never good vibes for the squad. Really curious to see how they will turn it around, because they do have some really strong parts to this team and need to iron out some of these mistakes. Definitely have a lot to review here after Super Week.
Yeah, they will, but we'll see if they can do it. Hey, LCS fans, Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper. It's not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends, then crush their dreams with your own LCS super team, maybe not Cloud9. You can head on over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. And we are going to head on over to the stage, I believe, as I think Raz and APA are ready.
Woo!
APA, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
First thing first, of course, Twitch chat voted for another interview for you after that performance. Because right off the bat, you made out a tweet, you sent out a tweet just calling it how embarrassing it would be if JoJo lost this one. So now you get the rebuttal after that victory.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just really funny. People call C9 a super team when they downgraded both mid and support in the offseason. So I don't get it.
And I guess like before coming into this game, I mean, they called you a Ziggs one trick. I mean, you have been playing a lot of champions to begin with, but then you got your Ziggs anyways. Just talk through that game, because especially for me, the most interesting thing was that one Baron fight where they tried to get you and you ended up killing Fudge.
Yeah.
You had a huge, massive performance. So like, talk about it a little bit.
I think we were just really happy from the draft standpoint. Like, I think we don't think JoJo's good at mages. We think he's really good at like the melees, you know, the Silas Akali. But we were really happy when they picked Orianna. I'm like, okay, this is a good Ziggs game, and they didn't ban Ziggs when they called me a Ziggs one trick. So like, I just told Spawn like, this is a good Ziggs game. We picked it, and then you know, I think we played really well around it.
That makes sense. And kind of going back to, love your like just your personality overall when you do embrace the shit talk, but it feels like there's a little bit more spice when it comes to JoJo. Is there something there, or is it just you making it more entertaining?
I mean, I just like to make it entertaining, is all.
Okay, perfect. And I mean, I've been seeing overall a lot more, just like this was a really clean game. Yeah. And I feel like something with Team Liquid overall for the like past couple of games, you guys would go either for like a more early game comp and it'd be a little bit messy, and then kind of going towards like more late game comps. And of course, it feels like this has been the cleanest one yet. Talk about like overall team goals, especially after yesterday's games. Like, what do you feel like you personally are working on and the team is working on to get better at?
I talked about it a little bit yesterday on Twitter, but I think, in all honesty, all these games are really close that we lost. Like the 4-3, the 3 games we lost. So I think just I'm working on a lot of just awareness, because there was a bunch of cases yesterday where I could have like really like just smacked the Dignitas, but then I just wasn't aware enough. So just working on that a lot.
That sounds good to me, especially after this game. Seems like it's giving a lot of confidence to the fans out there. Any last message you got for the fans after a game like that?
Thank you, Honda. But other than that, I think Team Liquid will keep ramping up. I think just be ready for playoffs. We'll be unstoppable then.
Sounds good, sounds good. And from what I'm hearing, you got to be ready for a cast, because I think in Game 4 you got a cast ahead of you.
I do.
There it is. Good one. Great win. Appreciate you. I caught myself on that one. And I'm going to send it right to the break. Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to LCS Super Week here in spring 2024. It's time for the last day of competition here in that Super Week. It's time for game number 3. It's time for Shopify Rebellion going up against 100 Thieves. I'm Captain Flowers, and I'm joined by Jack for these last 2 of the weekend.
Yo, we should have APA joining us at some point.
Right. He's
but
not
we'll
here
see.
yet.
He just won a game of League of Legends, so he's going to take his time, but I actually see him right now. He's going to be on his way.
He's making his way. I thought maybe he had to go make a tweet or something first.
He probably did.
Strike while the iron is hot?
He probably did. Either way, 100 Thieves looking to be one of the shockers of the first round robin. If they're able to beat Shopify here, they'd actually end with a winning record, despite having 2 rookies on the team.
APA, welcome to the cast, buddy. Good to have you. Congratulations on that win.
Thank you, thank you.
So what do you think? And I'm going to be asking you some questions throughout the cast. Also, feel free to chime in if you ever have anything to say.
Okay.
Since you've now played every team in the LCS on stage, like what stood out to you the most amongst these 2 teams, Shopify versus 100 Thieves?
Well, I think both their mid laners are actually very, very creative players. Insanity, obviously, with like, the Scion and Garen. But I think Quid and Scrims also plays a lot of unique champions. So I'm actually interested to see what pans out today.
Yeah, and one thing with Quid is the river effect. Do you feel like playing against Quid last summer versus this spring, how much of it is his own improvement or just the fit with the team and how good River is at ganking other mid laners?
I think a little bit of both. I think very highly of River, but I also think Quid did improve a lot. So yeah, I'm excited for this mid lane matchup.
Well, mid lane is the focus of the bans here for Shopify in the first half. The Azir and Orianna, 2 of those meta staples taken off the table. Varus also removed, power pick in the bottom lane there. Karma, Kalista, and Udyr, the bans on the side of 100 Thieves as we're back to Shopify for that first pick of the draft. And Cassante locked in for Fake God.
Something that always gets to me with Shopify Rebellion drafts is basically whenever any champion is locked in, I have to ask, is it mid?
Yeah.
Is it mid?
This most definitely could be mid lane.
Exactly, so you never know what you're
who
playing
knows?
against.
Well,
Maybe Fake God has a super counter to Aatrox.
Right, yeah, you just bait him out with the Cassante, end up getting the Aatrox slammed in response, but we will have the Senna also locked in there for 100 Thieves.
I like the Senna priority. It's been really high in the LPL. It's a little tricky in the LCS because I feel like teams are getting trapped with it sometimes without having enough overall damage in the team comp. I think it's kind of risky against just Shopify teams since they have been building these like 25,000 HP comps to now not have a hyper carry in the bot lane. And with the brand jungle, that sets them up to play, in my opinion, kind of whatever they want in the mid lane. What do you think, APA?
I mean, he might bust out the Scion again. I know he's done this a lot before, but I'm actually interested to see.
Yeah, because good combos with brand jungle. This was banned against Boogie yesterday. They ended up going with Talia. They have Garen. They have Scion.
Scion, there it is.
There it is.
Why not?
You've got all the firepower in the jungle already, the damage for the brand, but instead, now, I'm not going to get baited. It's Insanity. I'm not going to comment until it gets locked in. Okay, we got the Scion locked in here, but I still think you guys were right earlier. These 2, either one could go in either lane.
So I don't think Sion's going to go top. I know Aatrox is a very favorable matchup, so I do think it's Scion mid, but I wonder now what Quid wants to play.
Yeah, I do wonder. The Lilia hover was intriguing to me because it's a high damage jungler. The Nidalee would be very strange. So Lilia just makes sense to me because they need to find DPS somewhere.
Yeah. Lilia is also a very good tank killer because she rushes Leandres.
Yeah.
Q, kills them all.
The other percent HP dot mage in the jungle that's not brand, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, looks like 100 Thieves are going to go on that same train of thought. So 2 powerful mages in the jungle for both squads here. Very tanky solo lanes for the side of Shopify. And going back to what you were talking about earlier, the Senna. Clearly, you're not going to be the mega tank buster. So what do you guys want to see in the second half of the draft here from 100 Thieves to make sure that they can get through these meatballs?
I think I'm looking at Yone for Quid.
Okay.
Pretty favorable matchup into him. Can get pushed, and then it works really well with Lilia. I think it also is very good at killing the tanks. So that's what I'm looking at, but maybe Quid thinks something else.
I really like that because if they go for something like a Victor that you'd think that could do a lot of damage over time, that just makes the MR stack on Scion too ridiculous.
Yeah, so insane.
So you need to differentiate between the magic and physical damage here. So yeah, Yone with mostly physical, a little bit of mix, actually sounds kind of amazing. I wouldn't be shocked if Shopify ends up banning it here with their last ban.
Well, the Gwen will be banned away. One of those traditional favorable matchups picked into the Cassante. They do not want to allow that one to go the way of Sniper. A player like Sniper who has the confidence in the champ pool that he does. I mean, the guy comes out, he plays his first LCS game on Riven. So I feel like if you give him the opportunity to play the Gwen and the Cassante, he'll be happy to do that. Not this game, though. We've got the Rakan banned out from 100 Thieves. They know that their opponents still need to lock in both elements of that bot lane. With the tanks they already have, they don't want to allow that snap engage from Rakan. Melio, with his recent popularity, also removed.
It also could be Aatrox mid, by the way. Quid has played this in the past in solo queue a lot, and it's a very good matchup in a Sion. So they might be looking for a counter pick for Sniper. Something about down his ally, you know, like Fiora, Gwen, some type of champion like that.
Yeah.
That could be really spicy. I also have to ask, since I have you here, is this a Zigzangle?
No.
No Zigzangle here.
Okay. They're way too tanky, sorry.
I agree, because they could just go Kanik Rookborn on both those guys and never poke them
Way
at all.
too tanky. Sion would just start dancing on you.
Well, they must have heard what you were talking about earlier, because the Yone will be the final ban of the draft here. Shopify.
Aatrox mid.
Yeah, Aatrox
like
mid, and we've got Sniper piloting the Olaf into the Cassante up their top side.
Quid has played Aatrox mid a lot in solo queue, so I'm not really surprised. I think he's actually really good at it. I want to see how he does into the Sion matchup, though.
And I was kind of curious if we're going to see more teams premeditating what they play against the Sion mid, because that is becoming a signature for Shopify Rebellion. And I think the Aatrox will be a really interesting mid lane matchup, especially like they do have a lot of damage in the rest of their comp now. Senna with Olaf and Aatrox. I think it's really good to pair Senna with melee champions in abundance. I'm not sure what they're going to pair it with support-wise, especially since Bard seems pretty good in the Tahm Kench, but we'll have to see.
They have a very good ball comp. I think if it's 5v5, just eye contacting everybody, 100 Thieves is very favorite in my opinion.
Okay, Nautilus, the final pick here for Shopify. That bot lane will be a Nautilus-Ezreal duo. What do you want to pair with the Senna here? They still got to make this last decision for the side of 100 Thieves. The team doesn't have any super hard engage so far. I'm curious if they're going to go for
I think it can be
something along
Tahm.
those lines. No, okay, just the Tahm.
Yeah, because Zazel ended up going Nautilus, probably so he'd have a way of reaching Lilia. Otherwise, Lilia can just get way too annoying. But then that just opens up Tahm Kench to be like a winning lane for Senna TK.
I'm honestly a massive fan of the 100 Thieves team comp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like they have favorable lane matchups pretty much everywhere, and then I like just their odds of going into mid-game team fights.
Yeah, I think I've had that thought after most of 100 Thieves drafts this year.
Yeah.
It's something about, I'm not sure exactly how they're doing it.
Golden glue, man.
Something about Golden, to me, it's like they're often prioritizing the team comp rather than lanes. So if there's ever a criticism about their drafts, it's that their lanes aren't always winning. But this one, actually, the fact that they basically got to counterpick every single lane and still have a pretty cohesive team comp is good. My fear would just be the brand. They are a ball comp. Brand bounces a lot of damage around everywhere, and that would be a carry angle for the side of Shopify.
So that's what I was going to ask next is, clearly you've already answered the question. You like the 100 Thieves draft better. So if you're playing from the Shopify side, what's kind of the angle you have to approach this from?
I think you can very easily pick people off though. Nautilus Q into Sion Q, and just like, you do have so much CC that even if it's on Tahm Kench, you can kill the Tahm Kench. But I think if you engage on like the Lilia, for example, Tahm Kench will just eat her, and then it's very hard. So I think if you can just easily look at Tahm Kench and just CC him to death.
All right, let's get into it. Heading on to Summoner's Rift for the third time today. Shopify versus 100 Thieves. If Shopify wins this one, these two teams are going to be tied in the standings. Tied with Cloud9, who you guys just handed the fourth loss to. But if 100 Thieves wins it, they'll move up to a 4-3 record to end Super Week. Let's see how they play the level 1.
Yeah, and I know it's just one game difference, but 2 and 5 is so much less palatable than 3 and 4.
Yeah,
3 and 4 is like, you know, one game was unlucky, otherwise you have a
We're
winning
almost
record.
even.
2 and 5 is like, yeah, by the way, you're last. You were dead last in the LCS.
Is that last?
It would be.
Wow.
Yeah, so pretty important for Shopify to come together and be able to find something good here, but it does not look like we're going to get any invades, any risky business here at level 1 in this game. Zazel just protecting the red buff. Everybody spreading out, fanning out on the side of 100 Thieves to make sure that no deep wards get laid down early.
I think they're scared of the invade. You can see Lilia, the River dropped a ward on his ramp push. So I think they're a bit scared of level 1 invade.
Yeah, I also want to call out River and Boogie, normally incredibly active early game junglers. Maybe a little bit less this game because they're both on these AP scalers, but we will be having the River and Boogie gank counter, so our stats guy is going to be deciding what actually counts as a gank. Do you think APA, like which jungler, based on the team comps and the players, do you think is more likely to have more early game ganks?
River, for sure. I think if he wants to, he can just go through mid, just go Raptors. But I actually like what Insanity did. He Q started in this matchup and just give him a super leash to Boogie.
Yeah, then you just instantly have Brand clear out all the small chickens, stopping that Lilia bouncing around, farming Raptors on cooldown like you're talking about. But we will also be keeping an eye. The Aatrox mid, the stat, we flew it during Champ Select. For those of y'all that missed it, it's been years. 2019, Niski was the last person to play Aatrox mid in the LCS. Wow. Yeah, 5 years.
So long ago.
That's it's been a while. So I'm really curious, especially after you commenting on Quid playing this so much in solo queue, how well he'll be able to really take this fight to Insanity.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's getting early advantageous trades already on Insanity. I think he's probably not too familiar with the Sion Aatrox mid lane matchup, but yeah, I just like how Quid's playing this so far.
Yeah, I will say as well, like, Insanity with his Sion hasn't crushed the laning phase. He's been down in CS almost every game. It's kind of a matter of when he hits that like first tank item or when he specifically gets to 2 tank items, which is usually, I never pronounce the name right, Kanik Rookern.
Kanik Rookern. R-O-O-K-E-R-N. Neither of them's real words. It's 2 made up words. You don't have to feel that bad about it. They're not in the dictionary. I looked them both up.
Okay, Kanik Rookern and Frozen Heart is just the Sion, just Giga build.
It's bread and butter.
Yeah.
Majorly high resist items with shields, and then Sion gets so much free health from his W. It's like the most efficient. It might be the most efficient 2-item tank build ever. At least that's kind of what it feels like on Sion.
Well, it'll be up to Insanity to hit those spikes and make sure he can be that big wall in front of the rest of the team. Boogie clearing through his jungle at pretty much the same pace that River's doing his. Both going to end up with their blue buffs last as they head into the river. Quid and Insanity, just general trading stuff here. Q charged up to get the knock-up at the very, very end of the range as Insanity trades back into Quid. Boogie's hanging out. If Quid gets too aggro, Boogie might be able to punish here, but I don't really see it happening.
I think Insanity just wants to crash the wave here, go base. He's not the best condition.
Yeah, and I feel like Boogie and River both cleared so fast. Like, Boogie delayed his Scuttle Crab take here, but there's nothing else to take at the moment. So that cost him basically nothing, and it was good insurance for Insanity to clear the wave. That's, you know, you as a mid laner, you'd appreciate your jungler hanging out like that.
Yeah, they're both just mirroring each other. Maybe Boogie tries to sneak the Raptors or drop Ward on Krugs. Looks like Ward on Krugs, yeah.
Yeah, River's going to take Raptors as well. That's nice.
Boogie looking up here at the top side as he goes for his recall. Yeah, River was very eager to go after that enemy Raptor camp. You could see that even when he was wrapping around to look at mid lane himself, he stopped off to the Raptors first, but he'll secure that one, steal it away, and now you can see more pings coming out. Even the question mark pings from the side of Shopify, they are looking at that jungle saying, hey, this is probably where the Lilia might be, counter jungling, since we're across the map the same way.
I think this mid lane matchup early is just who can facilitate the jungler better. Okay. And it looks like Quid's doing a better job of that. I mean, River already has 2 camps, and Boogie's a little bit slower on the tempo. So now River has a chance to base or do dragon or whatever he wants to do.
Yeah, I think it's a good base timing. 35 CS might be enough gold to pick up Haunting Guys now. 1130.
No, it's 1300.
So not enough.
Maybe just boots?
Even if he has futures market. I need to check what his boots are,
just pieces of the guys, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think, APA, is the most likely place where we'll see early action? Because both of these team comps are pretty low engaged.
Yeah, just the Void Grubs. There's probably just like, Quid R2 back on. I imagine Fakeot's gonna look to get a base TP soon, and it's probably just gonna be a grub fight. Yeah, both junglers are passing up towards it. That's what I imagine would be the first fight.
Yeah, you feel like junglers are prioritizing grubs before first Drake launch.
Oh yeah, Boogie's running straight in there. You know, he's telling his team we need to fight this.
All right, River has already thrown the bowling ball into the grub pit, working on at least getting that first one down. There we go, Sniper covering for him, Quid covering for him. Fake God and Boogie also hanging around seeing him. Maybe this is contestable, but the answer is no. 100 Thieves just have enough control. They should be able to secure both of these pretty easy. River still saving the smite for the last one like most junglers do. There's your watch out eat. I really wish that you could see the number of the shield on the Void Grub to make it easier to smite. That's one of my only complaints with the Grubs.
Me too, man.
Yeah.
It's so easy to mess up. You think you're gonna do it, and then they leave it with 12 health and little grublings later on in the game. But APA, to your point in draft, like this is going very well early game for 100 Thieves. Their lanes are all pushing. River's kind of able to go wherever he wants at the moment. They got the triple grubs.
Quid's getting a massive CS lead as well. He's already up, what, 15, 16?
Yeah, this is almost 3 waves worth of farm at 6.5 minutes into the game. Feeling really good about that one as He's gonna step over, try to defend this control ward from Boogie.
The
Yeah, he's
1v2.
this is just pure Chad attitude, standing there and not letting him take the ward. But now he's got to try to get away. Nice use of the World Ender to evade the ulti from Insanity.
Insanity is in a really rough spot mid lane now because his wave's not good and he can't fight. He's no teleport as well.
Do you think Quid would freeze? No, she's just fast pushing because Lily is.
They want to fight Raptors.
Yeah.
Okay, Boogie's gonna go ahead and start up those Raptors as support trade down here in bottom lane. Zazel down to about 300 HP. The level up's gonna top him off a little bit. Still fighting over the Raptors back here in the jungle, but River is the one in control. Level 6 in the Lilia versus only level 5 on the Brand. Pretty big difference, although Boogie should be able to hit that mark here in one camp of his own.
I feel like they can just go Dragon now. Like, they're up so much tempo mid lane. Quid can just hit mid plates. River goes Dragon. They're like, it's a very slow game, but the mid jungle is just like dominating Shopify Rebellion right now.
It really is, because that completely negated anything that Shopify would be able to do about this Drake.
Yeah.
Even just the mid trading of ults because of Quid's styling on that control ward. No Scion ult can fly through River to stop him. And Boogie, at the time, wasn't even level 6. He's moving in now, so it could be a smite fight.
Yeah, we're gonna have a 50-50. They want to try to flip the Dragon. It's gonna be secured by the center of all people. Meech gets the last hit, and Zazel goes fishing. River gets caught. He's gonna try to escape this one, but the damage over time burns him down, and it's Boogie getting first blood. Meech escapes through the mist, but nicely done from Shopify. They really needed that to slow down this tempo that the Thieves were putting out.
I like the aggressiveness from the Shopify Rebellion bot lane. I think they know that the game's not going too well for them, but I just really like them both talking forwards.
Okay, 3v2 now as Boogie's ready to reinforce this bottom lane battle. Zazel hooks another one, man. The Nautilus is showing up big here in the early game.
That's just clutch,
yeah.
Right? The Dragon was kind of shockingly slow, and it allowed Boogie to loop all the way around the side with his ultimate, and then just 2 big Nautilus hooks from Zazel, because really, we were trying to figure out how are they going to make anything happen with how little pressure they had in the mid-jungle.
Zazel steps up.
Zazel steps up, absolutely. Yeah, watching this one more time, Ayla took a base. I think if the Tahm Kench sticks around, they definitely kill this Drake on time. Lucky that they did get that 6 HP smite to Meech, but then they just don't get out in time. And then the all-in initiated by 100 Thieves doesn't track Boogie. They thought maybe he'd be further along in his jungle. He just kind of shows up and helps turn this around.
Oh, wow. Ayla said every man for himself.
Yeah,
Out.
Ayla said, I'll see you back in base, bro, one way or the other.
Good luck, Meech. I'm living.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a frustrating situation there. Well, not if you're on Shopify. A little bit of a happy response there from these guys who are now in a gold lead. Very, very small one. But considering they were down over 1,000 at one point in a 0-kill game, that was getting pretty dire. But things being turned around thanks to the hooks from Zazel. Both kills going on to Boogie as well to accelerate this Brand in the jungle and get him to the point where that damage that you guys were talking about, you know, if 100 Thieves are a ball comp and you have Brand and he's ahead of the game, man, that's scary.
He's gonna burn through everyone. I think if I'm Boogie right now, I'm so happy. I'm just getting whacked in the jungle by the Aatrox, and then suddenly I get 2 kills. I'm so happy right now as Boogie.
900 gold ahead of River after the entire sequence. It was about 8 minutes for River and about 90 seconds for Boogie, but it's all about timing. And those 90 seconds were really good seconds.
It's just the Zazel gap.
The Zazel gap showing up and getting the jungler ahead as now he's rotated over into the mid lane. Lots of bodies from both teams ready to rotate up to the second set of the Grubs. Remember, it was all 3 going the way of the Thieves the first time around. Shopify goes ahead. They smite the second one because they know that 100 Thieves are coming to contest, and all they have to do is get 2. Then there's no way that the Thieves can get the Might spawning. So 4-2 is going to be your final score on Grubs, favoring 100 Thieves.
Do the Void Mites have a name?
I just call them Grublings.
You actually nailed it. They are technically called Void Mites.
Okay.
But I call them like Grublings, Grublets, Void Spawn.
I think I call them Grubs in game.
Yeah,
baby
like
grubs?
Little grubs.
Yeah, baby grubs, grubbies, kind of whatever you want to call them. There's all sorts of different things that people refer to them as.
I want to highlight, though, the mid CS discrepancy.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, like Quid is just up 30 CS, 1v1.
But who's stronger? The Frozen Heart Scion or the Merc Treads 30 CS up?
I think right now it's Scion, but only because I think Quid's probably on like 2,000 some gold.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, he's on 2,500.
Yeah.
So he will be stronger shortly.
Yeah, until he gets that face off.
Unless Zazel.
Ooh, not gonna lollipop that one. We've been seeing some Nautilus hooks this weekend in the LCS. The one behind the turret yesterday in the C9 FlyQuest games I think was the one that people are going to use in clips
Yeah, did
forever.
you see that one?
No, I did not.
It was the bot lane turret, and basically the AD carry was behind it, but he just threw the hook beside the turret, between the turret and the wall, and just one-shot him.
It hit him, yeah, because it lollipopped out right at the very end. But that game certainly had more than a few moments in it, but this one's still just keeping a pretty low profile here early on. Very close in terms of gold, only the 2 kills on the board here so far. Next Drake will be spawning here pretty soon. Considering both teams were ready to contest it the first time around, I'm expecting a similar story here for the second.
I think we haven't talked much about top lane because it hasn't been much happening, but Sniper's got himself a nice CS lead, and I really like Olaf as the game goes on. I think if Brand can't one-shot him or even Quid, I think him and Quid are going to have a really nice time this game.
Yeah, they are trying to play mid lane, though, to set up, and Zazel lands another hook.
Yeah, Zazel goes in. They want to focus on the Tom Kench because they know that Ayla would be able to save Meech. Thickskin's going to keep him alive, but now Boogie's got to flash away as River's ready to make his entrance. Boogie down to 400 HP. He wants to try to turn it back around. There's the damage just pouring in. Yeah, they're going to lose
so much
Boogie,
damage.
but a double kill for the Brand as he dies. He'll take that trade. 4-1 game score for Shopify.
Boogie is so strong now. He has 4 kills under his belt. He's already 1 item in Sork Shoes. Like, he's feeling good this game.
Yeah, more ganks in the jungle than River. That was so weird to me there. River right there looked like he was prepping a Q flash, and then he could have like slept 3 people and I think could have turned that fight around.
A little bit of hesitation.
But yeah, then he just Q'd the air, and then Brand gets a double kill. So that's kind of been the story of this game for me, is 100 Thieves looking like they have an edge. A lot of this through Quid being, 35 CS up to the Aatrox, but they haven't done anything with it, right? They took Raptors, that led to them giving up 2 kills at Drake, and then here he teleports in after the fact with the Brand double kill. At least they did pick up the Drake, but a really interesting game so far.
I like the recognition from Boogie, too. As soon as he sees that River's reinforcing and the Thieves are coming to really take this fight, he knows he's dead. So he just turns around and decides to just vomit all of the damage over the fight and guarantee that they come out on top anyway. He's going topside now. Sniper has already used the Ghost on the Olaf to try to get away from this. Brand stun hits him. Sniper still trying to get away here. The dredge line thrown out, saving the ulti till the very last second to guarantee that he can get through that CC, get away to safety. Worth pointing out, too, something that we need to keep in mind as the game goes on. There is no teleport on Sniper's Olaf. It is double mobility summoners. So in terms of the way the macro game will be played, that could have a major impact.
Rift does spawn soon, and Sniper does have no ulti and no ghost now.
Zazel forcing the flash for flash there as Ayla needed to get away from being underneath that tier 1 turret.
And this is such a unique game state because the Aatrox has been crushing so much. Boogie has 4 kills. AP, I'm really curious, like, who you think is actually in a better state right now?
I feel like it's just Shopify. Like, I think Boogie has way too much damage. They can just fight front to back. Like, you saw him a little bit in the last fight. They just go on Tom Kench. He's so easy to kill now. Boogie just shreds through everyone. And then, yeah, Sniper has no condition to fight the Rift right now. I don't think they can fight this.
Yeah, they're around, they're hanging out, but unfortunately they kind of just have to stand there as the objective should be easily secured by Boogie and the rest of Shopify.
And now also follow-up question, if you're Sion right now, what are you typing in chat to Quid to let him know that your team is winning?
Just mid-gap.
All right, River gonna be taken underneath the turret. Nicely done from Fake God, a Kasante moment, but Boogie's gonna get traded back. The shutdown ends up going over to River thanks to the damage over time. 1 for 1, both junglers drop.
That was really well played by Fake God. He knows River, I believe, has no flash, and just actually, well, does have flash. He just pushes him through the turret, and then same thing for Quid. He knows Boogie, the carry of Shopify, no flash, and then just goes in.
Insanity fighting a knockup only onto Ayla as Quid and Meech backing up that Tomcat, stepping forward. 100 Thieves trying to get a little scrappy. They have Sniper off to the left, ready to enter the fight if anybody on Shopify drops low, but none of the health bars are dire enough.
Yeah, and looking at the gold as well, that was a hugely gold positive game fight for 100 Thieves because they were able to kill Boogie. I hope we get a chance to look at that again if the action actually slows down for a second, although looks like these teams are getting quite scrappy because after the ult by Fake God, it looked like that could just be a clean win and they could maybe take some pressure from there. But once they lost Boogie, you can see they're in this state, like they're up 5 kills to 2, but their down Drakes have got no turrets. So yeah, let's watch this one more time.
Really well played by Fake God, getting on the side. Fog pushes him through the wall.
Yeah.
But then I think the sleep on Boogie, and then Quid just capitalizes on it.
Nice. Yeah, so even though River got caught, he had tagged him just enough before he got kidnapped.
Yep. Making sure that he takes one with him, then Quid gets away. And I like River's reaction. Yeah.
So on Shopify, I'm really scared of this Aatrox right now. But then on 100 Thieves side, I'm super scared of Boogie. So I think it just depends on who carries the fight harder, in my opinion, right now. I think both sides are like pretty even, so both can win.
Okay. Well, we do have the Profane Hydra plus second Serrated Dirt completed for Quids, so really, really nice damage potential on the Aatrox for whatever fight breaks out next. You can see the Iceborne Gauntlet completed on Cassante. Brand working towards the Rylai's now that the Leandries has been completed for him. Lots of stuff coming online, pretty much for everybody. Senna has the Ghost Blade already done now, too, in the bottom lane for 100 Thieves. Quid's just going to try to keep the pressure on. 175 to 130. The CS lead just keeps building.
He's playing like Chovy right now. 10 CS per minute already, and it's just only going to get worse for Insanity. Like, Insanity already can't kill him, so it's a matter of time for Quid to just start breaking turrets.
And I think it's so much about how he can also get involved. So like either break the turret or find flanks mid, because right now, Shopify crashing that Herald, exposing themselves a little bit. Quid's in River.
Yeah, this could be a problem for Quid. Wow, he really needed to make sure he got away from that, but I don't know if he can get away from this one. The follow-up coming in with an F charge. Shopify is going to burst down the Aatrox or not. The lifesteal is incredible. Quid is still fighting, but they finally drop him there thanks to Boogie. A big sleep's about to come in, and Sniper's rampaging. Insanity tries to get away back over the wall, but he's flashed into enemy territory. A 1-for-1 trade as both mid laners drop. Quid lived way longer than anybody was expecting there.
He really did. You could see with the ultimate popped, he got that extra vamp. And then the Senna shield comes over the top. Looked like he was in a terrible situation. I'd say he was, but he made the best of it.
Yeah. I mean, he was in a bouncy castle for a while. Nautilus ulti into silent Q, into everything, but just this Q3 or Q2 just gives him so much HP.
Yeah, buys time for the Senna ult to fly through as well.
River flashes in. It's a 2-man sleep, I believe.
Okay, big dragon right here. 100 Thieves in position. They have no Aatrox ult, no Olaf ult, so Shopify thinking of contesting. So many ults are down.
We got the Scuttle Crab also being burned down by 100. They're going to try to secure that one first. River gets it with a watch out. Eep, TP coming in. It'll be a 5v5 melee here in the bot side River. Insanity on the front line. He'll look to soak up as much damage as possible. Quid wants to make an entry here on the side. Ayla's going to be soaking a lot of burst on the front, but he's still got the thick skin ready to go. Fake God trying to use the Pathmaker. Q3 on 3. 100 Thieves having to back up a little bit now as Ayla's throwing up in the air and Quid's into the back line. B-Boy's under pressure and the Drake is slain by River. The fight breaks out and Insanity's in the middle of everyone. Sniper's going to kill him, but now they got to be careful. Insanity's dead body's creating a whole lot of space as Quid tries to keep drain tanking. Zazel cannot provide the damage to kill him off with a double kill back on the Sniper. Shopify Rebellion is collapsing. Boogie, the last man standing. A little bit more will take him down. Here comes Bambi. There goes Brand. It's 5 dead on Shopify, and 100 Thieves is up 3,000 gold.
And that was the fight we were waiting to see there, with 100 Thieves actually playing front to back. Who was going to have more damage?
I really like the way Quid played this. He TB to regroup and then just instantly goes on flank. Finds Boogie, finds B-Boy, and zones them a little bit while their tanks are just getting shredded.
Yeah, I thought River played so well not to get hard CC'd early here. It looked like maybe Fake God landing that Q3 was going to turn it. And I think Boogie not having ultimate was so critical here, because if he could have just thrown R at any point in this fight, Ayla, Sniper, they're all dead. But the timing here was just so perfect for 100 Thieves, and they clean everyone up with thin margins. Sniper at the very end there, too, getting that extra kill on Cassante.
Look at how many health bars are down to 200, 300 HP, right? Yeah. Like, this fight went the distance. And then, of course, they heal up a lot at the end of it thanks to stuff like Aatrox. And you can see a little bit of frustration there on the face of Insanity as 100 Thieves in a game that's been so close for so long now feel like they finally blew the door off them.
Yeah. I feel like it's very hard for Shopify to match both Sniper and Quid. They can match both, or they can match one, but to match both, I think it's pretty impossible right now. I think they just need like a miracle hook from Zazel, or Boogie just needs to get like a 5-man ulti.
I feel like the items are so in favor of 100 Thieves right now as well. Yeah. Like 2 core on both Sniper and Quid, to APA's point, with like Ezreal doesn't have his second item yet. Boogie's pretty much the only one who's fed, so he needs to land like the perfect combo. I think, again, like if they do ball up and he gets Brand things done, they can still win this fight, but it's going to be a tricky game to win for them, especially with Soul Point being there.
A lot of weight on the shoulders of Boogie specifically. Experimental Hexplate plus the Ravenous Hydra together, like, there's so much opportunity for Sniper to just rampage through these fights if they don't properly focus fire him down, too.
And honestly, same thing for Quid. If Quid finds ulti and then Q2 and Q3 onto B-Boy or Boogie, they're just one-shot. So they need to be super careful about the flanks in the next fight.
So if you're Shopify, APA, what is your call here? What are you trying to do to make sure that this game doesn't enter critical mass?
I don't know, it's rough. You can't get side lane control, you can't get mid lane control. You just gotta pray that Boogie's insane.
All right, guess they're gonna see if they can make those prayers be heard. Insanity's here on the front. They're gonna put some damage into him. Watch out, Eve chunking him down here a little bit. The power of the Lilia to chew through the tanks with the damage over time, and they'll burn him up. Quid gets the kill credit. The front line is down for 35 seconds. 100 Thieves feeling good.
I feel like they can just go Baron here. It's so hard for Shopify to check anyone right now.
I think you're absolutely right about that. With Insanity, you saw there was really nothing they could do. They never wanted to turn. They knew he was dead. They're going to start Baron. Boogie maybe tries some miracle. Brand
Flash, though. It's so hard for him to get in.
All right.
Quid's on a nice flank again as well.
They got to try something. Zazel goes through the portal. He's ready for some kind of a flank angle here. 100 Thieves trying to play it careful enough. Boogie throws in a couple of spells, but Sniper is running and gunning for him. Olaf over the top. The Senna ulti's in too. Sniper's gonna die, and Boogie barely gets away. Quid's on the front line, looking to put the damage on Fake God. Ayla throws him up into the air, and they bring him right back down. Meets on a rampage. Boogie still trying to escape with 200 HP. Insanity back in the mix, but it's already over. Fake God ends up dying as a trade for Sniper. 1 for 1. Hey, if you're Shopify, you'll take it.
Yeah,
they
you
didn't
take
get
that every day of the week. I would be so desperate there in that situation, but a 1 for 1, I think Sniper just pulls the trigger so fast. I felt like Quid was on a very nice flank, just play slow, draw them in, but I think Sniper just a little bit of like a rookie moment that I've had, just goes in a little bit too fast.
I think you're right about that. You could see it was a clear call to turn, and everyone really just wanted to turn, but waiting a bit longer for Quid to actually be the first one to zone, and maybe with Boogie having no flash, like make him commit to the pit, and then they're able to get there. So I think Shopify getting out of this one pretty narrowly, and now they're still in the game.
And you saw right as Sniper died, one last undertow flew out, but it was a little bit to the side. I think, especially considering the build he has with the high damage, that kills if it connects onto Boogie, which could have changed things a little bit more, but just a slight miscalculation. As Zazel flashing in for the lockdown here, but where's the follow-up? Both TPs about to show up here. As both teams are ready to keep this fight going. Fake God's here on the front. Quid knocking him up with the Q1. Pathmaker trying to get away. Fake God needs his escape, but Sniper's coming in from the side, ready to rock and roll. Zazel's down, and Sniper's going on a rampage. 100 Thieves looking for more as Boogie has to flash away. He throws out some damage, but Meech is unstoppable, and Fake God's dead again. Insanity, B-Boy, and Boogie all trying to stay alive, but the Fed member, the Brand, he's got no mana, he's got no health. He has to go for a recall, and 100 Thieves still have control over the Rift.
It's so hard to kill the 100 Thieves soul laners right about now. I feel like, I just don't know what to do as Boogie. You can't kill either, but then your team can't kill anyone, so what do you even do?
Yeah, and also because they're running in almost so far ahead of everyone else, you're not getting these massive Brand bounces for any of your damage. Not to mention River flash in, getting the sleep, pushing Boogie out. Soul point though.
This is Soul. If 100 Thieves secure it, a little bit more and easy peasy, man. The Lilia's got the smite. River having a great time as Ayla's under pressure. Zazel wants to go over the wall, but there's no backup. What are the tanks doing? You're not assassins. You ain't gonna kill them. Insanity trying to get back away now. Shopify, the desperation is there.
Yeah, you can just easily tell that they're so desperate right now to get something to do.
100 Thieves on the brink of ending the first half of the round robin with a winning record. Sniper, been challenger since 13 years old, been promised to be a big-time LCS player. I don't want to necessarily say he's carrying this game, but he's still playing quite well. This Olaf has been effective. The team, specifically, this 100 Thieves team has really good cohesion. We've said in almost every single one of their games, we've liked their 5v5 team comps. Another one coming together here in the end.
All right, Sniper getting caught out now. Let's see how he wants to play it from here. Zazel.
I think he just wins 1v2.
Yeah, he is just turning it right back around on these guys. He is not afraid. He'll take one, whether he's still alive. They will finally bring him down. 1 for 1 here so far, but Fake God and Insanity are not getting away from this one. It's a 3 for 1 trade. Make it 4 for 1 as Shopify just collapses. 100 Thieves. Now it's time for that barrier.
It's so hard to kill anyone without Boogie. I don't know what Shopify was thinking there, trying to kill Sniper without Boogie. So, yeah. And also, B-Boy dies on the side somehow.
True. That was weird.
Yeah, that's why I had to correct it from 3 to 4. I was just like, wait, how did the 4th guy die?
He must have just died to Meech and Ayla.
That's most likely what happened. B-Boy actually, when you look at it, having a pretty rough game. Part of that is just the 2 super fed bruisers that are charging him. He just doesn't have the items.
Quid really wants this. Zazel coming in. This could actually be a pretty nice shutdown here if Quid ends up going too far all the way. Yeah, that's done. Okay, well.
That's a solo queue play.
Yeah, that's. He was just getting a little bit too into it.
That looks like me in solo queue right there.
It's just we're so far ahead. Let's limit test a little bit, but unfortunately for Quid, he found those limits.
Quid thought he could 1v3 here. Same thing at Sniper, but I think Sniper actually can 1v3 in this situation because there's no boogie.
Yeah, man, look at this. Just completely running through Zeyzal. Almost completely turns it. And the side fight, B-Boy, it looks to me, you're right, he did just die to Meech and Ayla before they joined this fight. Total wash.
What a Chad. I love this kid, man. He's an entertainer through and through. Insanity trying to get away, but Ayla just stops him in his tracks. Insanity, he even stopped champion movement.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's a boom. Him and all of Shopify know that this game is coming to its close real soon here. 27 minutes in, it's Soul, it's a 10,000 gold lead. It's Baron for the side of 100 Thieves. They're marching on the base. They got a 5v4 for the next 30 seconds. They've already broken through inhibitor number 1 down here in the bottom lane. They'll work on that inhibitor there itself. Now the turret's gone. Okay.
Kenji is being used.
Yep. They got down to
you don't
half.
need it.
Man, Meech has actually gotten quietly pretty fed.
There's a lot of souls
6,
too.
1, and 9.
How does he have 163? That's so many at 27 minutes.
I think for a lot of the games, it's following around River.
Oh, Boogie gets dunked. They're going to trade him for Sniper. It's a 1-for-1. Sniper is happy to make these plays. He is role-playing the Viking lifestyle as now we've got Zeyzal trying to get out, but Quid is not going to allow it. He keeps on chasing after B-Boy. The Infernal Chains and the auto attacks. They just bulldoze them. Insanity's back alive, but it's only in time to get another death. 0, 5, and 3 on the Scion, about to become, there it is, 1 and 6. He takes one with him as he goes, but everybody on Shopify is dead. There's still enough bodies here on 100 Thieves. They'll push in and take the dub.
Man, it almost feels like one of those solo queue games where they want the game to just keep going because it's so much fun to be this far ahead. But you're absolutely right. 100 Thieves are going to take this one and move to 2, to 4, and 3.
Looks like Shopify met their match with the Scion mids trying to quit.
Yeah, you just, as long as you're willing to slam the Aatrox into it, the drain tank frontliners on 100 Thieves, these guys had the recipe they needed. They're going to finish the first round robin 4 and 3. And for Shopify, you pointed it out at the start of the draft, Jack. You were like, you know what? 3 and 4, you can kind of forgive yourself for that, even if it's a losing record. 2 and 5, you're going to be sweating a little bit.
Yeah, that's rough, especially because there's a massive break coming in, I think, after next week, I believe.
After next week, it's
so
2 weeks off.
You just got to sit on like 2 and 5 or 3 and 6, like whatever they end up next week.
And this is probably the most comfortable I've seen 100 Thieves on stage, in-game and out of game. Like, the flex into the camera from Sniper with, like, just going back, this is his 3rd week on stage. Week 1, he was admittedly nervous and saying that it was affecting his play. And here, he's just like 1v3.
1v3, flexing on cam.
Yeah, trading his life for
He's in his
the
element.
brand over and over. He's getting comfortable, and this 100 Thieves team is on the rise.
And I like that you brought it up in the game. Like, yeah, he doesn't have the greatest scoreline. He's not hitting orange OP.GG KDA numbers on this Olaf, but he created so much space. He knew what his job was. He threw the brand out, and it was great. We're headed to a break now. Energy versus Immortals is on the other side of that. But first, let's hear from Energy's support Huhi after winning his first MasterCard Player of the Week. Take a look.
Welcome, Huhi. Congratulations on your Week 2 Player of the Week.
Thank you.
So it's your first Player of the Week interview.
Yeah.
I've heard like your former teammates saying you've deserved this a long time ago. How does it feel to finally be acknowledged?
I never had this before.
Yeah.
So it does feel pretty good to finally have one, because every single time till now, FBI was making fun of it that I don't have one yet.
Yeah.
So now I have one and he doesn't.
He was close winning it this week too.
Yeah, I mean for sure, because he was pretty salty that I won over him.
Yeah.
So we were like mentoring around, but definitely like I think he helped me get it for sure.
Okay, so very quick rules. We're going to put you on the hot seat, 90 seconds, but you're going to just be rapid fire answering as many questions as possible until the end, okay?
All right.
All right, let's go. Number 1, first champion you mained.
Teemo.
Okay.
Okay.
Second, favorite teammate you've played with.
FBI.
Okay. What is a red flag you have in a teammate?
Not talking to each other.
Worst thing about AD carries in general, just players.
Just blaming every single their fault on support.
Okay.
FBI does.
Well, now, what do you think about FBI?
Like, every single mistake is somehow related to me.
All right. You can only keep one, Haru or Dandy, both of your dogs. You can only keep one.
It's Haru.
Okay.
My firstborn.
What felt more validating? First championship with CLG or second with 100 Thieves?
First one, for sure.
At what point did you stop being Mr. Nice Guy and was more critical of your teammates?
I think after 100 Thieves championship on the Reaper.
Okay. Biggest criticism you hear from your friends or from Angela, your girlfriend?
Biggest criticism, skip.
Okay. If not support, what role?
If not support, jungle or AD carry.
Okay, last question it feels like. Dumbest thing you've done outside of the game? You can skip that one too if you want.
Dumbest thing I've done. Oh, I can't think of one.
Okay, 5 seconds. Biggest pet peeve in solo queue?
Biggest what?
Pet peeve in solo queue, something that irritates you in solo queue.
Oh, like people just arguing.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know, like in the end, we're all a team and trying to win, and there's lots of argument, and that kind of wears me out.
I mean, that pretty much hits that. I put you on the spot with keeping one of your dogs. Can you talk to me about your dogs a little bit? Because you post about them quite regularly.
Yeah, Dandy is our COVID dog. We got her when COVID hit, and then we had a lot of downtime to take care of like a new puppy.
Yeah.
It's a golden retriever. She's quite small compared to being one, and she's really affectionate. So like her personality and Haru's personality is the opposite. Haru is like fine being alone because she's a husky, and Dandy is like she has to touch me or Angela at all times. But like I had to choose Haru because she was my firstborn, and I had her like for 7 years now since she was a baby.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's really hard to choose in between two of them, but yeah.
There it is. Well, first of all, congratulations once again on the Player of the Week.
So this is how it looks like. Nice. I'm gonna put it right in front of FBI's computer so that he can look at me every single second. That's what he did to me.
Yes?
when I didn't have 100 Thieves.
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a gagillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got gamer rocker, gamer floaty, gamer couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer bench, gamer throne, and gamer mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
Hello, I'm here with the victorious sniper after kind of a banger draft from you guys.
Hello, guys. Hello.
So obviously I do want to go over, you had to be expecting the Scion mid going into this as soon as it was locked in. Was this Aatrox flex mid something that you discussed specifically for Shopify, or you just saw the opportunity in this game?
We kind of discussed it, I think, before the game. And I kind of already knew that I was going to play Olaf, just because like as soon as I banned Udyr, I knew he'd just go Cassante. And it was Scion mid, so we just put Aatrox into Scion. Saw that Olaf was good, and yeah, went good.
So I did want to talk to you about like guest coordinating with your team. When I first talked to you, it was after your first win on stage. How has team communication and coordination developed since you started?
I think the communication's for sure getting better, but me and Quid still have like some work that we need to do in terms of like the mid to late game. So once we like get over that, just like lane assignments and stuff, I think we'll be like very, very dominant.
So how would you rate like your understanding from the beginning of the split to now?
from the beginning of the split, I didn't even know if I was like LCS level, but now it's like clear that I'm kind of, you know, starting to get up there, and eventually I'll end up making my way to like the #1 top in the league, and that's kind of like what I'm working towards right now. So yeah.
Okay, cool. And then just generally, one thing I've really appreciated is your drafts, actually, just 100 Thieves drafts in general. So I wanted to see how much of that is you guys kind of coordinating with Golden Glue. What kind of goes on in coordinating a draft for 100 Thieves?
They kind of do most of the work, and I mean, yeah, they kind of do most of the work, and yeah, like whatever they need from me, I guess, I kind of just like tell them.
Nice.
But yeah, they already know.
All right. Well, you've been able to flex picks, right? Like the Olaf was great today. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Yes, thank you.
And on the other side, we have NRG versus Immortals. We're going to take it back to the lounge.
What's up, everyone? It's NRG versus Immortals. I can see Emily booking it into the lounge as well. Yeah, I can hear the clacking of the floors.
Yeah, actually, I wonder if they could hear that because I seriously was sprinting.
You were definitely huffing
And
it
it's
from the
very loud.
So
Anyway.
we got NRG versus IMT. Any expectations coming into this game?
I think NRG are probably going to recognize where they made some mistakes in terms of execution yesterday. I know you talked about it at the top of day in terms of that bot 2v2, which is a place that they're usually quite strong. So I definitely think going into this game, they'll be, you know, hopefully we won't see those errors. A lot of bot lane bans coming through, as we've kind of seen on this patch. The Karma removed, the Kalista removed, and then on the other side, IMT very intelligently removing the Senna for FBI and the Ashe for Hoopy.
Yeah, and so, I mean, so far you already saw the Karma pick as Palfox is trying to get his monitor right. Let's talk about the support picks overall. Ole has just been in front of a camera constantly talking about, like, highest win rate pick, I'm picking that.
Numbers don't lie.
So best supports in 14.2 by win rate, any of these picks. And we actually are sending this to the chat on just deciding which champion do you think he's going to be picking in this draft.
Well,
so vote on that one if you get the chance to.
it can't be Maokai because NRG already pulled it.
Rest in peace.
So we're presuming that's going into the jungle for contracts, but it could be going into bot lane with Huhi. I wouldn't put it past them flexing its support, only because Huhi has been one of those players who is more than willing to bring some unique picks into the bot lane. So we'll see what Ole comes up with here alongside presumably Tactical's Varus. I mean, we have seen one Varus top
True.
in LEC.
Could happen. I mean, Castle's the one that got the Zac play just in the last game. So if he's been throwing in a lot of picks that I didn't expect from him coming into this play.
Yeah, and here we have Jhin. Obviously partners really well with the Maokai, not just in lane, but in terms of setup for Jin's ultimate. Maokai is absolutely perfect for that. And then the Orianna coming in for Mask.
It's a bit of a risk here for NRG. If you have Jhin, Cassante, and Maokai, I think you're going to be struggling for damage, and especially since you're going to 4-5, it feels like an easy ban from IMT to take away both Corki and Azir. So I'm just interested to see what Palfox is looking for. Maybe they just say, no, we're going for an early game draft, and we're going to be looking towards bot lane. With the Kalista ban, might be the case for NRG, but we'll see how the draft pans itself out for NRG.
Yeah, I mean, ooh, and we have the Nocturne coming in. This is an Armeo special.
Yeah.
He loves the Nocturne. So we'll see how that goes. And obviously, Nocturne Ori, we've talked about it a lot in casts, in draft, an incredibly strong combination when you can pull it off.
Hey, I know you'll appreciate this because I feel like people started to really recognize the power of the pick alongside Orianna, like since the Demacia Cup.
Yep.
If you can get the combo pretty consistently, like I fear for FBI this game on his Jhin. So Nocturne seems great. Still, that being said, you're going to have to be punching through a pretty beefy front line from NRG. So want to see how the rest of the bans fare out. So actually, first ban coming through from IMT is Lilia. Interested by that.
Yeah, it means they're definitely, I think, recognizing that the Maokai can be flexed into support, right? So they're taking that Lilia away because presumably it would be going to contracts in the jungle. Again, there are a lot of flexible picks. Right now, as we see, you already mentioned the Zac top that Castle brought out yesterday. He will not be able to bring it out again because it's already been banned by Energy.
So the list of those high win rate champions that we had on the screen just a little earlier on, chat does think that Ole is going to be a win rate farmer. He's going for that
So
pick.
we're gonna see the elite support.
Any one of those picks, it's possible. We'll throw that out there.
Special.
He's going for 4-5. I don't think he's gonna go that far, but who knows?
You don't like? Are you flaming my boy Lehens?
Hey, Lehens can do whatever the hell he wants. If you want to bring out Singe, he can do that.
I unironically love Lehens so much. As we see the Vi coming out against Contracts, Vi is not only a really strong pick, but I do think Contracts in particular has had some really, really strong Vi performances. It allows him to start team fights really well. And then the Rakan ban coming out against Ole.
Okay. And I like even though I presented the idea of just starting to consistently ban mids, fearing for like Palafox going for an Azir or anything like that, it seems like Mask is pretty comfortable being put in that situation because Orianna's, hey, better laner than Azir, that's a fact. And, you know, I think Corki's just always been a question right now. Actually been seeing a drop off in play from him. So really interested. He has to pick it right now. He has 4-5, but the Aatrox has been locked in by Castle. So draft's looking pretty clear from IMT so far with one pick available.
Yeah, and let's see where we're going to go for presumably the jungle, if we're assuming that the Maokai is going bot.
I'm assuming that the Maokai is the jungle.
They're just gonna flex it jungle and see what who he is gonna pick out here.
Yeah, I think Maokai is gonna be the jungler here just because it looks like the bot lane matchup is gonna be difficult already with Varus and with you're holding on to 5-pick for support. So you might not want to make the lane that weak. LeBlanc has been locked in by Palafox, so thoughts on that? Pretty heavy on pick with Jhin and LeBlanc as decent setups and probably going to be on side lanes. Do you think it's going to be an AP or AD LeBlanc? I'm interested in that one.
Yeah, I'm really curious just because I feel like also depending on, oh, and we have the Viego Harbor, so that Maokai might be going bot. If Maokai does go bot, I would assume that
there it is.
It would probably be an AP LeBlanc coming in because the Viego is going to be more AD damage.
Exactly. Even though LeBlanc did receive a lot of nerfs, still being somewhat played internationally.
Yeah, I mean, LeBlanc is actually a champion we've seen still have success in LPL and LCK.
Yes.
Obviously, like you said, the flexibility in build is part of that. And we'll see if Ole is just going to lock in the Leona. I'm sad this isn't going to be elite support, honestly.
Yeah,
I hope Twitch chat is sad too,
Yeah, a little sad. You guys lost that vote. So, you know, look, it is what it is. But Leona, great engage alongside Varus. I'm expecting Jhin to for sure go cleanse this game. So thoughts on draft so far? Which draft do you like more?
I mean, I think if IMT can get the right setup for this Noct Orianna combo, it could be incredibly successful, especially with the Varus firing from the backline. On the other side, I do agree that we have some really good setup for the carries that NRG have had. I'm very curious about Contract's Viego, only because he's usually a jungler that likes to get involved early with his lanes, and that's where I think he's best at. Not that he can't play these power picks. So I'm curious to see what his pathing is going to be and whether he is going to be visiting his lanes early.
Fully agree on that one. I'm interested to hear from the casters on this one as the coaches as fist bump and we're just about to get in the game. Got you, casters?
Thank you very much, Raz and Emily. Welcome back, everybody. APA has gone home. Jat and I are still here with you for the last game of Super Week. It's Energy versus Immortals, both looking to bounce back after a loss yesterday.
Absolutely. Energy definitely had one of the most disappointing losses. Classic Energy game where they let their guard down against the last place team, give Shopify their second win. But if they end on a win here, they will only be 1 game out of first place. So quite an important one. And I think definitely some different stuff, right? We haven't seen much LeBlanc in the LCS. As they mentioned in the lounge, there has been a big mix of AP and AD LeBlanc. This is likely going to be the AP variant based on the start and the way the team comp is set up. But
Electrocute as well.
It's not an easy to execute team comp by any means. They have a lot of single target damage. They don't have a huge amount of team fight scaling. So they are giving themselves a difficult test here against Immortals.
And I mean, they have the big engage with like Maokai ulti, but that requires setup, right? You can't just kind of throw it out and it's guaranteed to work. Usually you want people to check into you. You want to have a position where you're already pushing onto a turret and you shoot it over a wall or something. So it's not like you just have a go button. Okay, everybody go in right now. We're all fighting. And I don't know. I'm with you. There's going to be a burden of execution here compared to like Ole, who does just have a no, kill this guy.
Although I will say, Ole didn't get the highest win rate support in solo queue, which is Maokai. That was picked away from him. I also thought it was really funny how there was a Zac support ban here as well, because that's also high win rate support. So Ole is definitely mixing things up. His return to the LCS has actually been quite impressive, despite Immortals only having the 2 wins. Really spicy trading. This is another Ole special. Like he wants to use Flash as soon as possible.
Okay, well, let's see if they give him the chance to do it. Just really casual farming here, level 1. I don't expect anybody to go
He might
berserk.
just go in a level 2, man. He really likes to do this. They don't get level 2 first, though.
Both AD carries also having cleanse removes some of the all-in potential here. Oh, go get him. Get him. Nope. I'm not going to get him.
He's thinking about it the whole time. So something interesting about this Immortals team is they're 2-4. But I feel like even in their losses, the games have looked pretty close. And not much was expected of them. But I've been so close to calling Immortals good.
Okay.
They haven't been. They've actually lost. They've had these critical moments that have failed in each of their games, but like they are definitely not the pushover team that many expected them to be. I think Ole's made a ton of big plays, and I think Castle and Mask have actually played pretty well in solo lanes. Right away, though, they're getting tested with this energy invade on their blue buff.
Exactly. Contracts moving in. They throw down the ward inside the blue buff brush to guarantee that they have vision over anything that IMT would try to do to stop them. Contracts is going to secure that because of FBI and Huhi being able to rotate up. They had control over the bottom lane. It just creates a scenario that's harder for Immortals to answer, so not really much of a choice other than to yield that.
Yeah, nice pathing overall by Contracts, just taking this bottom side of the jungle, moving up, getting the invade, and making it so now Armeo is basically just down to camp. So he's not going to be level 4. All you're trying to do as Viego is slow down Nocturne's ability to get level 6 almost before trying to impact lanes. Because if you try to overgank early, inevitably I think the Nocturne's just going to power farm, get 6, and then scale from there. So Contract's taking care of the first part of the process first.
Exactly. Nothing too crazy in any of the lanes here so far. Armeo will be able to pick up the bottom side Scuttle Crab. But the difference is, you look at the state of the jungles. Contract still has the ability to finish up the Gromp, finish up his own blue. Then he has that crab waiting on him, while Armeo's just kind of in walk-around land now. There's not a whole lot to do.
Still level 3, 4 minutes into the game, no camps up. Contract's already on the way back to his Raptors to make sure that he can't get stuff stolen. And Palafox.
Ooh, Palafox wanted the opportunity there on Mask, but Armeo's presence forces Palafox not only back, but to use his flash.
Yeah, Ole also roamed up to maybe try and go for these Raptors, but it's going to be pretty tricky, you think.
Contracts does have his smite for the big Raptor. Viego Q is really good for clearing out the chicken nuggets. But he does have to go far enough away.
This is dicey. Jin's on the way.
Yeah, it's a level advantage for Huhi over Ole as well. Maokai having all 3 abilities, Ole only having the 2, so Armeo forced to flash out there.
Yeah, I understand what Immortals was going for there, especially because Palafox's condition was so bad, but specifically, it was just too slow to develop, and it gave time for FBI to roam up, which is, I think, what ultimately led to Armeo flashing. And it means both these junglers are just on the map an extra long amount of time. You can see neither one of them shopped. They've been on vision the whole time, which allows this top lane to be just a pure 1v1 lane with no threat of jungle ganking.
And you can see 2 blue question mark pings coming out on Contracts' blue buff, which has still not been taken, and the top side Scuttle Crab, which has also still not been taken.
Yeah.
Both of those available.
And the Grubbies, the favorite camp of all jungles.
Right there in that spot of the map, there's a lot that's available to fight over.
It's so weird, though, because Armeo needs you really feel like you need to base. If you're a level 4 Nocturne going for grubs, now would be the time because his Aatrox had lane prio, but they have to base. He's taking another camp. The Viego has already based, so it's looking like these first 3 grubs are basically just being conceded over to Contracts and Energy.
Okay, Huhi once again rotating over to the mid lane. The Maokai just trying to be a nuisance in this Orianna versus LeBlanc matchup. Palafox now hitting level 6. Contracts on the grubs like you were talking about, just immediately jumping into the pit to grab that first one. Castle can walk by the back end of the pit, throw the ward over the wall, so that means you want to pull the grubs out. Don't give Armeo a chance to try to steal something over the wall if he is nearby. Second grub should drop pretty easy with Palafox rotating over 2. These guys should get that full 3 like you were talking about. Not much of a chance for Immortals to really contest it.
I think that's pretty standard for the Viego to be able to control early grubs. Immortals' bot lane is quietly performing very well. 10 CS advantage early with the Varus Leona, also having the bot prio to allow Armeo to get this Drake. So pre-6 Nocturne getting the Cloud Drake, as long as they can prevent the 5 or 6 grub stack going over to Energy, is a perfectly fine start. Immortals should not be stressing over anything at this state of the game.
Yeah, the gold is still dead even between the teams. You've got the Drake, yeah, you traded for the grubs, whatever. Like, honestly, even first 7 minutes of gameplay here, Contracts going back, grabbing the Tunneler, working towards what I'm assuming is going to be Sundered Sky. All of the, I was talking with, I think it was, I can't remember if it was day 1 or day 2 this week. It was one of the days this week where it's like all the champions who used to build Divine Sunderer just moved to the new item that says Sunder. Yeah, it's the same word. That's just what they do. But now Armeo trying to get away from Contracts here. Huge factor is its level 6 Viego versus level 5 Nocturne. Contracts trying to flash into an angle of the Blast Cone that he can use to get away. Spectral Maw, again, just trying to cast it for distance. Mass showing up to this first ends up being a huge X factor, but Palafox knows that Armeo is the one that he should have killed, but he miscalculates the damage. Now Palafox is in trouble. Oh man, what is going on? Palafox trying to get away, but they split up to go after both clones. It's first blood to Mask. What?
Yeah, that was a sequence. First off, as a fight happens bottom as well.
All right, 2v2, Ole and Huhi soaking up the damage on the front as Huhi's got to back out. Ignite's dropped, but it's the Maokai falling. Tactical puts the arrow in his back. Look out, the bullets are flying out. Ole's gonna try to tank it up. Don't let him curve the bullet. Don't let him be Angelina. He ain't wanted. Okay, Ole blocks him. We're good. What? All right.
He flashed the W because maybe the W kills him. Wow.
Okay. All right.
So where do we start?
Great question. You're the analyst, so I'm going to defer to your expertise.
We're going to start at the red buff.
Okay.
It looked really good for Contracts, and Armeo panic W. He didn't block anything, so Contracts thinks he's got the kill, which I think makes him ult in there, but that ult in was actually a huge overextension. It allows Max to collapse, and then I want to see if Palafox could have gotten an extra auto in here because he E's, he W's. I think he needs to stay longer. He needs to auto one more time. That was a completely missed kill. I think he's dead on the back end whether or not he gets that kill, but at least it's a trade. And now, off of what was a 1 level advantage for the Viego and a pushing LeBlanc, they're the ones that give up first blood? That's a top side misuse of pressure. Bot lane, this is honestly not that surprising. Ole and Tactical have been crushing people down here. Ole always loves going in. Tactical starts it because he's level 6 on the Varus. Just charges up that Q at the very end and they escape on the backside. So Immortals, they're up.
Yeah, Immortals with a nearly 1,000 gold lead after that extended sequence of events across Summoner's Rift. You can see the timer in your top left there, 45 seconds until the second round of grubs spawn. There is pressure on Immortals. Like you said earlier, it's fine to trade early, lose out on that first set, as long as you're not just giving away the full 6 of them, allowing them to have that extra tower pressure for the entire game.
But now Armeo has ult. Contracts doesn't have flash, and Huhi doesn't have flash. Like, one of the big struggles of Nocturne comps is getting flashes down in the first place, so their ult is actually threatening. But this means Huhi and FBI cannot play aggressive even if they want to. If there's no eyes on Armeo and the Maokai doesn't have flash, he's gonna die. And then when the second round of grubs spawn, Contracts is the one who wants to start them, but he's also one of the biggest targets because of his lack of flash.
Okay, Immortals, let's see how they want to pilot this one, because I do think they're in a pretty solid spot to challenge here and find themselves an opportunity to shut down the grub train. But, choo-choo, we're leaving the station. Contracts is already starting it up. Remember, they want to try to lock Energy to only getting 4 of these. Contract's gonna use the smite on the first one. They do hit that 4 spot.
Yeah, I think Armeo needs to just walk in with Mask. Mask is gonna take the wave first though, which I think is smart.
Okay,
And
Grubs.
it should be
Oh
just,
no, not again.
It should
not
be 4-2.
again.
Chase him.
Not again. Okay, okay. All right, I was...
Yeah, I remember. I remember that happened in the FlyQuest C9 game.
I'm never gonna forget that. I
And
will be...
FlyQuest expertly didn't pause because they know that makes C9 win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I saw the stat afterwards that C9, when the game's pause.
Undefeated.
Yeah, but then when there's no pause,
winless.
Yeah. Big difference maker there, big X factor, as Immortals are going to make sure that they keep Energy from hitting that break point. There will be no Void Mites spawning in the side lanes, so well played.
Perfect. And next Drake coming up. It's not a must-take by any means because we're still so early on in the game, but this is, with the difficulty of the execution of Energy's comp, it's looking very good for Immortals. Like, they're very much, like, get into a team fight, press all your buttons, and win. And they're, if Mask doesn't die here, gonna have an opportunity to do so at this Dragon fight.
I thought you were about to just caster curse the living hell out of
Oh,
me.
yeah.
As you were talking about this, and I see them sitting and waiting.
So another thing that I keep thinking about with Immortals is like, so I've been trying to do an Immortals update every waiting room.
Okay.
Just because everyone expected them to be quite bad, but they're really not.
Yeah.
And I keep trying to like, every time I say like Immortals is good, Immortals is bad.
So if you say Immortals is bad, then they'll be good.
Well, then they win games, exactly, because they're 2-4 or they're very competitive. I mean, yesterday I was doing this like People's Caster where I was just on the internet and Azael and Rafa were
Oh yeah,
casting.
I saw you in the live thread.
Yeah.
I was confused. I was like, what is
The instant Immortals got ahead in the game, I asked for a poll of asking is Immortals a top 4 team, and then they immediately ran it down and lost the game. So I really want to give this team credit. Like, they're actually quite cohesive. Armeo hasn't overextended yet this game. Mask is laning quite well against Palafox, so I think Palafox is one of the top mid laners in the league. Tactical and Ole have Prio, and they're just slow playing this because they have the better scaling. Like, I want to say Immortals is good, but I can't say it yet.
Well, let's see if they make anything out of the Nocturne ulti, because with Experimental Hexplate purchased, that ulti is so strong. And you were talking earlier about how, yeah, you've got to try to blow the flashes first. Unfortunately, Flash is up on every Energy player that has the Summoner spell chosen for this game, and Energy are going to start up the Drake for themselves. There is a ward in this pit that has not been swept away. Immortals looking to challenge this. Castle has his teleport ready. He's going to be the one teleporting in alongside Dokla. Ole is very low, and he has to try to get away. Now Castle's here in the middle of everybody. World Ender's ready to go.
It should work.
He needs to drain tank, and as Armeo's over to kill off Huhi. Castle's going to drop to Dokla, but now where's the fight go? Contract's looking for the reset as Armeo has to disengage. Palafox wants to flank, and he jumps into the back line. Armeo barely gets away as Energy turns attention right back over to Drake. Palafox is the only Energy player still with good health bar to work with. Dragon's gonna go over to Armeo and IMT. Now Dokla's stuck in the pit. Tactical coming up, trying to pick off a little bit more HP as Immortals are still seeing if they can grab something off the back end of the fight. Immortals still chasing. Palafox attaches the chains to Mask. Now Dokla's ready to go in and Mask falls. Ole's about to drop too. Immortals with an egregious overextension and Energy with a triple kill to Viego.
It was so close. Energy doesn't get the Drake, doesn't win the fight until it becomes an extended skirmish, and then they get the triple kill. And like the start of this, they are able to just one-shot Huhi, who is underleveled because the Bear Assault lands on it. But they can't pull off a clean Ori Nocturne combo on a group, so the fight is kind of a skirmish after this. And I think the fact that they actually get this Drake is a small miracle. Look how low Armeo is with the fourth shot just being held by FBI, but then as the fight extends, Armeo's gone. So this is now a 3v4. They completely overchase. You called it an egregious overextension. That is a perfect word choice. And to just make matters worse, Tactical misses the Q, and that's a lot of gold for Contracts.
Big Dokes is pumped. He is happy about that outcome and the way that that ended up playing out. I think Energy is just sharing that opinion in general.
Yeah, because that was a stressful game state, right? They got all these single target champions. They're down 2 Drakes. They haven't picked up any kills. It's absolutely huge that Contracts gets some gold so that he can start forcing on his own.
What is the cat going crazy? I like that. It's a good emote. All right, Rift Herald started up. There's a control ward in the pit from Energy. Immortals, if they want to challenge this, they're going to have to bring a whole lot of manpower, but it just doesn't look like it's going to happen. Mask is all the way down in bottom lane, does not have his Unleashed TP. You can see Dokla's down there telling a similar story, so it's just going to go over to Contracts and Energy here with this objective. We'll see if they can use that to force down one of these turrets, build that gold lead up a little bit further, because really, the biggest gold lead so far of the game has been around 1,000 gold.
It really has been, and Energy definitely has a level of momentum here with Rift Herald being completed, and also Palafox in side lanes. Like, Lich Bane first is... I haven't been tracking all the AP LeBlanc builds. I don't think that's what you see often, but with the way they need to win this game, it allows him to just do a lot more turret damage. So he will win 1v1 right now against Castle and Mask, since Castle did armor stacking against the Cassante. So he's just going to be able to outdamage him, and then against Mask, or he's just not that strong yet. So Palafox, like, don't expect him to group if he can ever choose to be separate. I think when this game could get interesting is going to be at the third Drake. For now, though, I think Energy is going to slowly extend their gold lead if they play this right, because they do have better side lane soldiers.
Contracts just continuing to farm up here on the Viego. 3-0-1. I mean, he went from just kind of being there, existing in the game, to that triple kill, making him feel like, okay, you're in a great spot heading into mid-game here. 16.5 minutes in. He's also the one with the Eye of the Herald. And even though they didn't hit the breakpoint and get the Void Mites like we were talking about, they've still got that nice bonus damage with the true damage over time onto all the structures they're hitting.
Yeah, still going to help them just a little bit. It's a nice denial, but the Void might still give something. And Energy looking like they're trying to punish Mask. Mask thinks he has vision, but not there.
Contracts coming in. Spectral Maw finds the connect. Mask is stunned up, and who he's ready to follow. Twisted Advance, keeping him on top of him as Contracts continues that chase. Another Maw stun, another job done. Contracts 4-0-1.
Sundered Sky coming in clutch, and you can just see that's Orianna in a side lane, especially in this new season, just doesn't have the complete vision. He got snuck behind, and it's going to be first turret of the game, likely going over to Dokla.
They don't even need to use the Rift Herald on it. It's already so low from what you were talking about earlier. Palafox's Lich Bane build, chipping it super, super close to death. And Dokla can finish that one off easily. Gold lead now blowing up to over 2,000 gold. You can see the gray hourglass there in the bot side river. Next, Drake's going to be spawning here soon. Now, if you're Energy, you know that, okay, they've already got the 2. It's not dire yet, but if you give them Soul Point, then it might be more of a problem. So I'm expecting Energy to probably challenge for this next time.
I think they will challenge, and I like what they're doing now with Palafox, who just cleared out a control ward in that Tri-Brush and is pushing bot lane. Because, like, specifically, if Energy can maintain threat from flanks, it makes it really hard for Immortals to engage, because they want to do the Nocturne Orianna combo into a group of people, but if Palafox and Dokla and Contracts are all spread out from the side, then Immortals really won't be able to walk forward. Like, Nocturne can fly in, but then as soon as Tactical moves forward, he's going to get one shot. And the fact that Mask is already at half health and burn ultimate is like, what are you doing? Well, they can't fight Drake now.
Palafox also did take a chunk of damage himself and use his flash down there in that bottom lane, so that's an important tool that's not going to be available for them. Mask going to go ahead, take his recall, get his health back, and he has his Unleashed teleport to rejoin the team if he needs to. Immortals, they'll at least try to secure this Scuttle Crab as they fight for vision, trying to secure the Drake. Palafox, a lot of burst there onto Castle. Beautifully done. 75% of his HP right there is who he fires off the ulti. Armeo spell shielding one, but Ole's caught by the other. Dokla here on the front line as the fourth shot nearly kills off Ole. He barely hobbles out. He's got 100 HP remaining. Palafox wants to finish him off, but he won't quite find it. Immortals in full retreat. Energy in full control.
That was really well done by Energy. And specifically, Palafox to me is the star of that one, because he baited out the Orianna ult, which just completely nerfs the team fight of Immortals. And then when he TPs back, he takes Castle to 30% health. So by himself, he took both of the enemy soul laners out of the fight.
Well, I think the rest of Energy is looking to take Mask completely out of the game here if he sticks around too much longer. They're going to at least pose that threat. Dokla, just the man who's been assigned to deal with this split push situation the whole time. Armeo chasing Huhi back away as Dokla will disengage from Mask. Energy just falling back. There's nothing really left to fight for down here now. They're not going to try to hard force anything immediately onto that tier 1 turret. Still curious where Contracts is going to drop the Eye of the Herald. Dokla, I would be a little bit more panicked if he wasn't Cassante, but he's Cassante, so he can just kind of walk away from this.
Cassante.
Pathmaker is really strong.
You can make many sentences just saying Cassante and have it make sense.
Yeah.
So he lived because he's Cassante and he did Cassante things.
Yeah, he Cassante'd them. Cassante is one of those words in the English language that can be used in so many different parts of speech.
Yeah, like buffalo.
Yeah, buffalo, Cassante. Rift Herald summoned up mid. LeBlanc is driving.
Interesting.
Straight into the turret, there we go. And he can get out, right? Because it knocks you so far out, and then if you're a champion that immediately has a dash afterwards, you can actually get pretty far away, even if you're driving it straight in there.
Yeah, that was fun. Palafox is having a fun game right now, actually. It's like one of the most effective 0-1-4 LeBlancs I've seen. He narrowly missed that first kill that would have, I think, made him even more impossible to manage. But then, like, also just being able to do this to Varus, like, Tactical is literally just trying to hit a minion.
Oh, okay. That was close. That was almost really stylish.
It would have been incredible. Tactical can't play the game. He's Blade of the Ruin King Varus, I think, because he was a little bit worried about treading through Cassante, but he can never get close. And look out.
They're going in for Huhi. He flashes out. The fear is going to tether to him, but he still gets away. The enchanted Chemtech Blast Cone just eats you about 50 yards in one direction. So
I love that thing.
The play fizzles. Yeah, those are a lot of fun. Like the giant plants, even though a lot of people don't like the Chem Rift because the Dragon Soul is weak, the plants are a lot of fun.
Oh man, Contracts
is in. 1v2 here in the river. Trying to disengage, but he's got his boys coming to back him up. Huhi over the top here with the Maokai ulti. Immortals have a 4-man response, but is it going to be enough? Huhi's very low. Tactical grabs the kill. Ooh. Contracts barely escapes, down to about 20 HP. Immortals finally found themselves an angle here as Palafox continues retreating. Contracts really happy to not end up dying himself there.
Really weird fight there because I was just ready to praise Energy for never fighting Immortals 5v5. Like, they're always able to pick people off and burn crucial cooldowns. I need to see how they bursted so much damage here, because remember, no Nocturne ultimate whatsoever. Huhi feels like he's coming in super confidently, but then the Aftershock wears out, the Varus ult headshots him with the Oriole, and he's still just a level 8 Maokai, so Immortals turning it around there when Energy was feeling confident.
Funny enough, Huhi's Bramble Smash knocked Castle back the exact right distance to then put Huhi in the sweet spot of Q2.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so then he's immediately knocked up again. He's controlled by the chains. Q3's then also ready, so he gets double sweet spotted for part of the burst.
Wow. I don't think they tried to do that, but they did it.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it was supposed to be, but it ended up working out like that.
Yep, that's a 3-pointer off the glass right there.
We'll take that. We'll take that. Immortals still down 2,500 gold, though. They are up the 1 Drake, but it's really not a whole lot. They still need to find these fights like you're talking about. Wombo combo, the Nocturne and the Orianna together. Mask does have 2 full items completed on top of those Mercury Treads. It is a defensive boot choice because of the existence of LeBlanc, so you're not going to have quite the same level of burst you would have with something like a Sorcerer's Shoe.
Yeah, and it's honestly turning into a really weird game. Like, I feel like Energy is piloting this quite well, but they need to continue to execute at a high level, because you can see kind of what Immortals is forced to do here. They're completely corralled, and Tactical is under threat once again.
Curtain call opens up, and Immortals are diving in. Palafox very low. He's already lost the clone, as Castle is now ready to fight, but he's going to be careful. A drain tank, not a true tank. Armeo down below half now, too. Palafox and the rest of Energy don't want to chase it any further. The fact that Palafox took as much damage as he did, that's one of your cleanup crew, right? That's the head janitor, and now he lost his broom.
Exactly, so you can see Energy trying to play flanks, but at that point, Immortals finds a pretty good point to pull the trigger, gets them fairly low. I don't think they're going to have the cooldowns back for the next dragon, but it's clearly not over. The fear is for Immortals that they're just going to keep falling further and further behind in gold, because they're not really able to touch side lanes. Like, that's why they're 5 people mid. So as soon as they see everyone from Energy in the same spot, they're like, this never happens. We have to fight, because that was the one time there wasn't actually side lane threat against them, and they didn't get anything out of it, but that's where their win conditions lie.
And I like the fact that they all went for it, right? I talk about this a lot whenever we're watching teams that are lower ranked in the standings, is I want to see them at least communicating what they want to do and doing it as a team.
Yes.
I feel like whenever we watch the best League of Legends in the world, when we're watching like World Finals or something, it always looks like 5 champions piloted by one guy.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing that I think a lot of the lower ranked teams struggle with. They need to have the cohesion. They need to look like one dude playing StarCraft.
Well, they got 5 seconds on the Nocturne ultimate. It's up now, so they have the combo, and actually they are not pressured from bot lane, so they can actually get the first setup on this Drake. Immortals do have a chance in this fight.
Okay, let's see it. Tactical on the Varus. We'll see how much DPS he can manage to supply here. You already mentioned the Blade of the Ruin King build. Makes it a little bit difficult to maximize that DPS, but here we go. Immortals going after the Drake. They've got all the stacks of the Blighted Quiver on it. Who he ulti over the top.
in.
Ole's here from the front line. He's isolated away from the rest of the team, but he is Leona, tanking it up here for a while. FBI grabbing the kill. Immortals still having the Drake very low. They will secure it. They'll go to Soul Point, but they're here in a 4v5. Shockwave only finds Huhi. Palafox going in for Mass. Looks to find a little bit more damage as Palafox is leading the charge. Huhi's very low, and Contract is going to be killed by Tactical.
Oh.
The shutdown back over to the 80, carried from IMT. Castle is still fighting. Raid Boss Aatrox. Palafox and FBI head for the hills, but it's FBI heading for the dirt. Dokla wants to get away, but Tactical's just going to put a few arrows in him. A triple kill to the Immortals bot laner, and Energy got messed up in that one.
And remember when I said Tactical couldn't play the game? Super
Turns
wrong.
out he can.
He can really play the game right now. When the fight goes like that, he's able to find a window to free hit onto Contracts. He then walks up, shreds Dokla. Castle specifically, though, just bought so much time, and that was really that lack of 5v5 teamfight damage from Energy. They never set up the early side lanes. They never chunked anyone before the fight, and now Immortals is going for Baron.
Immortals got it down to 2,000. Palafox wants to stop him, but now he's ignited. He has to retreat. There's no way in. Immortals have a gold lead and a Baron buff.
I gotta ask this question again. Is Immortals good?
Are you trying to get them to throw? Every time you say it,
I don't know.
something goofy happens.
I haven't said it yet. I just keep asking the question. I want to know when it feels right. If it doesn't feel right, it's not true, but it's close. So this fight, it doesn't look right at the start because Ole goes down. The smite was super clutch, and the full retreat, just like watch the way Energy splits though. So once Palafox's cooldowns are gone, there's not threat, and honestly, Contract is just not with the team. He's trying to threaten the flank, but he gets CC chained, and then the fact that Mask escapes means all of Energy's cooldowns were for nothing. Castle flashing in for the maximum threat at the end, and everything goes to Tactical.
Castle's flash Q3 hits real LeBlanc and FBI at the same time.
Yeah.
That's such massive damage output. Palafox was trying to get away, cosplaying the wolf. Not quite in time there for Armeo to stop him, but man, Immortals, okay. This is your shot. This is your chance. The gold lead has swung back around the other way.
Here we go.
Here comes Huhi for the engage. Ole on the front line yet again, but just like last time, it's Leona. That's not going to win the
combo.
They go in the combo. The shockwave with the Nocturne, and FBI's already killed Ole. Where's the fight going to go from there? As it's Palafox for Ole traded. Keep your eyes on Tactical. This is the guy who can provide all the damage.
Oh, and he's safe now. The threat's gone. They killed Palafox. They actually executed the Nocturne Orianna combo, so Tactical can feel relatively safe.
Oh boy, Dokla's coming in, still trying to provide that threat.
No.
Tactical! Contracts nearly kills him, but Tactical flashes back over the wall. He's so low that Immortals do not want to continue fighting. Energy stops the threat by putting the pressure on the ADC.
They're so close. Energy is fighting now from the back foot, but Tactical just needed his bruisers in front of him so that when that fight starts, he can actually hit. They stopped him from being able to hit. This build at the moment with the Terminus, the Bork, and the Rage Blade,
on hit.
Holy crap, it does damage.
Yeah.
But it just needs time. Like, you need to be able to have time to right-click. You can't constantly be sidestepping, and that was a very good re-engage by Energy to stall out what'll probably be the last push that Energy gets with this Baron. So now it's kind of resetting this game. And for me, the big question is like, what's going to happen with this mid lane wave and this bot lane wave? Because if Immortals can have the first setup in Drake and just have vision in this area, they can just walk into that space with impunity and not worry about flanks. So that's what Energy is trying to disrupt. I'm not sure how they're going to try to solve the puzzle. Maybe it's just having LeBlanc top lane and just trying to play a side lane game. But then, like, once they give up Soul, it just starts to feel a little bit more desperate. I really don't know how Energy is going to approach this one.
Really interesting, too, because going back to what I brought up earlier about how a lot of times you don't like the Chem Soul compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah.
I think in a game like this, it could have more value because it protects you more when you're getting low, if you have to stand there and fight. When you've got something like a Drain Tank with an Aatrox, when you've got this tactical build that wants to be able to stand in DPS guys, I think there could be some more value than what's expected out of this game.
I completely agree. I would like to see a defensive item at a tactical next. Okay. Because he's the one player at this stage that I feel like can actually get bursted 100-0. Everyone else has kind of some level of shield. I'm not even sure. Maybe just like pick up a null magic mantle. Okay. Like just one. That way Palafox wouldn't have fatal damage. And you can see like Palafox is up there. He's just trying to get gold. And I don't know if he's going to stop pushing. But
gold.
Like even though he's recalling now, Immortals doesn't know if he's recalled yet. He might feint this one.
I mean, the thing at the top at one point said the gold advantage was 0.0K, so he got him ahead by like $3.
Yeah, well, it got him the Crypto Loom at least, so now he's on par with Mask's items, but Immortals can just, I think Arbayo just wants to hit. He just wants to hit this Dragon. When it gets to about 4,000, he's going to press ult, and then probably not even go in on the ult, probably just smite Drake.
Right, you just use it to deny the opportunity for energy to go in. As the Drake is down to 3K. Contract's in a bad spot against Castle, though. They've already got the Chem Drake secured for IMT. Armeo flies over the top. Contract to the defensive Heartbreaker to try to survive. Castle just flashes over the wall and takes him out. Beautifully done for the Immortals top laner. But now Dokla's going to try to get one back. Castle is still drain tanking all the way through him. Dokla's trying to escape, but Tactical's got the arrows ready to go. Dokla should drop here too. Ole is going to take the kill credit. It's Soul plus 2 kills for Immortals.
Is IMT good? They're so close! Immortals has the soul. They completely demolish Contracts and Dokla there, and Tactical shredding that turret without the Baron buff.
All right, Immortals, do not overextend here. Palafox putting a little bit of damage into Armeo. He's got to back up. The problem is Tactical is almost out of mana. Armeo is almost out of mana. Immortals are running low in the gas tanks here, so they do need to go back, reset for a little bit. It is under 60 seconds until Baron's up again.
It absolutely is. The objective power will not stop it. This is just Castle. Like, this is just Castle bodying energy. Contracts, because they didn't have good setup, needed to find a way into the pit, couldn't get it. Armeo doesn't even need to ult early to deny vision, and then just watch this. Oh my god. Boom. Just flash Q1, gets the one shot, and then the Chem Soul also makes it, so he's taking reduced damage. They can't kill him. We just talked about that. And they win the backside of this fight. They need to play clean from here on out. And there's one other thing that I know everyone online is going to be talking about.
All right, what do you got?
Non-rational gaming might be making a return. Like, they've played 1 and 2 win teams the last 2 days after beating, like, I think it wasn't C9, but it was they beat FlyQuest. They beat a bunch of good teams, and now they're losing to some what some would say are bad ones. I'm on the fence. I think Immortals might be good. I wouldn't call them bad, but the rest of this game, I think, will decide whether or not that's true.
I don't think you've called them good or bad. You just keep pondering what they are.
They're an enigma.
You're very much in a philosophical state of mind when it comes to Immortals.
I mean, if they're 3 and 4, they have the same record as C9. Is C9 bad?
Is Immortals better than C9?
Well, they're going to be the same if Immortals wins this.
All right, let's see if Immortals can close it out, though. We're not at the Nexus yet, and they still have to get across the finish line. Energy trying to stop him. Palafox, very swift burst there onto Mask for 2/3 of his HP. That's at least going to force IMT back a little bit. They really want to establish vision control over this top side blue jungle of energy. Make sure they can see him as they approach and be ready for the Baron.
Those plants, this Chem Soul is the Immortals' 6th man this game. They're full health once again. They're on Huhi.
Oh, Huhi gets caught out, though. The Chains of Corruption to lock him down. They want to go in and try to burst him before anybody can say anything about it. Nicely done. Castle grabbing the kill. Now the rest of Energy trying to retreat as Armeo's providing the threat off to the side. Dokla burst down to the front line as Castle keeps the chase going. FBI and Palafox trying to get away, but FBI is caught! He is not the one who knocks! It's Immortals knocking everybody down today. Contracts trying to get away. Palafox trying to heal up, and Immortals trying to end the game now. They've got the wave. They've got all 5 players alive. Palafox diving in. Ole, the Chad Leona will lock down LeBlanc and stop the fancy feet. Contracts can't reset, and that'll do it. It's 3 seconds on Huhi, but everybody else is dead for another 15. Immortals should win the game right here. IMT coming together as a team. Huhi trying to jump forward on Tactical. He just wants to waste their time, but Immortals have their eyes on the prize. They'll end the first round robin 3 and 4, and they'll do it, taking down the reigning champs.
So one thing is for certain, Flowers. Is Immortals good? Is Immortals bad? Technically, they are exactly as good as Cloud9. That is what we've learned after the first half of the LCS. 3 and 4. Disappointing to some, I think incredibly impressive based on the expectations that Immortals had coming into this split. Big game from them. They picked the team fight comp. They were getting pulled apart a bit in the mid game, but they clutched up in the end. A satisfying end to the Super Week for this Immortals team.
The standings are kind of crazy right now. Energy's at 4 and 3. Cloud9's at 3 and 4. Immortals are at 3 and 4. We got all sorts of craziness. There is a massive melee in the middle.
FlyQuest ends the first half as the first place team. They've only had that one loss, but even though it's 5 different players, we know what happened to that FlyQuest team last year. They gotta stay consistent. By no means is the first round robin indicative of anything that's gonna happen in the future. In the moment, though, that loss definitely, you can see it hitting Jokla. They did not want to lose to this Immortals team, but all smiles on the other side. Tactical 9-1-4 on that Varus. To me, Castle's Aatrox, though, was standout.
Both of them had really, really good performances. Tactical, struggling a little bit to find targets earlier on, like you were talking about. The Varus on hit build needing that extra time to get the DPS out. But as the fights went on, then he can flip that switch. Then he can enter beast mode. But then the Aatrox, Castle was playing to his limits. Castle was playing with confidence. He was playing with the rest of the team backing him up. This is what Immortals need to keep replicating.
319 on that Aatrox, but more importantly, like the clutch factor in the fights. He was the one that it really felt like pushing contracts out of fights and making the plays that matter.
Well, with Immortals taking down Energy, it's time for us to join Emily and our Mayo on stage for an interview.
Jat has been asking this question constantly. Are Immortals good? Unlucky. We'll start that again. Jat has been asking over and over again, are Immortals good?
Yes.
Let's go! We solved the problem. Okay. In all seriousness, obviously, we saw you guys come out, pilot the Nocturne Orianna combo. Nocturne being something that I've seen you play for years. You are a very large Nocturne enjoyer. So talk to me about piloting this team composition and what prep went into your draft.
Yeah, I mean, I play a lot of Nocturne just in general. Like, I've played it a lot. We didn't practice it that much, but they had Jhin, and I thought they would use Maokai support because we scrimmed them and we played it against them, and we beat them like every game. And we also played Maokai on stage. So I was like, Jhin will be like a free kill. It just made sense, and it works well with our supports champ pool, like a lot of engaged champs. So yeah, that's why.
All right, and then talk to me about your setups, because there was a point in the game where they were kind of playing to sides, kind of stretching you guys out, making that like sick combo that you kind of want to pull off. There was a specific Drake fight where you guys pulled ahead. So just talk to me about how you kept your focus while they were trying to use split map pressure.
Yeah, I mean, our 5v5 was stronger basically the entire game. Usually Nocturne is a side laning champ, but it's a bit difficult to kill LeBlanc. Maybe you'll just get flashed. So it looked better to just team fight for us. So we basically just played every dragon. There were some like mistakes early, but we were able to still win 5v5.
And then just generally looking at Immortals content, you guys on stage, the vibes seem to be very good with this team. So just talk to me about what it's been like getting this group of players together, playing on a new team and a new lineup with a new lineup.
I mean, yeah, it's super interesting. Obviously, I've played with Tactical before. The other players, not really. I mean, everyone is just nice and hardworking. Ole is he's just the most funny person. So yeah, I mean, it's a good team environment.
Yeah, everyone who's ever played with Ole says he's like a permanent mood maker.
Yeah.
Which is very fun. He didn't pick the Elise support today though, so I'm kind of mad at him. I'm watching you, Ole, he should be over there, I think. There he is, yeah. Lastly, it's been a little while since we talked to you, so just kind of tell me about your goals for this split and where you see this IMT team going.
The goal in regular season is just to improve while making playoffs. And then the goal in playoffs is to win playoffs. I think that's just fair, especially with how little games there is. It's easy to like drop a few games and suddenly be really low in the standings. So yeah, those are the goals, and same for me, just improve and make playoffs. I don't think I've played very well, so there's a lot I need to work on for us to actually win, but I'll just do my best.
All right, well, you won today, and congratulations. Thank you so much for taking the time. And we will throw it back to Lounge to close out the day.
Thanks, Emily. Raz, is Immortals good?
They're good.
3 and 4 is good.
That is kind of good.
Well,
depends on your expectation.
It depends on how you look at it. It depends on what your expectations were. Great.
Your father was
LCS.
too high of an expectation, sadly.
I guess. 3 and 4 is good. Okay, Hog update from today. Who took home the player of the game in each of the 4 matchups we had today? Jensen, Impact, Quid, and Castle. I voted for Castle in that last game. His Aatrox was important in the big moments, even though Tactical had the 9 kills.
I'm for Tactical, but honestly, I'm not mad. Castle had a great Aatrox performance, so I think it was well-deserved. I can't even say, like, I can't even focus on a lane because it's both mid and top laner. Solo lane OP, I guess.
Gotcha.
There it is.
Impact getting another Pog for Udyr is such an Impact thing.
True. He is a connoisseur.
He's just always in the right spot.
Yes. In fact, I remember a cameraman just before his game was like basically pivoting to a screen before the game started. Guess what he was playing?
He was practicing Udyr.
He was practicing Udyr, and he wasn't in lane too, so he was practicing his roams.
So for what it's worth, if you get a little too jittery, you can accidentally use your ultimate. That was a big adjustment for me because I was just an Udyr button masher back in the day. And now that it's a new kit and you double press R, you waste your ult.
Makes sense. And also just to call out to Quid. Quid has just been looking so good. The Aatrox performance on him. I guess Aatrox is looking great, but we're just picking up the Samsung SSD Fast 5
this is the Samsung SSD Fast 5 this week. Fastest 100 CS was Fudge. Cursed stat. Didn't win a game. Fastest level 6, though, for Inspired at 630. That's usually a good one for power farming junglers. Insanity and B-Boy getting some good stuff going on. It's just been a fun first half of the split. And a reminder that Samsung has partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS, and you can earn bonus points each week for drafting the best performers to your team. Congrats to those of you who claimed that reward this week. Plus, use code SSD990 Pro LCS through March 29th to get 20% off 990 Pro 1, 2, and 4 terabyte SSDs.
I love how B-Boy was fastest kill, and guess how he got that kill? They were diving him. He was a beneficiary of a dive. Hey, you want a 3-stack dive me and fail? I'll take that kill.
Baited
and outsmarted. Yeah. Honestly, that was both wins that Shopify has been off of the other team failing a dive on them.
This is true.
So it's fun.
Yeah.
Maybe the next win, same thing.
Player of the week. Drum roll. Busio!
Oh, double support!
Double support, man. Supports are thriving. I'd say this was a close one. FlyQuest had a really nice 3-0 week, but like, when you land the Nautilus hooks that he landed, when you pull out Nico earlier on in the week and have success with there, I'd say like a middling Bard game, but it's the best of 3. It's the player of the week, and FlyQuest is the star of the early season.
I think that has been the biggest surprise from everyone watching FlyQuest was always going to be the question mark on how their bot lane would perform. And they have flatly shocked a lot of people, especially crushing that Cloud9 bot lane that people had expected to be the strongest of all of them. So Busio has been an incredible playmaker. This is his second year in the LCS, and it feels like he has been able to really mature as fast as possible.
Yeah, that team has good vibes.
Great vibes.
They just have such good vibes right now. Busio having a blast. Masu, he's played 7 LCS games.
Yeah.
And he looks great.
Yeah.
He just looks so good already. So this team's going to be dangerous.
It's interesting. Whenever you talk to Masu, he's always talking about like he's feeling nervous, but it doesn't look like he's nervous.
Yeah.
Those games, he's performing really well in team fights. And in the interview that we had for both of them on stage, the fact that Busio's saying, hey, you know, they're learning together.
Yeah.
That's a great relationship to have where you're able to, hey, you know what, Masu, if you see a mistake from me, call it out, and I will do the exact same for you. And they're really learning as quickly as possible as the top side of the map has been doing well. So makes sense that this team would be the best so far in the league.
Yeah, love to see Busio getting some love and recognition. Had a rough year last year on 100 Thieves towards the end.
Yeah.
Switched teams. Now he's in first place. With that, let's pull up the standings. FlyQuest actually 2 games clear of second. With 7 games to play in the split. He's actually 2 games clear of his former team, who is another big surprise. 100 Thieves being tied for second is another shocker. But of course, the biggest shocker we have is Cloud9 being 5th, losing 4 games in a row. So let's check out the schedule for next week to see if Cloud9 is going to be able to bounce back. We're getting into the second half.
Oh, no.
And it's going to start like the first one did. Lead it up. Energy versus Cloud9. Cloud9 did win the first matchup, but we'll have to see if they can recover.
Please don't make it 5 in a row. Because that's when the tough conversations happen, if it's not already happening right now. So that has to be the best one to watch out for. As you can see right now, we've got an NACL schedule happening.
Yep, that's going to be happening right at the conclusion of this broadcast. Shortly, it's going to be on twitch.tv/PathToLCS. And speaking of Cloud9, we have to mention before we sign off, we want to issue a quick correction. Earlier today, we ran a graphic saying the last time C9 lost 4 regular season games in a row was 2016 summer. That was incorrect. It was actually 2018 summer. Still a long time.
Still a long time.
Still a cool stat.
Yep.
Not that cool. 2,045 days since that happened. Actually, like a couple hours since that happened. We'll see if it gets longer, but we're gonna prep that stat for the energy game. I
Yeah,
promise.
and they're gonna keep it going. Apparently, like it's a tough one. We'll see how it goes. Usually, the team, like they're a team that will have those tough conversations and get better out of it. So
yeah,
we'll see.
And if they want us to stop talking about their losing streaks, they just need to stop the losing streak.
Just
That's
start
it
winning.
for us. We'll be back next Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific. Be sure to tune into Pros tomorrow on YouTube. Now let's send it over to Blabber's stream, trying to get back to it. Emily.
That's a Baron throw? Think twice.
Permaband, and very good.
Can be overlooked. There are no free wins in the league right now.
I can jump on him with YouTube.
Yeah, I like it.
Go. Fighting Aatrox.
Yeah,
so down here. Aatrox is one. Aatrox is one.
I'm going over. Watch me, BB.
I got knocked away.
I cancelled.
Syndra, no flash.
I'm fine here, guys. I'm fine here.
I'm going.
Yeah, me too. Syndra's dead. Syndra's dead.
Vego here.
We're winning the fight, guys. Just live. It's ace.
They're
Going in, guys. Yeah. Ivor. I'm 1 HP.
I'm 1 HP.
Oh, no, 1 HP. I can help you. Oriana. Yeah, nice. Oriana died. Lilia. Hey, Lucian 1 HP. Playing solo. Thanks for here. We can end. Yeah. Nice. Watch young. Just end.
Yeah, end the game.
End the game, okay.
Nice, guys. Nice.
I mean, I think it's just really funny. People call C9 a super team when they downgraded both mid and support in the offseason. So, I don't get it.
I'm planking. Yeah, I'm TP 5. I vote. Or I'll 5. We fight. Yeah, it's good. I buy ulti. In me. I. Watch the style. What side? Help me. Okay. I'm here. Brand here, no flash. Yeah, same with San. They're looking at me, bot. You guys help? We're coming. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take 4. Coming slowly, guys. Coming slowly. Yeah, I'm going Nautilus. Look me. Can you W?
Yeah, there you go.
Nice. Wow, sniper. We're coming. Sniper. Nice. DPSing it. Okay, finish. Look, stop. Björgård. I'm on fire. Yeah, Maokai ult. We're okay. We're good. A little bit. Look right. Just no flash. Look, Kazante. I'm fine. I stop. Look, Kazante. I tank. Kazante. Dead.
Guys, they'll end the first round robin 3 and 4, and they'll do it, taking down the reigning champ.
Chill out, man. Have some fun. Can we kill? Yeah, let's kill. Come.
Or just DPM.
Oh, he's still taking people.
Yeah, DPM.
GG.